work. Big R, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. And hello to all my friends on YouTube. I hope that this is working. Jack is in, Robinette is in, and hello to the wonderful people on the YouTube side too. I'm already seeing some regulars. Of course, Pastor Fairy, lovely to see you. And Ellen is here. Viking Chef, great to see you, buddy. And the Lowly, and who else have we got in the house? Flibberty, great to see you, Flibberty. Good to see you all. I hope this is working. I really hope this is working, and I hope it continues to work. I find myself now at the mercy of the Wi-Fi in a soulless and characterless Regis office building. But I've hired a little room here today to be able to stream and get together with all of you fine people. I hope it's going to work. I was doing some testing before and it kind of worked. There was a bit where the connection got a little bit unstable, but we'll soldier on. Whatever we have, we'll get through it together. It's very, very nice to be back. I'm sporting some extra facial hair today as a consequence of being a lazy arse while I'm on holiday. So I hope you'll bear with me with that as well. And I'm really looking forward to getting stuck in. So let's get the guest box open. I'm hoping that Sean will be joining us any moment. I was messaging with him before, and he certainly seemed to be on his way. And here he is right now. This is awesome. We'll get Sean in. And I'm hoping that you can all kind of see and hear me okay. Sean, how are you? Oh, thank you. Very gruff. Yes, I'm a little unkept, I think is the word. Lazy is the one I normally go for. But thank you very much indeed. It's something. So thank you very much. Well, how is everyone? I hope you're all well. I'm having a lovely time in the US with family. My brother lives over here, and he and I are extremely close, and so it's special to be able to spend time with him and his family, and yeah, it's good. I'm having a good time. But I have been missing my happy place, as you know. This is my happy place, being on with all of you fine people and having interesting discussions. So someone is saying no Sean audio. Let me just make sure that is. Let me just make sure that. Why is that? Let's see. Keep on going, Sean. This might be better. Keep on going again, Sean. Sorry. Right, I can see that that's not getting through. Okay, bear with me a moment. I'll fix this. Let me just figure out why that is the case. Why is that the case? Bear with me a second. I can try and sort it out here. These are the things that you only find out once you actually go live. Yeah, on TikTok you would be. Yeah, it's just routing it through. Let me try something different. Try this, and then
Leith is in the house.
There we go.
Welcome, Leith.
That's going to be a little bit better, I think. Try again, Sean.
Test.
Right. This should now be reaching YouTube. Let me know, YouTube people, if you can hear wonderful Sean. Say something else, Sean.
And test. 1 2 1 2. Someone on TikTok is saying I'm delayed. Is that true, TikTok?
Delayed. Not sure why that would be. I mean, we might have to try and just manage, but now we've got you. We've now got your audio through. Yeah. So for everyone on YouTube, it is just a vertical stream. The setup here is not going to allow me to do the horizontal as well. Hopefully, you can manage with that. If you can't, then I respectfully understand. And at least if we have any good exchanges today, then you'll be able to watch them on a replay if I post them or something like that. But I understand some people on YouTube don't like the vertical. When I first started streaming on YouTube, it was all vertical, and until I managed to get it sorted out, it was just a little bit tricky to do the two canvases concurrently with my traveling setup. So forgive me for that. Okay, so if people want to call in, the other thing is I can't take callers from the YouTube queue today. Again, this is a bit of a stripped down thing, but I figured better something than nothing. So today our callers will just be on the TikTok side. To be honest, most of them are. generally in a normal stream, it's about 80% of the calls come from the TikTok stream and not the YouTube side. I was hoping I would be able to get Video Ninja to work out here as well and be able to take calls on the normal call-in link from our YouTube viewers as well, but sadly not today. So hopefully we're kind of okay. Hopefully everything is sort of working. We will see. We will see. Right. Well, the topic for today is a good God could not just would not, could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. And for those of you who know my work and what we're about here, the reason for this is pretty simple. It's because non-belief isn't an action you choose to take. It's something that happens to you as a result of just not being convinced. And goodness could not include meaningfully, within its bounds, choosing to punish people for things that they didn't choose. That just wouldn't make any sense at all. So if a God did that, then he wouldn't be good by any meaningful definition of the word good. So that's the prompt today. I've got a couple of super chats to share, and then hopefully we'll get a guest in at some point. If you are watching on TikTok and you want to come and make your case for the idea that a good God could actually condemn people to hell simply for not being convinced, well then hit the request button and come on in, and we would love to hear from you. One other comment to just address: I did see someone very early on in the YouTube chat, which was functional before the live stream started, Rebuke and Prove, said, "Isn't this the guy that rage quit after getting embarrassed and blocked JIL, who was Jesus' Lord? Is it that I'm smarter than you, liberal, or is the Bible just true, making my job to make you look foolish easy?" Well, first of all, if I had found myself embarrassed by the conversation with Jesus' Lord, I wouldn't have posted it as a clip on YouTube. I posted it as a clip on YouTube because it was embarrassing for him, because he forgot the name of the character that he was talking about in the Bible verses he was referencing. We were speaking about Jephthah, and every time the character's name came up, he said Jethro. And then he said it's a mispronunciation. It's not a mispronunciation. It's that you don't know your Bible well enough to talk about the people in the stories that you're calling in to complain about. And then he lied about the Old Testament slavery laws, claiming that the laws prohibiting the kidnapping of and enslavement of fellow Hebrews was a global enjoinment against slavery, which it obviously wasn't, because just a few verses later, and in fact in the book of Leviticus, we then get detailed laws about exactly how to buy slaves, where to buy them from, how you can keep them, how you can pass them on to your children, and all of that stuff. So it wasn't an embarrassing call for me. And if I had been embarrassed by him, I wouldn't have posted it as a clip. So, you're very welcome to call in yourself, of course, if you can join on TikTok. But failing that, feel free to call back in any other time. All right, so we have a few messages, super chats. Buzz, great to see you. Buzz has kicked us off today. Rebuke and Prove wants desperately to be the first caller. She or he has already begun talking shit in the YouTube chat. Indeed, I would love to hear their stance. Well, I would too. So Rebuke and Prove, if you can join us on TikTok, that would be great. If not, then save it up, and I'm sure we'll hear from you one day in the near future. Come and make your point. We'd love to be rebuked and proven wrong, of course. Viking Chef, don't ever go on holiday again. With the pointing finger. I love that. I'll try not to, Viking. I know that my work is very important, and more important than having a life. It certainly feels that way often. But I love it too, and it has been hard to be away. I'm not going to lie. It's I've been jonesing for getting back on here with you lot. So I'm very happy to be here and keeping my fingers crossed that the tech all works and doesn't let me down, because it's not cheap either to get in here for a day. And Gordon Loves Science is always super, super generous with sending out memberships. So thank you so much, Gordon, for sending out another 5. I'm sure they will have been distributed already. And Franny Ellie says has gifted another membership. Franny, thank you. That's really, really kind. These memberships allow people to get involved. Sadly, no bingo today either. I'm a stripped down rig, but these memberships, of course, will all work as soon as I get back next week. Bingo and all the good stuff from that. And Mommy Merchant, I love the 666. Thank you for this. Just found your channel in the past week and been greatly enjoying watching your previous shows. Keep up the awesome work. Well, thank you. And I'm delighted to have you here with us, Mommy Merchant. My favorite thing is when people discover the channel, maybe post a comment under a video, and then they turn up in the lives. And I know that that they can become part of the community and part of the fun. The live streams really are pretty special. A chance for us to all be together and talk about the hilarity, which is organized religion. It's pretty bonkers. Okay, it looks like we've got our first guest, so we are going to get nearer to bizarre in right now. Let's see how this works. Hey,
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well indeed, Nira. How are you?
Doing good, how are you?
Fabulous, thank you. Well, thanks for being our first guest.
Thanks for having me, man.
I see your face appears to be covered up. I hope you're okay.
I'm all good, all good. I just don't like having my face online, that's it.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, welcome in. What would you like to say?
Yeah. I just want to address the prompt.
Sure.
You said a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. That's what the prompt says, obviously.
Indeed.
I want to ask you, what do you think about a Christian who has a view like myself that God actually doesn't send anyone to hell and
They
people
send
send
themselves.
themselves?
Yeah, of course. Not a week goes by that someone doesn't say that, but it's patent nonsense because it's just an inversion of the arrangement, right? It's a little bit like if I said, okay, I'm gonna shoot you in the foot if you can't jump 20 feet into the air, and then you're unable to jump 20 feet in the air, and I shoot you in the foot, and I'm like, hey, I didn't shoot you in the foot. You got yourself shot in the foot by not jumping 20 feet into the air. It's your fault. This is what this is, right? Because the Bible tells us very, very clearly in a number of places that everyone is a sinner and everyone's going to hell. This is the idea. Everyone's destined there, but there's a get out clause, right? There's a possibility of a reprieve, of a sort of celestial pardon, a magical get out of jail free card. And all you have to do to avail yourself of this wonderful thing is accept Jesus. But the problem is that accepting Jesus requires that you believe in Jesus. And if you don't believe in Jesus, if you're not convinced, if you're honestly not convinced, if you're someone like Sean or me, like just an honest non-believer, we've looked at the evidence, we've looked at it with as fair a mind as we can, and we just find ourselves unconvinced, then we're physically unable to accept Jesus and thereby grant ourselves, avail ourselves of this magical pardon. So do you see why it doesn't really make sense?
Well, I actually disagree with your notion in the example you gave, right? The example you gave was, oh yeah, if you can't jump 20 feet in the air, you will be shot.
Yeah.
And then that happens, right? I would actually say a better example is, let's use a shower. Somebody who's dirty in a shower, for example, right? Human beings, they're naturally going to be dirty creatures, right? They do things that get themselves dirty. This is an example of sin and corruption. The shower can be, in this analogy, an example of the Lord.
Right.
If a human being doesn't want to shower, is that going to be the shower's fault? Because the Lord,
what if they do want to? I hear you, but what if they do want to shower? They'd love to shower, but they can't find a shower, and there isn't a shower, and they've looked everywhere, and there's no shower, and everyone's going, you just have to believe, and then you'll see the shower. So they try just believing, even that's not a thing you can actually do, and there's still no shower. And everyone says, you just need to have more faith, and then you'll see the shower. And so they try having more faith, still no shower. And then they say, well, unless you shower by the time you die, you're going to get set on fire. This is the analogy that you're suggesting. There is no shower.
There is no shower.
Yeah.
What if they can find a shower?
Well, you know what? I'm able to grant maybe there is a shower, but as much as I look, I can't find it.
Sorry.
So let's say the shower actually exists, but with all my best efforts, I'm unable to find the shower. That's the analogy, because as much as I look, I'm unable to convince myself I have yet to find evidence that Jesus actually exists that's convincing to me. So what am I supposed to do about that?
And wait, can you repeat that real quick? I'm going to write this down.
So basically, let's say the shower hypothetically exists. As much as I have looked and looked and looked and looked, I am unable to find the shower. So what am I supposed to do about that?
Okay. So what I wrote down: shower exists. I look but can't find it. What
Right.
to do? Right.
Yeah.
Um.
Now, I'm in a state where I don't believe the shower exists, but let's say it does hypothetically. I
Mhm.
keep looking and looking and looking and asking Christians, show me the shower. And so far, nothing has convinced me that even the shower exists, let
Yeah,
alone
I
me
could
being
just
able to
say
actually see it.
I could just say if I could just say if you are quote unquote looking, right, but you
Yeah.
already have a bias towards the shower not existing, I could just say that's just going to be an issue with you and not the shower itself. Is that going to be an issue?
Well, yeah, because I have access to my own mind, and so I know that when you say I have a bias against the shower
Mhm.
existing, you're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah,
And even yeah,
for,
so like I don't have a I genuinely, if the shower exists, I can tell you this with 100% certainty because I have access to my own mind, and I know what is happening in there. And in my mind, I actually want to know if the shower actually exists. I genuinely want to know.
yeah, you can say you genuinely want to know, but if your heart is
I could
already set towards another position, then what you say isn't really going to matter. For example,
Well,
I
yeah.
could hold on.
If I'm lying, and you wouldn't accuse someone of lying without evidence, right?
I mean, I wouldn't, but I also wouldn't accuse somebody of telling the truth without actual evidence as well.
Right. So basically, what you have is like hundreds of people potentially on YouTube as well. Well, yeah, I'd say hundreds of people that are watching us right now who know for a fact because we have access to our own mind that we are looking for the shower and we don't see it and we don't have a bias against it. We're not trying not to find it. We genuinely want to know if that shower actually exists. So you have one of two choices here. You can say liar, liar, pants on fire to all of us, or you can
Okay.
accept that at least at minimum, most of us, some of us, some portion of us, if not all of us, genuinely don't have a disposition or are not trying not to see the evidence. We are trying to see the evidence. We just want to believe what's true. And
Yeah.
so what are we supposed to, for those of us that fall in that category, what are we supposed to do about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. The way I would answer this is if you genuinely have a an inclination to try to find this shower or God.
Just the truth. I have an
Yeah,
inclination. I
if
want
you
to
have a
believe what's
genuine
true.
inclination towards the truth and Christ
Yes.
is the truth, then at
Yeah.
some point, it may not be now, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be in a year. At some point, you will find the truth if you
That's
have a genuine
but
inclination to do that.
Nira, that's such an easy promise
What's
to
up?
make, my friend. Such an
Mhm.
easy check to write, and so hard to
Yeah, it
cash
is.
because our community is full of thousands of people who spent decades being told that same BS. If you forgive me, seek and you shall find. He's
Yeah, go
out
ahead.
there. He's knocking at the door, and essentially what you're doing is blaming the victims. You're saying that these people who searched and begged and pleaded, some of them on their knees, some people I've never had a belief, right? So it's for me, I didn't lose faith, but some people did, and for some people whose faith was the center of their life, and they lost it, they lost their belief, and it was like a bereavement. They didn't want to lose it. It was painful. It was full of heartache and loss and mourning, and they tried and they held on with everything they could, but they just couldn't bullshit themselves anymore. They couldn't lie about what they found convincing. And then people come along and they say, well, just keep on looking. Jesus will make himself known to you. He definitely will. And P.S., if he doesn't, it's your fault and you then deserve to be set on fire for that.
Yeah.
Can you see how that perspective is a little heartless and cruel?
Wait, wait. So your answer to what I said, right? Your response is, "Oh yeah, there are some people who would genuinely look for the truth. They fell away from it." I would just for be able to respond. How would I know that they actually, believed in the first place?
Well, you wouldn't, because you can't know for
Hmm,
certain anything other than what people say. But I've spoken to literally
okay.
hundreds of people who have had this experience of having had faith before and then lost it for one reason or another. Sometimes it's the main, you know what the main reason is? Reading the Bible.
Mhm.
Reading the Bible is the single biggest reason that makes people, for people losing their belief, because it's such obvious nonsense. But for some people, it's just they just became persuaded of other things. They couldn't maintain that belief anymore. And it's so presumptuous for you to say, well, then they obviously never had it, or they were lying, or how can we know they're telling the truth? I could say the same thing about a believer, right? How can we know that any believer actually believes what they say? They could be lying, they could be making it up. But I give people the presumption of honesty, right? So if you tell me that you believe in God, I'll take you at your word. I won't start informing you about what you believe or telling you that I know better why you believe what you believe or what you actually believe, because that would be disrespectful. I'm prepared to give you the respect, right? That if you tell me what your beliefs are,
Well,
I accept them.
well, I would actually disagree with you in a way. Um, if you were to tell me something, right, and every single way in which you act goes against it, I could actually tell you, yeah, you don't actually believe in that. For example, if I told you I believe in God, right, but then I say the Christian God, and then I say, oh yeah, but Jesus Christ didn't resurrect. He didn't die for our sins. Yeah, I only follow his teachings. You would be able to say, oh yeah, you're not actually the Christian in the
Wait,
classical.
wait a minute.
And like, hold
How
on,
does one act like they never used to believe? So we're
what?
talking about I'm an atheist now, and
Okay.
so of course I'm not going to
I thought we were
adhere
talking
to
about.
biblical.
I thought we were talking about believers who fell away.
Yeah, believers who fell away, which means they no longer believe. So what I want to know is you have person A who's an atheist and never believed, person B who's an atheist but once believed in Christianity.
Mhm.
How do those two act different? Because you're talking about, well, if you act like you never believed, so how does a former believer who is now an
No,
atheist act differently
No,
from
I'm responding to what he said about you wouldn't
for,
actually know, so you give the benefit of the doubt to the truth.
that's right, but what you're saying is you can know that their former belief state by how they act. So what I want to know is how does a current
Yeah, I
atheist
can
who,
know.
so you have atheist one and atheist two, one used to believe, one never believed, how do they act differently from
I
each
do
other?
want to. I can clarify act, and by clarifying that, I mean what they say as well. If you don't
Okay.
mind that,
Okay.
putting
Yeah.
both
So
sides, right?
let's apply this to me because I'm a former believer, but you could
Yeah,
be right. I could be liar, pants on fire. How do I act? How do I act differently
yeah. How does
from
what you
John?
Yeah,
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
does what you act, how you act, and what you say differ from John? Yeah, John believed within his whole heart that Christ is
No, he didn't.
Messiah.
No, he
John.
didn't.
Oh no, this John. I thought you were talking about the Apostle John. My bad,
No.
bro.
Yeah. Sorry. This John here, because you're saying
Yeah,
you don't
what's
have
up?
to take them at their word because how they act might be different from
Yeah, I can
what they
take.
claim they believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
So how do I act differently? Like, so I'm claiming right now I used to believe in Christianity. How does how I act make that not true?
how does how? No, I'm not saying that's not the part
Okay, so
that
you take me at my word, then you show me that respect because you're telling me your belief state, and you're telling when you
yeah,
tell me
I
your
can.
life story, how you came to believe or whatever. I give you the respect from person to person because none of us can read minds of taking you at your word
Yeah, I
that you
can
currently
grant you.
believe. That, yeah, and granting you your life story and how you got to your belief state. Now I'm granting that to you. Are
Yeah,
you going to grant that to me? And
I can
if
grant you that you used to be a Christian. I can grant you a lot
and
of things. That doesn't mean I have to
yeah,
grant every single proposition that you make or
no, I
statement that
got
you
you.
make.
So when they're inconvenient, or you can't answer for them. You go to liar, pants on fire, or just a little something a little more
Yeah,
coy.
yeah, it's not
I
just
don't. How do I
liar.
really know you're telling the truth about that?
Yeah, it's not just
Right?
liar, pants on fire. So what you're doing, you're just strawmanning what I say.
But
What I
No,
said,
I clarified
what I
further.
said is
I said.
I can know
Go ahead.
what someone is based off of what they say and what they act. I can know whether you are a Christian based off of what you say and how you act according to the fruits that are named in the Bible. I can
The
know
issue,
that you are an atheist. I can take you at your word that you used to be a Christian because you no
right?
longer act like a Christian.
so
I mean, it
so
doesn't really
Nero,
matter.
with that said, with that said, somebody who used to be a Christian and
Hmm.
fully believed, and we have people in our community who weren't just Christian; they were ordained ministers, they were preachers, they were pastors. I have a very good friend called Todd, who was a pastor of a mega church, 18,000 congregation, right? Multiple degrees, PhD in biblical studies, right? He knew his
Okay.
stuff, and it was just his life, and he just realized at some point that this stuff isn't true, right? So all of this stuff about keep on looking, can you see how that kind of messaging would be really trite to someone like him who has probably forgotten
Yeah, I could.
more about Christianity than you or I will ever
Yeah, I
know?
could just say, yeah, I could just say the act of knowing whether somebody is truly looking and believing belongs to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, knowing the heart is in virtue of the Spirit.
Yeah,
So
that's lovely, but
that's the
it
first
also
thing to do.
It's a
completely, but it
platitude.
also is a platitude. It's a bit of a thought stopper, really. I'm saying to you as a human being, right? There are
Mhm.
people who who come to have a difference of opinion from the one they had before. This is not unusual, in the same way that there are people who were previously without belief who come to believe. It doesn't mean that they weren't ever non-believers before. They were non-believers, something happened to them, and their minds became convinced for one reason or another that this stuff is true, or that Islam is true, or that Hare Krishna is true, or that Mormonism is true, or that Scientology is true. These things happen all the time. People have a change of mind. And what you're essentially saying is, a change of mind is valid when it's in the direction you like, but when it's in the direction you don't like, there's some sort of tomfoolery going on. There's some sort of element
Exactly.
of impropriety at hand. This is patent nonsense.
How I would respond to that. You said a cop out, right? I mean, believing,
Yeah.
right? When you stop believing is only quote unquote you never believed when it's not in the direction that I wanted to go, right? Just trying to simplify it.
Yeah, it seems to be that you're very skeptical about someone's authenticity when the change of belief is from belief to non-belief. But when it's the other way around, no problem. We can all clap our hands at all the people who who found Jesus at the revival. Wonderful. That's wonderful. Nobody goes, well, were they really non-believers before? No, it's just taken at face value that this is true. But when we tell you about the thousands and thousands of people who had faith at one point and then lost it, or the people like me who just genuinely never had it, you have some explaining to do.
According to Scripture, what's going to be believing? What does believing mean according to Scripture? Belief in God.
I don't really care, because you can look at Scripture and you can interpret verses in different ways. So some people would interpret Scripture as
is this prompted internal or external critique?
It's basically a matter of principle. It's saying, if a God exists,
It's a matter.
listen, I'm answering your question. If a God exists who punishes people for some sort of lack of belief, however you want to describe it, however you think Scripture describes it, but a lack of compliance with requirements that stems from that. I'm answering it now. Listen more, talk less. So if a God exists that punishes people for not complying, and the lack of compliance stems from a lack of assent, right? A lack of propositional assent, if you want to be pedantic about it, then those people can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help not accepting Jesus because I don't believe it's true. And there's nothing I can do that will make me believe it's true unless something persuades me. And so far, in decades of looking at the evidence, nothing has persuaded me. So if a God's going to punish me for being intellectually honest, that's not good.
You still haven't answered my question. Is this an
Well, your question is, generally when you're engaging with an interlocutor and they use a word, you ask them what they meant by a word because they're using a word to communicate a concept to you. John is using the concept, what he means by believe, and I think you know what it means. Like if I asked you if you believe in leprechaun, hold on. Let me finish.
I understand, but you're still not addressing the substance of what I asked.
Let me. Please don't talk over me. You're muted right now. I'm speaking. So you're basically kind of doing a little bait and switch here because we were having a conversation about belief. I'll explain. What we mean when we say believe is to consider something to be true or honest. That's a Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. That's what we're addressing when we say we used to believe Jesus, or I used to believe Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. I accepted as true and honest that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior once upon a time. Now I no longer accept as true or honest that any gods exist. That's a belief change. If the Bible has some esoteric definition of believe, that's not the word I was using. So can you please address the words I'm using and what I mean and John means when we use them? Thank you. You have to unmute.
Am I good to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that I have to adhere to your definitions. That's why, but that only applies to if it's an external critique. That's why I'm asking, is this prompt an internal or external critique?
It's both.
If it is an internal critique, then you have to adhere to our
It's
definitions
actually
and
both.
critique it.
It's
in
actually
accordance-
both. It's actually both. So
It's both.
so yeah. So
So the prompt can be both an internal and external critique.
It happens-
Okay, what do you mean
it's-
by belief?
It happens to be both because I can address this. So in the Bible, when in John 3:18, for example, or Mark 16:16, or the final, I just completely drawing a blank. Revelation 21:8, when it talks about apistos. The apistos is the Greek term used for faithless. It means someone who is without belief. So I'm specifically referencing the Greek term apistos here, which is someone who is without belief. And in all of those verses, it talks about what's going to happen to the apistos, right? It's they are condemned already in John 3:18 and Mark 16:16. In Revelation 21:8, it's that there's a lake of burning sulfur that awaits the apistos and also awaits murderers and sexually immoral and sorcerers, strangely enough. That's what I'm referring to if you want to talk about an internal critique. If you want to talk about something broader, as I really started out as, the general principle is that any God that punishes a lack of belief meaning not being convinced that something's true, then that would also be unjust. So in both contexts, whether you want to think about it specifically in terms of the biblical definition, or you want to speak about it more generically, in both instances, it's not right.
According to those verses that you cited, what happens to a non-believer in apistos?
The apistos are punished in some way. Now, you can read the text and you can say that way is eternal conscious torment, right? The wailing and gnashing of teeth in the fiery furnace. Or some people prefer some sort of annihilation, some sort of just a separation from God. And you can actually find whichever answer you want in the text. So if you're a kind of, eternal conscious torment, torture-y fan kind of guy, you can find that in the text. And if you're more the sort of cosmic death penalty kind of guy, you can find that in the text, because the text is not univocal when it comes to this stuff. And you can pretty much find whatever you want in there if you squint hard enough.
So, are you going to critique my notion of what hell is?
I don't care.
What is your notion of hell?
I am not, because I don't care. Whatever your notion of hell is, I don't care what it is. I'm assuming that it's not nice. It's probably not a reward. It's probably not a nice back rub or a new set of golf clubs. It's probably something unpleasant. So whatever it is, the details I'm completely not concerned about at all. The idea is that it's a punishment of some sort, and it's never right to apply a punishment for something involuntary. That's the principle here. It's not complicated.
So you have the prompt, a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. I come up here and tell you why I believe people are going to hell, and you refuse to critique my notion on why people go to hell.
I have critiqued your notion. Your notion is false, because your notion is that
you critiqued it with a false equivocation.
No, I didn't. I didn't equivocate. There was nothing false, because your response was to say.
Yeah, do you remember what your analogy was?
Your response was to say that these people who are non-believers are really believers. They just, they're not looking hard enough.
Do you remember what your analogy was?
About the which analogy? Because we've had a few.
Yeah, about how hell is just a negation from life itself, which is God.
I didn't say that.
So it's the death penalty.
No, I didn't say that. It wasn't an analogy. It was one of the possible interpretations. Other people think it's eternal conscious torment.
An interpretation of my what?
Yeah, there are.
Nira,
you're not the only person who's ever had an idea of what hell is. I'm prepared to engage with yours.
Yeah, that's why you're supposed to critique my notion.
But I don't. But
let's cut through the. Let's cut through the BS. Nira, under your paradigm and under what you believe, will atheists, if they die as atheists, end up in hell? Yes or no?
Yes, because they're rejecting life itself, which is God.
Okay, got you. So there you go. So going to hell for non-belief. That's it. That's the prompt. What we are saying is, hold on.
God sends
hold on. All right, please don't talk over me as a defense mechanism. All right. So we are saying that doesn't make sense, because belief is not a choice. I can no more choose to believe God or Jesus or Yahweh exists, which is a requirement in order to have a relationship with them, in order to do the right things, in order to go into heaven. is to believe they exist. That is not a choice. That's not something you can choose. So basically, what you have is a punishment that is based on something that someone cannot choose. Or if you decide to play a semantic game and say, well, you're actually punished for your sins, the divine pardon is handed out based on something that we cannot choose. It is not a choice. I can no more choose to believe Jesus exists than you could choose to believe Superman exists. It can't be done.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah. So you said you cannot choose to go to hell, right?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you
I
say?
said belief is not a choice. I cannot choose to believe Jesus exists, then you can choose to believe Superman exists. So
Okay.
the criteria, a hard prerequisite to avoid hell is something that people cannot choose, because beliefs are not choices. They are perceptions of reality, and we cannot just choose them.
So how does this line up with the prompt?
Because punishing people for something they cannot choose is morally nonsensical.
It's not.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe the punishment is coming from God?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. That's why it's important.
Okay, so
that's why it's important to critique my notion.
So then let's deal with your notion. Let's say I get hit by a bus tomorrow, right?
Okay.
The difference between me achieving some sort of existence afterwards, which might be very nice, or being deprived of that, the measure of that is going to be my opinion about a certain specific aspect of Middle Eastern history from 2,000 years ago. That's the test. That's the test. That's the fulcrum on which this decision swings. If I've thought the right thing about that particular point of history, about a magical carpenter who actually created the entire universe, if I've got certain views about that, then I get the magical afterlife. And if I am skeptical about that or remain unconvinced by it, then that magical afterlife is denied to me. Is that representative of your view or not?
Yeah, but I just want to clarify.
Okay, so we're not mischaracterizing your view then. We're correctly characterizing it.
Am I good with clarifying it?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. The reason why that is the case is not because God did it to you. You actually do it to yourself, right?
Right.
And that goes back to the shower. Hold on. Here we go. He's about to cut me off.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
It's the mafia boss. You broke your own thumbs by not giving me protection money.
We'll get there. You do it to yourself because presumably, Nira, God has absolutely no choice but to adhere to these rules, right?
Are we just gonna keep strawmanning my view?
Who created hell?
Sean, you're using the mafia boss again. That's another false equivocation, right?
Calm down.
That's why I'm using a shower, right?
Nira,
if you're dirty and refuse to shower, is that the shower's fault? Is that your own fault?
So, Nira, is God capable of providing the afterlife to people who have a different opinion? Yes or no?
Is God capable of providing afterlife to people that deny him? No.
So he's not capable of it.
No. He didn't ask you if he's going to. He asked you, is he capable?
Is he capable of doing it?
Is he capable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why would he?
Is he? No. Don't change. Hang on. I got this. Don't change the subject, Nira. Is he capable?
Okay,
is he capable? Is he capable?
That doesn't answer the why would he?
Is he capable of doing it?
Even if I grant that he's capable,
don't. Come on, you're the one who wanted to go down a critique of your particular views, right? So he's capable. Look, he's sovereign. He's allowed to do. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. He's not answerable to me. Okay, he's allowed to do whatever he wants. He's the boss, right? So it's God's view, it's God's choice, it's his preference that people who have a particular opinion about something don't get given the afterlife, and people who have a different opinion do get given the afterlife. All you've done is reframed my prompt in another way. It's not any different to what I've said. At all.
You're not answering the question. You're still not answering the substance. Why would he?
The why.
That's irrelevant.
That's his preference.
In my perspective, right? In my perspective, you're saying, "Oh yeah, he's capable. I reject him, so he's just gonna force me to get a good afterlife."
No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
You're gonna
Nira. No one's saying that. No one's saying that. If it is a good thing to have an afterlife, and if God actually loves us as we're told He does, then it's not congruent with the claim that he loves us for him to punish tens of billions of people by depriving them of their existence purely because of what they found convincing. That doesn't make any sense. If you think it makes moral sense, I'm delighted for you, but it really doesn't.
In what way?
because
So,
it's
hold on.
because
If you reject, hold on, wait. If you reject life,
we're not
right?
rejecting life. You don't get
We're
to
not rejecting life. We're not convinced he exists.
you don't get to reclassify my skepticism about your magical claims as rejecting life. I
You're
love
not.
life.
No. What I'm doing is I'm giving you my position, and
Sure.
you have not even engaged with it. You're not
I've
even
engaged.
letting
I've
me
engaged
give
with
you
it
my
directly.
position.
I've engaged with it directly by
No, you have not.
showing you how arbitrary it is.
No,
It's
you've engaged
completely
with it.
arbitrary.
We've engaged with it by committing false
It's
equivocation fallacies and
completely.
straw man.
Nira, when he asked you if God can decide to give people the afterlife who don't believe he exists, which isn't a choice, by the way. What he
Again.
was hold on. What he was
Nope, you've been
addressing
cutting
was
me
your
off the whole
asinine.
time.
What he was addressing was your asinine claim that it's not God who decides who goes to hell or who goes to heaven. God set the rule. What basically happened is God decides. Here's the criteria for getting into heaven and hell, and then you're just semantically saying, "Well, you guys chose that." No, belief is not a choice. Do you agree or disagree that belief is not a choice?
Belief is a choice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a choice. Okay, choose to believe right now that the building. Okay, it's a testable hypothesis. So I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you the test, and if you realize when you think about the test that believe you can't actually choose it, let us know by making an excuse not to participate in the experiment. So as an experiment right now to test your hypothesis that belief is a choice, choose to believe that the structure you're in right now is going to collapse in 1 minute.
I mean, I could. I won't.
Okay, do it.
I could. I won't.
Could.
Okay.
I won't.
I could. I won't.
And as I said, thank you for your cooperation. I said,
Pivot. So
I
you're going to
said,
pivot
I
from what I
said,
said.
what I said was, if you realize you
Why are you
can't,
muting?
let us know
Hold on. You've
by
been
making
talking
an
over me the whole
excuse
time,
not
but
to
you're
do the
muted.
test. And you
You've been
made an
talking.
excuse not to do
You're
the
going.
test.
Hold
So
on.
thank
You're
you for
trying
your
to pivot.
cooperation.
The reason why I'm not answering is because you're trying to pivot from the actual subject at hand.
It's actually
No,
it's directly the
it's
subject at hand.
germane.
Nira.
It's central to the
Why are we
subject at hand.
muting?
Whether
Why are we muting?
belief is it's pivotal to the subject at hand, and I'll explain why. Because because punishment for non-belief is nonsensical because belief is not a choice. You claimed it is a choice. I offered you to test it, and you ran away. And I even said, if you realize you are wrong, but you're too scared to admit it, let us know by making an excuse not to do the test. And that's exactly what you did. So thank you for your cooperation.
And with that said,
No, it's not that I'm conceding. It's that I'm not granting you your pivot.
Of course, it's not a pivot. It's the central topic. Anyway, Nero, we've reached the 30-minute mark, and we generally don't like the discussion to go on for too long. So feel free to call back another time.
It was a good conversation.
Thanks,
Have a good one,
thanks
y'all.
for calling in. Thank you.
W pivot, W equivocation policies.
Yeah, of course. They always
That's not what an equivocation
They always have
is.
to have the last word, don't they? It's cute. It's cute. Okay, so well, at least the tech worked. There is that. Okay, we are going to get we'll get Dan the Leviton in, and then we have Decipher of Truth after that. Let's just make sure that this is on. Bear me a second. There we go. Right, my screens went off for a second, but they are back on right now. Okay, bringing in Dan the Leviton. Good, Daniel. It's going well. How are you? Good. Sure. We try. What have we got? Bear with me just a second because our caller audio is not getting through to YouTube. Bear with me just 1 second. My screens went off and they caused some kind of weird thing to happen. So I'm just going to fix it right now, and we'll make sure that everyone can hear you, and then we'll get on from there. 2 seconds. Thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, best we can. Let's see. That should hopefully be back. Back there.
Test, or let me know when you want me to test.
That should be better. Okay, let me just check. YouTube people, just drop me a message in the chat if you can hear and see everything okay, and hear Sean as well. Sean and John, okay. That's great.
Test.
Okay, Dan,
we're good.
Dan, give us a quick hello, Dan.
Hello. Hey guys.
Okay, good. And everyone can hear Dan as well, right? Good. All right. Well, there we go. I can't guarantee it won't happen again, but we'll soldier on. So,
all right. So Dan offered to share sort of a supernatural experience, and I just sort of wanted to preface. I don't want to cut you off from that, Dan, but what my question to Dan is: do you acknowledge that your supernatural experience is not sufficient to somebody else to warrant them believing in a God? Because personal experience are necessarily first person, right? Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that, and I would not want to be that pushy Christian that tries to do that either. So
yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just want to make sure like we were like clear on that. So what did you want to share as far as like the prompt goes, or what did you want to share generally?
Well, I'm just basically I hear what y'all are saying, and I heard y'all talking with the other guy, Nero, I think is his name, and I guess struggling with what faith really means and the understanding, but more so, I guess I'm just stating that I have a critical mind, and I'm just going to let you know, my heart's passion is to do the deep research and understanding of the Bible exactly for the atheist, because if I didn't have my supernatural experience with God, I would probably be an atheist.
Okay. So how does that manifest itself? You said you want to do deep study of the Bible to what end? Like how does this like manifest in like your call with us right now? Like what are you trying to share? What message are you trying to get across, or what question do you have?
Well, I hear the analogy a lot, right? How are you supposed to believe in Jesus? Is like believing in Superman.
No, not necessarily. That's not the point of that. Was just dealing with doxastic involuntarism, that belief isn't a choice. Like I cannot choose to believe in Jesus the same way you can't choose to believe in Superman and like actually end up being convinced of it. That's the only analogy there. I'm not saying believing in Superman is as ridiculous, in Jesus is as ridiculous as believing in Superman. I wasn't making that comparison. I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Well, and then also like I guess you had an analogy where you said, hey, your building is going to explode in a minute.
Yes. And another same thing. You can't choose to believe that. And so it's just showing people that belief isn't a choice. So we'll tie it to the prompt. We cannot choose to believe what we think to be true. So like, I can't choose to stop believing cars or black holes exist. I can't choose to believe in leprechauns or Yahweh or Superman. Those things are impossibilities. And so to punish people for non-belief is to punish people for something they cannot choose, which is nonsensical. If someone could not have done otherwise, it's morally nonsensical to punish somebody for it. Would you agree?
Right, but like, yeah, I agree what you're saying, and I
Okay.
just want to. I think there's some logical discrepancy in that analogy,
which is.
We have to grow up as kids with our parents, and we have to believe in a lot of stuff. We have to believe what our parents says is true. We have
Yeah,
to believe that water's good for us.
but that's not a choice either. So we're more susceptible to believing what our parents tell us when we're kids versus when we're adults, right? But that
Right.
doesn't change the fact that belief is not a choice. So
Okay.
do you agree that belief isn't a choice, first of all?
You're asking me, do I believe it is or isn't?
Well, either one. Like, do you agree that belief is not a choice?
I believe belief is a choice.
Okay. So the same question to you, and hopefully you'll be more engaging. Can you choose right now to believe that the building you're in right now is going to collapse in 1 minute?
I could believe that, yes, with
Okay.
with evidence and
Oh, no,
maybe
hold
more
on.
than one person
Not with
saying it.
no. So you would have to have evidence of it, but with what you have right now, can you choose to believe it? Not
With
with
what
evidence, not with any caveats. Like right now, can you literally do this as a test?
based on you saying that.
Yeah, just based on you deciding to do it, choosing, but based on your choice. So basically, do you acknowledge that unless you had evidence to suggest the building was going to crumble down on top of you, you can't just decide to believe it, right?
Right. I mean, we have to choose what we
That's
believe,
no,
though.
no, 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 no.
I don't have to choose to believe that, but I
I didn't say
could.
you have to. Okay,
Yeah.
so you can. So do it.
Okay, I'm doing it. I'm right now. I'm believing that my house is going to crumble here in a minute.
Really?
Okay, and you actually believe that, right? And yet you're not
You're
running out of the
asking me
house. You're
to,
still.
and I'm
Hold
wanting to
on.
trust
Hold on. Because if you really believed that, you would have been running out of the building right now as we speak. But the fact that you decided to stay shows that you weren't really believing that. You were just saying it.
Well, I mean, that's pretty true, but I also understand the architecture of my house, and I'm a builder and do
But
stuff too.
Daniel,
so it's not
Daniel,
Anyways.
that's why the claim that you can choose to believe it is false. Because you understand the architecture of your house, because you know that your house likely isn't about to fall down, that evidence stops you being able to make that choice to be convinced of that. You can make the choice to declare it, but declaring something is not the same as being internally convinced it's true. And that's really the point that Sean's getting at here. And it's the point of the prompt. It's the point of the whole exercise, is that belief is never something that you just choose to do. And it's framed as a choice in these monotheistic cultures like Christianity and Islam, where they frame the decision to believe the right things like it's an action you can just choose. But the point of all of these Superman and building falling down analogies is just to illustrate the fact that no matter what it is, you can never just decide to be convinced of something if you're not convinced of it. If you know the architecture of the building, if you know how fallacious the Bible is, if you know whatever evidence it is not sufficient to convince you of the claim being made, then just deciding to believe it is impossible. And that's why criminalizing it is immoral. And that's why we have these discussions. So, if you're saying that you would be an atheist, but for the fact that you've had experiences that you are interpreting as being supernatural, I would ask you to think about the experiences that other people have had, that they experience, that they interpret in the same way, but from which they derive conclusions that are not compatible with yours. So there are people who think that their experiences prove the gods of Hinduism or their ancestor spirits or other things like that would be could not be true if your beliefs are also true. So you've got here two sets of people, and in actual fact it's much more than two. Many, many, many different sets of people, all pointing at experiences they've had and saying, my personal interpretation of these experiences is the only possible one, and it proves that my religious beliefs are true. And yet all of these beliefs can't be true. It means that at least most of these people, if not all of these people, are simply making the wrong inference about the experience they had, simply the wrong interpretation. And that's why this, claims of personal supernatural experience are really not worth anything, because if we were to take your claim of your experience as being evidence of whichever God you might believe in, then to be fair, we would have to take the claims of the Inuits who have had a similar idea, or the Amazonian tribes people who have had a similar experience, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, or the Muslims, or the Jains, or the Jehovah's, whoever it is, right? We would have to apply
Right.
the same rule to
I-
everyone.
And I'm not asking you to do that.
No, but you
I'm not
should. But
asking
you
to
should
do
be
that.
aware of that for yourself, because it's not about what I believe about
and
your
I am.
beliefs. So you should be very wary if you catch yourself saying, "I had this experience, and the only way it can be explained is if this particular religious tradition is true." You're inadvertently employing a double standard, because you're saying my experience proves this religious claim true, but that guy's experience doesn't claim his religious beliefs true, and that's a double.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't do that. That's not what I do. I don't judge other. In fact, I would hope God is a merciful God, and I think there's evidence in the Bible that I believe God is the ultimate judge, and it's not us up to us Christians or believers to make that judgment. I think it's God's judgment, and I think God can reach people no matter what they believe.
So how do you interpret the verses in the Bible that say that people like me are going to be punished for our non-belief?
Well, that's okay. So there is some indoctrination beliefs there that are kind of old school, what Catholic and some of the earlier first churches beliefs, but in reality, it's when we die. I mean, I'm a firm believer when we die that God is the ultimate judge, and He might even give us mercy after we even die, or
mercy,
whether we believe or not.
But mercy implies that the just thing would be to impose punishment, but a judge is deciding to impose slightly less punishment than would normally be indicated in a situation. That's what mercy means, right? But if you're going to say that you would hope that He would be merciful, that's to say that the just thing would be to impose a punishment. You're just hoping that He's not going to quite, follow justice fully, which is to say that the punishment is kind of valid. That's a pretty tough thing to hear.
Well, I mean, here, yeah, you know what? I mean, I do look at God as being our Father, and He is trying to correct us, much like we are parents trying to correct our kids.
There's a difference, though, Dan. Forgive me for interrupting. I'm trying to be nice and polite, but
I don't believe there's a difference. But go ahead.
Let me give you the difference. If my child is not behaving the right way and I need to course correct him, I let him know I'm there. First thing, I let him know I actually exist. I give him all the information he needs to assess the situation himself and understand the reasons why. I don't ask him to take anything on faith. I don't ask him to believe anything on insufficient evidence. I don't ask him to... There is no reach of imagination required when I need to correct my son in some way. And he understands everything about the situation, and there's no faith required. There's nothing like that. This is not the same. If God wants me to be different, if God sees me living my life and goes, well, He's just not doing it well enough. He's not doing it in a way that, the way He's doing it right now, He's on a collision with punishment right now, looking at me. And God loves me and He wants me to change my ways. He knows where I am. He could intervene right now, this moment. He could walk into this room right now, materialize through the wall and say, hey, John, nice to meet you. I'm God. Here's what you need to do differently if you want to avoid me setting you on fire at the end of your life. And then I'd go, oh, thanks, God. And then I'd be able to do it. He's not giving me the same benefits I give my child when I need to correct his course, which is I make myself known to him and I demonstrate my love for him with presence. Not presence with a TS, presence with a C, right? I'm there, I'm present, I'm in his life all the time.
Right. And I feel like that's a very valid understanding and argument for sure. Like, I understand what you're trying to say. I mean, first off, God is omniscient, in my opinion, and He has reached us through community and through faith.
Who's us?
Well, Christians, the Israelites,
Right, those who believe.
the chosen, and not just those who believe. I don't think, but I think we have a Bible that explicitly lays out what it is like to be a faithful believer,
Well, what it's like, but what I'm saying, you said he's reached us. Well, if we don't believe he exists, he factually has not reached us, right?
Well, you need him to reach you in a manifest form that talks to you like a human. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily, but the thing is God would know exactly what it would take for John to believe, for me to believe, and if he's for everyone on the planet to believe. So as it stands right now, if the Christian God is real, most of the planet either believes in no gods or the wrong God, or the wrong gods plural. Most of the planet. So if God is all powerful, and by the way, it's geocentric. If you happen to be born in Thailand, you're more than likely going to be Buddhist, Hindu, or Sikh in India, etc. And you see where that's going. So if God is all powerful, it wouldn't be a lottery on being born in the right place to the right family. What you end up believing the right things. He could just tell the entire world, "I exist. Here are my rules. Now you can use your free will to decide to follow me or not." Right?
Right. I think, yeah. No, you're right. It'd be that simple, and then we start having our free will being taken away.
Oh,
No.
damn.
If you convinced me God exists, did you violate my free will?
If I convinced you that if I
God
convinced
exists.
you that
Yeah,
God
if you
exists,
convinced me, yep. Did you violate my free will?
and I'd like to reiterate, what does that mean to convince? What does it
Really?
mean under
Really?
God's definition
No.
to convince you God exists?
Just the normal colloquial language that if we were talking about something completely different, dude, I got to convince you that I met Tom Hanks at the liquor store. You wouldn't be questioning what that word means in any other context. So let's just use colloquial everyday language. If you convince me, if you persuade me right now that God exists, did you violate my free will?
Did I violate it? I don't know. I personally,
Well, then-
me as in Daniel, no,
Yeah.
probably not.
Okay, so if God persuades me that God exists, did he violate my free will?
In the rules, in the parameter that he has given, I would say potentially yes.
Oh,
if that's
damn.
Okay,
if that's,
so let me ask you.
if
So let me
that's
ask you
what it
this.
takes.
So let me ask you this: if you're able to, if you are able to persuade someone God exists without violating their free will, shouldn't an all-powerful God be capable of doing so? Otherwise, he's not all-powerful.
Right. No, you're 100% correct, but that's exactly how he has chosen not to do this.
No, because
Can I give you another perspective,
go ahead,
Daniel?
John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God wants us to love him freely, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yes.
Are we able to love him freely if he hides in a way that none of us know he's actually there? Wouldn't the way to preserve my free will to love him freely be to let me know he's there, and then I'm able to use my free will to love him freely? That's how I use my free will to love every other person or not that I know in my life. Every person I love freely because I started out knowing they were there, and then I became aware of what my feelings about them were, and my freedom to act and my freedom to engage with those people left me the ability to love them or not love them. God is depriving us, if he exists, depriving us, or some of us, of the freedom to use our free will to love him freely, lots of frees there, by hiding. And this is the problem. You know, he's the idea that if he made himself known to us, he would be robbing us of our free will is actually an inversion of what's really going on if he exists. What's really going on is he makes himself known to some people and remains hidden from some people, and he knows for the people who don't think he's there exactly what it would take for each one for them to be persuaded he was there in such a way that they could then use their free will to decide whether to love him or not. And that's what he did over and over again. In the Old Testament, he did that. He didn't have any qualms about making himself known to people in the Old Testament. Now suddenly he's shy and he doesn't want to make himself known. And we're told that if he were to introduce himself to us properly, that would represent the destruction of our free will. And yet there's no other context in any of our lives in which the provision of new information is taken to be the same as depriving someone of their free will. We don't say, let's shut the schools and universities down because we're taking free will away from all of these children and young adults by teaching them things. We recognize that giving people information equips them to use their free will in a better informed way. And that's what God is withholding from so many people who might like to believe in him, but are simply not able to.
Do you think there's not enough information in the Bible for you to have God's presence in your life?
Absolutely not. I look at it just as a book. It's just a book.
Okay.
It's a book, and I think it's beautiful in places, horrific in places, horribly flawed. I think the morality in the Bible is hideous, largely speaking. You know, Jesus says a few nice things, but you have to pluck them out from all the rest of the absolute moral insanity in that book. The violence, the genocide, the killing children, the slavery, the ethnic cleansing, all of that stuff is absolutely barbarous. The misogyny, horrendous. And so, you know, I look at it as just a book. And when people start quoting Bible verses, I just hear book says thing. And I hear the same thing when people quote from the Quran or any other holy book. And God would know that. God would know that it's going to take a little bit more than a book says a thing to be convincing to me that he exists.
Right. Well, I'm sad that he hasn't convinced you for your own sake.
Because of what he's going to do to me at the end because of that.
No, not even that. Not even that. Because of being able to have the riches on earth and having kingdom here on earth, the heaven on earth. Yeah, that not because of doom. And I think that's a false indoctrination that has existed that a lot of the churches are not preaching today.
What? So you think atheists will go to heaven?
Do I know?
Do you think atheists will go to heaven? Do you think belief is irrelevant to heaven or hell? Where you end up?
Here's what I believe. I believe that even after death, atheists, there might be some kind of God judgment where they can still go to heaven. Yes. Now, I do think there is true evil, and I still think that's up for judgment for God. But I question whether truly evil people can actually go to heaven or not.
So it could be that after we die, God's right in front of us. He goes, I told you. See, you were wrong the whole time. You know, now do you choose the hot place or the nice place?
I think that here's what I'm trying to say. I hear what you're saying logically. I think there is a tough spot for where God is being all powerful and trying to let people have community and love and relationship here on earth, on his creation, and him intervening all the time. I think if we truly understood the Bible, that's what we see in the Old Testament, what he was doing. And then we see the New Testament where he has the apostles to spread the good news.
That didn't address my question, but that's all right.
All right, Dan, I think we're going to move it along. We have a few others waiting. We don't want to keep people waiting too long, but thank you for being really pleasant to talk to. We appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Thank y'all, guys.
All the best. Take care. Thanks. All right. We are going to get in Decipher of Truth. And then after this, we've got a few super chats to read. We'll make sure we don't get too far behind on those. Hey, Decipher, how are you?
I'm cool. How about you guys?
Very good indeed. Just get your name up on the board. Decipher of Truth. We like truth. Excellent. Well, welcome in. Obviously, you've heard our previous conversation. What's your view on this matter?
So I believe that God does send people to hell for many different reasons. But I want to start with, I think that you guys' idea of what hell is causing you to think that's why he doesn't send people there. So I kind of want to address that first. What we read in the Bible, we find out that hell is basically, well, not basically, it is the absence of God. And it is the complete absence of his mercy, his presence, etc. And as a result of that, that's why hell is that way. So the best analogy I could give you is like, if we all went camping and say, I'm the only one that knows how to make a fire, and in a million years, you'll never learn. And we're here for, I don't know, years. And somewhere along this trip, you start to hate me. You can't stand to be around me. But every night at my fire, you don't want to be around and you can't make a fire.
Hell is suffering.
Can I finish real quick? So
Yeah.
in that sense, that you can't stand to be around me and my fire at night, but you don't know how to make one, and I am basically the warmth. Is it my fault that you're cold or yours?
Sure. So if in that instance, it would be our fault, because if we were actively choosing to be away from the fire, then it would be a necessary consequence of that decision that we would be without a fire. But that's not analogous at all to what's happening here, because I'm not choosing to be away from God. I'm just not convinced there's anyone there to choose to be away from or near. If God let me know he was there, then it would still be an immoral choice for him to punish people who are without that knowledge of him by saying, oh, well, you couldn't discern me, therefore you're going to stay away from the nice warm fire that I've made. The analogy doesn't work, because in the analogy you gave, you and I have a relationship. I know you're good at making fires. I want the fire, and I see you there making one, and I have all the information I need to make a well-informed decision about whether I want to be near the fire or not. To pretend that that's what's going on here is to miss out on a couple of really important things. One is that we are not rejecting God. This is not a rejection of God. This is not saying I hate God and I don't want to have a relationship with him. It's saying I'm not convinced that there's anyone there to have a relationship with. I'm open to being convinced. I'm open-minded. If God wants to convince me, I'm here. Come and say hi. Let me know. Send a sign that you know will be powerful enough for me to be convincing. Send some evidence. Send an apologist who can make really good arguments, because so far all I've heard in years of doing this are really bad arguments. Give me some evidence that's going to enable me to know you're there, and then we can all enjoy sitting around the fire together. But that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I get your analogy on the fact of there's a personal relationship there more, but I would say in the same sense of, like, I really believe the verse that says, "If you seek, you will find." I believe that you guys want God.
It's just a lie, though. It's a lie, and
If I could finish though, brother, I'll let you finish.
Sure.
I believe in the same sense that God already came down for one. Well, let's start with the beginning. He made creation, which would kind of be hard to get around.
Romans 1:18. Yeah.
But 2, then he came down and walked with his creation, died for us, or unalive for us, excuse me. Left his word for us, left historical evidence, et cetera, and now fast forward, men thousands of years later still don't want to seek and look into all these things. They still want.
How did you determine I didn't want to look and I've never sought?
Let me finish though, brother.
Okay.
What I personally believe is that people want to ignore all of what God already did, and say, "Hey, you come down again personally for me and do it again."
This is the same,
and I think that's very arrogant.
We understand. We understand. This is the same conversation that we had with our first guest. This is basically you victim blaming and saying it's very arrogant of us to not be convinced by the same things that convinced you. But here's why this argument doesn't work. You know what it's like to not be convinced of religious claims made by other people, because I could take everything you said and just move it one step over into the Islam column in the ledger and say, look at all these evidences of the Quran. Look at all of these messengers that have been sent to tell you. Look at the word of Muhammad. Look at all the amazing things the Quran said about science. Look at all of these things. These are all the same reasons that convince billions of Muslims that Islam is true. They're all convinced of them, and they all think that you are being willfully defiant and foolish by not listening to what they say. You have absolutely hang on. You have absolutely no problem with that, and you don't lose 1 second of sleep at night going, "Oh, am I ignoring all the evidences of Islam?" No, you have rationalized why they're not convincing to you, and that's absolutely fine. That's just what we do with your religious claims.
Yeah, I would agree. I've rationalized them based upon actual evidence. Like, have you ever heard of the Islamic dilemma?
No, I don't think I have. But you get the point we're making here.
No, I get you. But let me explain real quick. Because for one, the book of the Quran, it affirms our book. There's a.
We're not interested in why you don't believe their claims. They just the point is they say the same thing toward you. So here's the thing: you accused me as
please
a former.
Not cut me off, Sean.
Well, I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down in irrelevancy, because you're going to explain why Christianity is true and why
Could you let me finish, though?
believe.
You know, I don't want
No,
to
because
carry on a conversation
it's
kind of
not
rudely.
germane to the conversation. So
So you're gonna tell me what I should say and not say? Like I need like 20 seconds, bro.
If you want 20 seconds, that's fine. But part of what we do here, look,
we
have these conversations a lot, and part of what we do is we try to keep them focused. So often we'll understand the avenue that the conversation is turning into, and in order to save everyone the time of driving to the bottom of that avenue and having to drive back, we just cut it off. But if you want 20 seconds,
I got you. So I'll wrap
for
it up really quick. I'll wrap it up really quick. The Bible is the only religion that has actual historical evidence.
Sure.
It has actual, like, Jesus is he's a known person. There's
Muhammad was a known person too. Muhammad was a known person too.
But it doesn't also have miracles that are literally in history for you to see.
So we get your apologetics, and when we talk to Muslims, we get their apologetics, and John and I are not convinced of either, and you're convinced of one of them, and they're convinced of the other one. In neither case is that a choice. We are not willfully, as you claimed, like not wanting to see God. It's not a choice we're making. That's the whole point of the prompt there, is we are just honest, earnest non-believers. Many of us, including myself, were former believers who genuinely tried and wanted to continue believing, but just couldn't. And if your God exists, he could convince the entire world. You had went back and said, well, he did this and he created the world. I don't see any evidence of that. He came down and he died on the cross. I'm not convinced of that. If Jesus is all knowing, he would have known that his method of communicating in the world would be such that not only does most of the world not believe in the correct God, but it's geocentric, and you have what people are believing in which gods is largely contingent on where they happen to be born. So why doesn't God just convince everyone he exists? Let everyone know, hey, I exist.
So I believe, like I'm saying, I kind of want to start with what you said about not having a choice to believe. So
correct.
The millions of people who, like, for example, at one point in time, you know, I was born Christian, or not born, but I was raised into Christianity through my parents. But I got to a point as an adult, probably in my early 20s, where I was like, you know, I don't want to believe just because my mom and dad told me. I want to study for myself, et cetera, et cetera.
Irrelevant to my point.
I'm trying to get to your point, bro. So what I'm getting at, because, you know, it's just to point it out, bro. You talked for like 2 minutes. You're cutting me off at 15 seconds.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that I had a point in my life where I wasn't Christian. I wanted to find it again for myself. I studied all religion for at least 2 years. And the more I studied and actually looked in the world and historical things, it led my faith back directly to Christianity, and even stronger. So, but based upon that, when I came back into Christianity, are you saying that I was forced?
Nope. So here's the thing.
So that was a choice, right?
Hold on. You have a choice as to your information diet, what arguments you choose to listen to, what information you're exposed to. You do not have a choice as to what effect that information will have on you. It's either going to convince you or it's not. So it convinced you, fine, that Christianity was true. Then the actions themselves are choices. You chose to follow Christianity, go to church, do the tenets, read the Bible, etc. Those things are choices. What you're convinced are true is not a choice. I didn't choose to stop believing that God exists. In fact, I fought against it.
So
I had no choice. My exposure to the world, my information diet, things that are around me, when I started pondering it and I started having doubts, yes, that forced me to stop believing. Belief is never a choice.
So
that's what you're not getting.
So once again, you're saying that when I was a non-believer and I studied again,
that was a choice to study again.
I was forced to believe. I didn't have a choice.
Correct.
Yeah, you weren't forced to decide to study again. That was a choice. Then, having made that choice, and some people would say that even that's not a choice, and they have a point, but we don't need to get into the free will debate because we don't need it to make this point. So let's agree for the moment that at least that felt like a choice, right? You had the subjective experience of deciding to study again. Having done that, you opened your mind to a flow of information, and that information collided with your mind and resulted in you being persuaded. If you had found it not persuasive, you would not have become a believer. The fact that you did become...
I wouldn't say... Yeah, I wouldn't say persuasion, though. I think it's like as simple as, like, if I'm studying... a new form of math, and I'm sitting there being able to add things up, and they make sense.
Yeah,
It's
that's that.
now I still have to believe
Right,
that this is the correct formula, but I'm also backing it with evidence.
yeah, but that making sense, that judgment that this is making sense is an evaluation that your brain does across certain networks in the brain, which happen irrespective of whether you want them to or not. So your brain evaluates something as to whether it makes sense and lets you know the result, as it were.
Right.
Okay, so just to summarize that real quick, if I was to walk you guys down the road that I went through when I was studying, you would see all that evidence, and we could both come to a different conclusion, because we believe it or not.
Which is how two people can look at the same evidence,
so you have a choice.
and it's not a choice. Two people can look at the same evidence, and one person can find it persuasive, and another person cannot find it persuasive. It's not a choice. We could waste lots of time talking about what we mean by the word choice here, but needless to say, what happens here is that one person's mind evaluates that evidence as creating a feeling of being persuaded, and another person's mind evaluates that evidence which creates a feeling of not being persuaded. There isn't a choice in the same way that if you decide, I want to have chocolate or I want to have vanilla, is a choice. That's something that you are just deciding based on preference, and you could have done it in a different way. If you find yourself persuaded by evidence, there is no choice there. Belief happens automatically. If you don't find yourself persuaded by the evidence, there is no choice there. The belief is impossible, and that's the point we're making here.
I do agree to a certain extent, but the point that I think you're missing is that evaluation comes from the person of what they think about what they've observed.
It is, but it's.
I think we can move forward. I don't want to.
I'll just give you one last analogy, which we often use, which might help you to frame this. Two people can hear a joke, and one of them finds it funny, and the other one doesn't find it funny. It wasn't that the person who found it funny decided to find it funny. It's just that they did. They just found it funny. When that joke collided with their mind, the resulting experience was humor, a feeling of being amused. With the other person, they heard the same joke. And when that collided with their mind, they didn't experience the feeling of finding it funny. In neither case was it a choice. It's just what happened when that particular input met that particular mind on that particular day. And that's how belief works too. It's involuntary, and it's just an experience that happens to your mind as a result of being persuaded by something. And that's why, to bring it back to the prompt again, this idea of a God who knows for each person what they would find convincing, they know that for you, looking at some Bible stuff would be enough to convince you that he's there. And he would know that for me, looking at some Bible stuff would not be enough to convince me that he's there. He would know that already.
So what would be the best way for you? I think you gave an analogy about God busting through the clouds.
But that's not me. But that's not me making. Right? That's not me making demands, right? God doesn't owe me anything. First of all, I don't even.
Wow, I'm glad you admitted that.
But no, of course. But it would be stupid to say anything other than that. God doesn't owe me anything. But if God's going to punish me for not being convinced, when he's the one who decided not to convince me, then there's a moral problem there. A moral problem, which is that God knows what evidence would persuade me, decides not to arrange for me to have it, and then punishes me for the inevitable consequence of not being given that evidence. That's morally really problematic.
What if God knows, what if God knows that this is the best method to prove himself to people? Because, for example, if he was to come during this time and do miracles and et cetera, we have all type of technology now, AI. People thousands of years later would say, oh, it was green screen, it was this, it was that, it was et cetera. So some of the stuff he did back then wouldn't necessarily work in this time.
Are you really saying quick, God?
Really quick. So what if he knows that the best method to convince the most people and show the truth was the way he did it, but he also knows that some people are still going to deny this best method. That's not his fault.
The best method that God has of letting his creations know he's there is a 2,000-year-old book of myths written in dead languages, cobbled together by mistranslations and redactions and changes and councils that voted what was to be kept in and out, and parts of the book being based on Greek translations of other Hebrew parts of the book by people who didn't understand the original language, and all of that. That's the best God could come up with. That's his master plan for letting his creations know he's there. Are you serious?
So you're saying that a book that was written over the course of 1,500 years by a bunch of different authors,
Yep.
and then there's a bunch of prophecies that, for example, Isaiah, he wrote about Jesus to come 700 years before
Which
him.
prophecy in Isaiah?
Really
Which prophecy in Isaiah? Isaiah 7?
There's one where it says, don't quote me verbatim, but it says basically he'll be born of a virgin.
Yeah, Isaiah 7. Isaiah 7:14 is not a prophecy. It's not a prophecy of. We know it. We all know it. We all know it, and it's not a It's not a prophecy about. It's not. It's dude. It's not a prophecy about Jesus. What was that prophecy about?
Who was born of a virgin?
What was that prophecy about? I'm going to tell you.
About Jesus.
No. Who was that prophecy written for? Who was that prophecy written for?
Bro, who else was born of a virgin?
Just listen. That prophecy was written for King Ahaz. And it was a prophecy delivered by Isaiah about a struggle, a political and military struggle that King Ahaz found himself in, where he was really worried about two kings from the north usurping him and taking his power away. And Isaiah delivered him a prophecy saying that there is a woman right now, a maiden, an Alma in the Hebrew. There is a woman right now pregnant with a child, and by the time the child is old enough to know right from wrong, your problem with these two kings will be solved. That was the prophecy. Now listen. The Hebrew word Alma got translated when the Hebrew Bible was translated into Greek. It was translated into a word which had two meanings. It was Parthenon, and it could either mean maiden, or much later it was possibly used also for the word virgin. But at the time it was written, that word didn't mean virgin. It just meant a young lady. And if you look at the Hebrew text, it doesn't say a woman is going to bear a child. No, it says there's a woman pregnant right now. She is with child right now. And by the time that child is old enough, your problem with these two kings will be solved. And then in the next chapter, in Isaiah 8, the fulfillment of that prophecy is that the child is born, etc., etc. It's absolutely nothing to do with a virgin. It's absolutely nothing to do with Jesus being born 700 years later. It was only that the author of Matthew, who couldn't read the original Hebrew, was working off the Greek translation, saw the word, and took it to mean virgin. It never meant that. It's not a prophecy. It's meaningless. Not a prophecy.
All right, so you can say that. You can say that, but let's get into the facts of it, right? Like I said,
those are the facts.
You're disagreeing. For one, you're disagreeing with scholars who've done this since before you were born.
I'm quoting them.
It says.
I'm quoting them. The scholars know that it didn't mean virgin.
So it says, "Be born of a virgin," and all the
what was the Hebrew word?
Thing, but then also
what was the Hebrew word? Friend, what was the Hebrew word?
I cut you off.
No,
please don't cut me off.
No, but I'm going to ask you to clarify. What was the Hebrew word?
You got to let me finish my point before you ask me another question.
I'm not. I'm going to ask you to clarify that one.
So you're not going to let me finish?
No, I'm going to ask you to clarify that point, and then we'll move on to your next point. What was the Hebrew word in that term in Isaiah?
Bro. I don't know the Hebrew, but you know what I know?
I know the Hebrew.
You know what I know?
Yeah, it was Alma. Alma doesn't mean virgin. It means young lady, like maiden. It just means young maiden. That's what that word means. So it doesn't mean the thing that you're meaning it to mean, or wanting it to mean, or hoping it's going to mean. And ironically, it doesn't mean the thing that the author of Matthew thought it meant either. It just goes to show.
Let me talk?
Yeah, I'm just correcting your mistake. Do you want to make another one?
No, you didn't correct me. Now let me finish, please.
But I did correct your mistake because you didn't know the Hebrew and I did.
No, you're incorrect on the Hebrew. We can look it up.
You can if you want.
All right, so let me finish my point, and then we can look it up if you want.
Sure.
So for one, secondly, most importantly, it goes on to say that there will be a child born of a virgin, and then it goes on to say
that
they will call him Emmanuel, God with us.
Yeah,
that's what Emmanuel means.
Except it doesn't say that there. Hang on, again.
Let me finish,
no, another mistake.
This is crazy, bro.
No,
it shows you're nervous of the argument.
It doesn't at all. It shows that if you're going to
I have no problem with you talking. You have a problem with me talking.
I'm delighted that you don't. I'm just going to say that if you're going to make a number of claims, rather than allow you to make a load of claims and then have to go back to the beginning, each time you make a false claim, I'm going to call it out and go, that's a false claim. Isaiah 7 does not say there's going to be a virgin. It says nothing about a virgin, and it doesn't say there's going to be a woman who has a baby or is pregnant. It
So
says
the verse doesn't say that? That's what you're saying?
she is. It's written in the present tense. She is pregnant. She is with child. The maiden is with child, is what that text actually means. If you'd taken the time to study the Hebrew, you would know this. It's written in the present tense. Is there a difference between saying there is a woman who is pregnant and saying one day there will be a woman who is pregnant?
Let's just look it up.
Is there a
Let's just look it
difference?
Because for one, who was born of a virgin?
No one has been born of a virgin.
I know you don't believe that, but
Yeah,
what does the scripture say?
the scripture says that Jesus was born of a virgin, but the line in Isaiah,
Who else is that talking
but
about?
the line in Isaiah is nothing to do with Jesus, and it's nothing to do with a virgin. It's literally just saying, it's basically saying to King Ahaz, you're having these political problems. There's a woman who's pregnant with a child right now. By the time the child is old enough to know right from wrong, your problems are going to be solved. That's it. The child is just a timing device for a promise that Isaiah is making to King Ahaz about the resolution of his political struggles. It has absolutely nothing to do with Jesus. It has absolutely nothing to do with virgins. And it has absolutely nothing to do with what's going to happen 700 years later. Total gibberish.
We shall see. We shall see. I'll let the Bible speak for itself.
You can. Anyway, there we are. I think we've drifted fairly far from the shores where we started, and we have a few others waiting. For anyone who's interested,
Oh, you don't want to show the Bible verse.
well, the Bible verse says what it's going to say. You can nervously laugh as much as you want, but I would say
You don't want to show the verse you're talking about, correct? You want to kick me?
no. I'm just going to say that we probably reached the resolution of this conversation because you've made
Because you don't want to show the verse.
you've made a
You don't
claim.
want to back up what you're saying, correct?
Anyone who has a Bible, open it to Isaiah 7 and look at that. I think it's 7:14, and look at what that verse actually says, and then look at a Hebrew translation and see if it says one day there'll be a virgin who gives birth. It doesn't say that. It says there is a woman, there is a maiden who is with child now. That's what the Hebrew says. Alma does not mean virgin, and it doesn't make a claim about the future events. It makes a claim about what's going on in that moment. And by the way, you want to talk about scholars?
Let me bring up the verse, man.
You can bring up the verse. The Oxford Study Bible will give you the context for this.
Give me a second. You know what? Hold on.
Sure.
Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
Is with child. Is the word is. It's the word is present or
What
future.
version of the Bible is that? I guarantee it's a new one.
Is the word is present or future tense?
It's not in mine. Let's see. Let's look.
Is the word is present or future
What verse?
tense?
Which version of that?
The Hebrew for virgin, by the way, the Hebrew for virgin was betulah, and it uses alma, which is not virgin. It's maiden or young woman.
Men change things to fit their narrative, you know?
It's
I
not.
bet he's using KJV.
Yeah,
He's
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
only
use
the-
KJV.
yeah, but you know,
Yeah,
we can
I know
we
it.
can use proper translations now.
Okay, so this is Isaiah 7:14, and I can cut my camera on if you think I'm lying, but I'll just read it right here.
Sure.
It says, "Therefore the Lord Himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive. She will, going to,
Yeah.
and bear a son,
Yeah.
and shall call him Emmanuel, which
Sure.
means God with us." So
Sure.
who else who has been
So
called God
the
with
thing
us
is,
and was
the
born
thing
of a
is,
virgin?
hang on a second. You're just reading English from a translation. If you read the actual Hebrew, the Hebrew doesn't say shall, it says is, and it doesn't say virgin, it says maiden. So I don't care what a later translation, which was written to fulfill the wishes of a particular person and a particular religious agenda in English, says. I'm interested in what the original language says. Are you interested in what the original language says, or is that a little inconvenient?
Why don't you show that? Let's see if that's true.
Right now, where I am, away from home, it's slightly tricky for me
Gotcha.
because I'm not on my
all right.
normal streaming rig. But I'm very, very happy. If you want to come back on the show, I'll be home on the 5th of August. Anytime you come back in, I will invite you up and I will show this to you in the Hebrew and we'll look at it together. Deal?
All right, yeah, well, I'll do the same thing too. And
Sure.
this is just a prediction of mine. I guarantee that you're going to show that there's a translation of it, but you're not going to
I'm going
connect
to
to the
show you. I'm
context
going
in
to
that
show
verse.
you the original Hebrew. I'm going to show you the original
We
Hebrew,
shall
which is
see.
the language that this was written in, not some translation later on. Deal?
Yeah, real quick. But I just want to wrap up because I think we got off track too much on the verse.
We did.
That just back on
I was just showing you that
Hill.
it wasn't a prediction. It
No,
wasn't a
believe me,
prophecy.
I followed you. Yeah, I
Yeah.
followed you, and it's ultimately been a good convo. So I don't mind coming back up, talk to you
Yeah,
guys again.
come back.
So I do want to just say real quick that I think you guys' idea of hell is a little confused of how God made it. Like, for example, God's not going to force you into his house if you don't want to be there and you don't have a relationship with him.
Indeed.
How did you
Yeah,
determine I don't want to be there?
Let me end it because, for example, like if I have a big mansion and I'm trying to get people to come live with me, and I'm sending you invitations.
This is the
I'm
same
trying to talk
conversation
with
we had
you,
earlier. This is the same
you
as the
deny me.
this is the same as the fire.
It just beads up and rolls right up.
We
Just
don't
very
need
quick.
to. We
If
don't.
if we don't believe the mansion exists, or if we don't know about the mansion, then we're not deciding we don't want to be in the mansion. That's a
You just said
dishonest
believe.
framing, and
Thank
intentionally
you.
so.
Thank you. You just said believe.
You're
You don't
welcome
think so.
for making
You don't know,
my
brother.
point.
Yeah, you
Correct.
don't know. You're right. You
I don't know, and I don't believe. Right. But
Exactly.
that's
your
a very
fault.
different thing.
So
Stop.
yeah, I'll let you finish. I just want to wrap up real quick.
No.
It's not God's fault. He's not going to drag you to his mansion.
Yeah, we don't need to repeat that all again. Okay, look, come back. I've dropped the call for now because no one's interested in hearing us repeat the exact same thing we started off with. Come back. I'll be back home on the 5th of August. So that whatever the next stream after that is, come back in. We'll have a look at the Hebrew together of Isaiah, and you will see that it's not a prophecy of any kind at all. It doesn't say the thing that you want it to say. Okay, I'm going to read a few messages because we've got a bunch of super chats here, and I've been very remiss. So let's get into them. So Franny says, "Love your work. It's very entertaining and informative." Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Jason, good to see you, buddy. Says, "I can hear Sean now. Can you change it back?" To get rid of Sean. Oh, you two are hilarious. Excellent stuff. And Flivity says, "Since you're on US soil, do you have to pay US taxes on this?" No, I will be taxed heavily in the UK, I can assure you. But thank you so much, Flivity. And Tracy says, "Feeling very inconvenienced by the vertical only. I guess I'll live through." Hashtag Shaunathan, hashtag sex symbol Sean, hashtag stud daddy John. What can I say? We probably look much worse in vertical.
Stud daddy John. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the vertical. It was just I was trying to do whatever I could to make sure that it had the least chance of falling over and not working. And Peg the Prophets, thank you for the super chat, says, "Welcome to Seattle. The PNW scruff is well grown." Thank you very much indeed. It'll be coming off soon because it starts to get itchy after a while. And yeah, but there we are. Thank you. I appreciate it. Buzz says, "Am I still allowed to beat off in that shower?" Well, I said while Nero was on, fill your boots, help yourself, of course. And Buzz, also while Nero was on, said, "I must say I prefer horizontal. Why would we want John's beautiful face covered by the comments?" Well, I'm sorry to obscure all of this scruffy beauty. And Buzz also says, "I'm not going to be here all of the stream, but I feel I must tithe the nope to John." Oh, thank you. And his apostle, Sean. "So please have a lovely show. I'll be here for 2 hours, and keep your patience with the idiots. The more they talk, the more they dig a hole." Thank you, Buzz. Appreciate it. Great to have you around. And thank you for the super chat. It's massively generous. And it's good to be back. I really do miss it when I'm not here. And Dogs of Mayhem. John, I got scared of listening to the lunacies people are up to defend, to keep their faith alive. Common sense and showing evidence is not a choice. I mean, I think it's a choice somewhere along the way to decide how open you want to be to things and what your attitude to learning is and what your attitude to engaging with different opinions. I know there are people who say that's not a choice either. I know where you're coming from, anti-free will people. I get you. But it feels like a choice. But it doesn't feel like a choice to be persuaded by something. It just happens to you. So let's all be reasonable together. I'll read 4 more of these, and then we're going to get our next guest in, which looks like Ebrima next. And El Napo said, 20 SEK, with no message, but thank you so much. That's very, very kind. And Gates of Delirium, thank you for the super chat. They always run to internal critique when it suits them, but for most of the conversation, will never ask, only when they don't have an answer. Yeah, this whole thing of like, it's become very, it's very trendy these days to throw around words like internal critique. It allows us to feel very, very good about ourselves intellectually, but actually it doesn't really matter. You know, he wanted to know whether I was doing an internal critique or an external critique. I don't care. It means what it means. If a God punishes you for not believing shit, he's bad. That's it. No more depth than that is required. And Buzz says you should use an American accent today, John. I could probably do that, but it wouldn't be good. And Buzz says, I asked God for a sign. He left me on read. He left me on read. I wonder what that means. I didn't track that. Asked for evidence. I got just believe harder. I know, right? That's always the one. And last one for now, Custom Climate. Thank you so much for the super chat. The question is backwards. This was sent again while Nero was on. The question is backwards. Justice is separation from God because we are all sinners. The prompt assumes we deserve heaven. God being holy can't accept sinners. The wages of sin is death, hence Jesus. Well, I understand this, but these are God's arbitrary rules that he has made. No one forced God to do this. No one forced God to make us sinners. God could make people who have perfect free will who aren't sinners, who are not inclined to sin. And if God is so easily offended, then how powerful is he if his feelings are that hurt? And presumably, people in heaven don't sin, but they have free will. So God is capable of creating an environment where people are not sinning, but they're still enjoying their lovely free will that he's equipped us all with. So why not just make Earth like that? And no one would have to have got, you know, nailed to any pieces of wood, and it would all have been very different. So let's get in Ebrima next, bringing up right now. Bringing in on the TikTok. There we go. Hi, Ebrima. How are you? Ebrima, are you there? We're hearing some dog barking, but I'm assuming you're not a dog. No. Okay.
Ebrima?
I'm going to guess that's a no-show. So we will say no to Ebrima, and we will instead get in Johnny Moo. Is going to be the next one up, and then Murphy after that. Johnny, are you there?
Teacupped.
Hopefully in a moment. One non-responding guest after another.
You hear me okay?
I heard a voice.
Yeah, Johnny, are you there?
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Johnny.
Hello?
Yep. We go.
Okay, perfect.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just calling in just because I do believe in a God, but I've listened to a lot of your stuff, and I'm just like, man, I can't really make a whole lot of arguments in favor of him. I'm having a hard time like making any arguments against making any good arguments for God.
That sounds like an important moment for you to realize something about yourself, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's like it just gets harder and harder to like I'm the type of person that's like when I hear arguments I try to hear out the arguments that are on the other side and try to argue the other side better than I can argue my own, and then if I switch then try to do the same on the other side. And so it's like I started to get better at arguing for atheism, and I was like, okay, I'm getting pretty good with arguing atheism. Now let's go back to religion. I'm like, I'm having such a hard time going back to arguing for religion. I'm like, yeah, okay, this is getting harder and harder. But like for some reason I still believe. And I'm like, okay, at first I was like, okay, I believe because I choose to believe. And then I started like with that for a while, and then I started like seeing your stuff, and I was like, that makes a lot of sense. You don't choose what you believe. Okay, maybe I don't choose I don't believe because I choose to believe.
Yeah.
I've tried making that argument with like my with like family as well, and it's I'm still having a hard time like trying to argue for it, but I still agree with it. if that makes sense.
It does,
And
yeah, it does.
so, like,
It does make sense. I hear you, and sometimes there's a tug between what common sense is telling you and what your emotions are needing you to be, and that's maybe the space
Right.
you're in now, where your sort of logical reasoning mind is telling you this stuff doesn't add up. These arguments against it sound compelling. When I try to reach for the pushback to defend these beliefs, I come up empty, and yet it's a part of who I am. Maybe it's a part of your identity. Maybe there's a family connection or obligation, or we all have lots of things that can keep us in belief, even when the common sense arguments kind of run out. And that's a really intellectually honest thing of you to say. I admire you for having the honesty to say something like that. And I would say just allow yourself to be in that space without judgment, and consider thinking about it, and try to realize that if you've got emotional ties holding you to a particular position, they can feel really compelling, but they don't necessarily mean that they're a good reason to believe. They are actually bad reasons to believe.
Right.
A good reason to believe is if you
and-
can explain it with reason.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, is that it's like I cannot explain my belief for good reason, and I'm just like, and I keep trying to reason things out, and it's like I went into religion growing up in it, and it was irrational when I went into it, and now it's like when I argue for the other side, it's more rational, and when I try to argue for the other side, I can't rationalize it because I was never even raised rationalized in it.
Yeah.
And so, like I know that like for a lot of people, when they hear that people know us like by Mormon, it's usually a visceral reaction that they have towards that. And the argument that I always hear people be making, it's like, oh, I believe that the like Mormonism is true because, how did Joseph Smith, a person with a third grade education, write the Book of Mormon in 30 days or however long it was? Like, how did he dictate it? Or he didn't write it himself, but like, how did he like dictate it so quickly? And so have like this whole like storyline and like so perfectly made. And I'm like, even if that were, divinely given to him, how does that even prove that was from like a God that created the universe?
Exactly. It doesn't, and we have no reason to think that he did write it in 30 days and all the other things. So that really, I mean, this is strictly speaking a bit of a debate stream, but I would say keep on thinking critically. I'll be aware of that tension between where your mind is leading you and where your heart is a bit reluctant to go, because maybe of fear in some way of what are you going to lose and what's it going to mean for you if you abandon these thoughts and ideas that have been part of you for a while. Keep on being intellectually honest. There's no such thing as an evil thought. Just explore the landscape of ideas and be intellectually brave and keep on doing it, and you'll get there, I think.
Okay. I do have a quick question as well with it when it comes to belief as a choice, or belief is not a choice. You compared it to something being funny.
Yeah.
I like with something being funny, it's either funny or it's not funny. There isn't really anything like it's anywhere in between. Something can be funny, but kind of funny, but it's still not an in between funny and not funny. But with something being with something, you believing something, there can be kind of a
it's the same, because you can find something mildly amusing, or you can find something hilarious, or you can think, is it funny? It kind of is a bit amusing, being that like edge thing. The point is that your response to it is always is never because you chose to find it that way, and it's the same with belief.
And too, it's like even if you did find it like 60% convincing, that 60% convincing wasn't even a choice.
Exactly, which is the difference between saying like, I think on balance there's probably life on other planets, which means I'm persuaded that there is, but I could be wrong. I wouldn't bet the farm on it. I'm not completely sure. Or I feel certain that the Earth goes around the sun, which is also a belief. It's just one with so much more evidence that my degree of confidence is that much higher, and so I hold the belief with more confidence. So Yeah,
Okay, so it's more of like the degree of confidence is like that's like kind of the percentage there where
Yeah.
like you still have no choice in your belief in it, but it's like the degree of confidence is still that percentage. Because like I tried conveying that to my family members, and they were like, well, you can like if there's like a bit of uncertainty, then that's when you choose. Then that's when belief is a choice. I was like, but that doesn't make any sense. Like I can't argue against that, but it doesn't make any sense.
The way to
But
phrase that,
makes
if
sense
it comes up in conversation again, is that injecting uncertainty into the situation doesn't suddenly equip you with a magical switch by which you can switch belief on and off just because there's uncertainty there. It's still the case that even with uncertainty, your mind either evaluates it as feeling persuasive or it doesn't, whether there's uncertainty there or not. So it sounds to me, Johnny, like you're really on the right track, and I do understand that it can be hard. And we'll move it on because people are here for debates, but I would warmly encourage you to stay in touch. Call in on one of the Friday after hours streams, which we normally do every other Friday, where it's not a debate show. And really, really happy to talk to you again.
Is that this Friday?
It won't be this Friday because I'm away from home at the moment. So I'll be back home on the 5th of August. So it'll either be the next Friday after that or the one after that. But I'll announce it. I'd be really, really happy to keep on talking to you about this. And I applaud you for your courage and your intellectual honesty. It's really nice to hear it, and we're all rooting for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Johnny. Take care.
All right. Yeah. I'll call in later.
100%.
Put it on my calendar.
Thanks. All the best. Good for him. Good for him. And it's hard, folks. It's hard, and I thought he expressed it beautifully. Sometimes your mind knows. I thought he said it in a really brilliant way. Like I really admire the fact that he was trying to kind of argue for the other side and evaluate the strength of the arguments on the other side. That's what
I went through that phase.
Yeah, you did too, didn't you, Sean? I really
There was a time Christianity fell away fairly quickly, but then I still believed in some sort of creator God, and I was able to pin down what kept me believing. Was just argument from incredulity, like life in the universe and existence is so profound and amazing. There has to be some thing, magical behind it, or what have you. But there was a time when I was struggling with what's keeping me believing, and I kept like hearing the arguments and trying to come up with strong arguments for, and I just couldn't. But after a while, I just had to realize, you know what? I don't have a good reason to believe this, and I don't believe it anymore.
Yeah. Well, good
So
for him.
I think he might be on that path.
It feels that way.
Yeah.
I think he's doing great. Ty Wolf is back in the TikTok comments. Atheism says everything is pure randomness, therefore there cannot be an objective truth. Where do these people come from? Where do they get their information?
I don't know.
Ty Wolf, whatever you're taking, you need to lower the dose or increase it. Okay, we are going to get Murphy in next. I'll read a couple more super chats first. We have got Buzz says John in goatee. Yes, John in beard. I haven't had a goatee in years and years, but not convinced about the facial hair. I hear you. As I said, it's not a style decision on my part. It's just me being lazy while I'm away. And Dancing Chipmunk says, shower example painful. Now I need a shower. It wasn't great, was it? It wasn't great. We've had the shower example, and we've had the building a bonfire, a fire example. And Moondog. Thank you for the $1 super chat without a message, but I appreciate that. And then Marduk, while Decipher of Truth was on, also sent a contribution. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that too. And your hot new girlfriend, similarly. I wonder if these things might have had emojis which haven't been preserved in my aggregator rather than that. So forgive me if I've missed any important information that came along with them, but I really appreciate the support and the super chats. And the messaging, I really do. Thank you. Davinia Hill. But John, did you consider etc., etc., etc.? I consider it all the time. And T says, had someone in the Discord ask if you use AI for your YouTube thumbnails? No, I do not use AI for my YouTube thumbnails. I use Adobe Express. So no, I don't. I do them all myself. It takes me ages, but I don't use AI for those things, no. Okay, let's get in Murphy next and keep things going over here. So far, the connection is all working, I'm very pleased to say, apart from an OBS crash. We seem to be all right.
Hi, John.
Hey,
Hi,
Murphy.
Sean.
How are you?
Hey,
Doing well. Do you mind what your background in terms of belief? Obviously, I know, Sean, you were grown up as a Christian, I believe, right?
so I would say grown up is a relative thing. I began my indoctrination was at age 9.
Okay.
So 9 through 11 with heavy, what do you call it, fundamentalist Seventh-day Adventists, and then moved away from them and still maintained I identified for a short time as a Seventh-day Adventist after that, but then later kind of morphed into like non-denominational Christian beliefs. I didn't know which denomination was right. I just believed that Jesus was Lord and Savior. I didn't think it mattered if you go to church on Saturday or Sunday, and etc.
Gotcha. Awesome. And John.
Never believe today.
Okay. Well, I just want to understand kind of the concepts of who I'm talking to. So,
Sure.
I guess.
He'll be back.
You cut out.
Sorry.
You might have got a call.
Yeah. He'll be back.
No.
There we go.
No. Can you hear me? Okay.
We got you back. Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Sure.
So I have served in the recovery community for 15 years, both as a person in recovery, in drugs, alcohol, and other things, and also served to support people. Faith is one of the things that is kind of central, that pretty much saves lives, in my opinion, after seeing 15 years of people holding on to their sobriety. I guess the last conversation that I heard before I was brought on, it sounds like you guys are evangelical for not believing in God. So my question is what good are you bringing,
Yeah.
I guess, to humanity?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so first of all, I'm not evangelical for not believing in God. I don't care what someone believes in. You want to believe in God? Good for you. Someone else wants to believe in God? Good for them. If the next guy wants to believe in the tooth fairy, good for him. I really don't care what people believe in. What I care about is harmful ideas. And believing in God is in and of itself not a harmful idea. But when it's connected to toxic theology, then it becomes harmful. And by toxic theology, I mean ideas like non-believers deserve to be punished, women are worth less than men, certain groups are God's chosen people, and people who aren't in those groups can be genocided or enslaved or could be at one point, and this was good. These are horrendous ideas, and particularly all the fear and shame and feelings of unworthiness that traditionally come with Christianity and other kind of high control religions. That's what I'm motivated to push back against. I really don't care what someone believes. But when your beliefs tell you that I deserve to go to hell, then we have a problem. When your beliefs tell you that other people deserve punishment because of who they love, then we have a problem. That's for me where the rubber meets the road. And so I'm not evangelical about there being no God. I don't care about that. I just want people to understand that not being convinced by things doesn't make them bad.
I respect that. That's fine. It sounded like you were really excited that this gentleman before me was kind of on the road of what you believe in.
I'm excited because he's being intellectually honest and brave. Wherever his inquiry takes him, good for him. The fact that he's willing to consider his beliefs from a position of intellectual honesty is what excites me. That's it.
I'm excited for him because I know what it's like to shed your mind of the fear shackles of hell, believing that these doubts that creep in, it's Satan talking to me, and feeling guilt and shame for just having an intellectual mind that's willing to evaluate what you believe and whether or not it's true, and having to constantly feel like I need to suppress doubt and not actually explore them. I'm excited for him to no longer have those fear shackles of like, you're bad for even questioning. And so, I'm happy that he's on a he has the freedom to have it and to intellectually pursue the truth.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I respond?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, so the unfortunate thing is anything touched by mankind is always going to get tainted, right? What I say by that is, unfortunately, we live in constructs and things, and we are submitted to religion inappropriately provided and religion definitely betrayed. All I want to say is this. For the same mechanism of you rejecting any sort of religion is the same mechanism that thrust upon religion. So I asked the concept of what is true undefiled religion?
I don't even know what you mean by all that. I was having a hard time following you. Can you follow him, John?
No, likewise. Can you ask it again in a different way?
Yes. So mankind has tainted religion, and mankind that rejects religion still has the same dirty hands. What is true, undefiled religion?
Without metaphors, please. So what do you mean has the same dirty hands? So here's the thing: either a God exists or a God doesn't.
I can answer.
I want to clarify my
What is
question.
true, undefiled religion?
I want to clarify my question. All right. So it is either the case that some God exists or multiple gods, or no gods exist. That is a true dichotomy. All right. A separate matter is whether it's actually rational to believe whether a God exists or doesn't. Discussing whether my hands are dirty or clean or using metaphor or what have you isn't addressing whether there is rational justification to warrant belief in a God. I'm for promoting rationality, sound epistemology, skepticism. That's what I'm an advocate for.
Can you respond and explain to me what sound epistemology is?
Sound epistemology is the philosophy of how you can know things. So basically what I'm saying is the application of logic and reason to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. That's all I care about. What's actually true.
Do you understand? Do you understand, in my opinion, respectfully, for you to be on one side of the fence and say, I know exactly until I don't know.
I don't say that.
No, listen, I apologize. You're on one side of the fence. You said, I don't believe in God. I denounce it. And I've not seen any evidence of it. And then for the other side of the fence to say, I believe in God, I've never seen it. Do you guys not find hypocrisy there?
Why?
No.
Where's the hypocrisy? We're not making any positive claims. We're just saying...
You are.
No, we're not.
No.
We're really genuinely not. So we're not saying there is no God. We're just saying, for me, I'm saying for myself, I'm not persuaded of any of these claims that I've heard about a God. I find them unpersuasive. It doesn't mean that the God doesn't exist. I'm just saying I have not so far seen any evidence that I find persuasive. Sean has not seen any evidence that he finds persuasive. Hundreds of other people listening to us right now have not found any evidence that they find persuasive. That's not a truth claim about reality. It's just a claim about what we find persuasive, and pushing back against the idea that fact, that lack of having been persuaded, has a moral component to it, that people who find themselves honestly unpersuaded deserve to be punished in some way, is something that any decent-minded person should be compelled to speak out against. I appreciate the fact that you're doing work in the recovery area. I'm sure you've helped a lot of people. I know that these kind of groups can be really helpful for people. I think that I have reservations about whether the best way to help people out of addiction is to teach them that they can't do it on their own, that they need some sort of magical spirit to help them do it.
Are you familiar with Bill Wilson and AA?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
Okay, so what it says, a higher power greater than us. It doesn't say anything else.
Okay,
so it's not about any religion.
That's fine. I still have a problem with that. I know people. Why? I know people who struggled to get out of addiction, appealing to a higher power because their brain was not convinced of the evidence about this higher power, and so it invalidated what they were being told in those programs. But when they went into more secular sobriety programs, like secular sobriety, who tell them you can find the strength in yourself to do this,
So
and you don't,
I have
and
been
you don't,
through.
and you don't
I've
need a
been in
higher
the
power.
recovery. I've been in the recovery community for 15 years. So
Right.
tell me how your experience
Right.
is
Does
going to
does AA
discredit
publish
mine.
their data?
Hang on a second. Even if they, I'm not saying that your experiences don't count. I'm saying that your experiences aren't all there is. There are some people. Hang on.
475 people sober for 3 years.
I'm delighted. I'm sure that your experiences are very meaningful, and as I said, I'm sure you've helped a lot of people. But it's not the only way, and there are other ways to help people too. This is why I said I have reservations about any organizations that tell people they need a higher power in order to get themselves out of a hole, that they can't find it within themselves to do it, is not a message that I particularly like, even though I grant that it helps lots of people to submit themselves to a higher power and say that they're helpless to do it on their own and they need a higher power. I grant that that's effective for some people.
It doesn't require that, by the way. All I'm telling you is that my experience has seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people.
I don't doubt it for one moment. I don't doubt it for a moment.
What's the percentage?
But what? Say again.
What's the percentage? What's the percentage of the success rate of? Because I've known tons of people that are in AA. One of them being my father, by the way, who died of alcoholism. So, but I want to know what's the actual percentage, because Alcoholics Anonymous does not publish them. So you're. No, I don't doubt some people join AA and get clean, but like, what's the success rate, and how does it?
Tell you what,
how does it compare to secular, like going to an actual addiction doctor?
I'll tell you something.
How does it compare?
I'll respond. If AA didn't exist, how many people do you think would have died since the 1940s up to this time?
I don't know. Maybe less, because who knows? Maybe hold on. You can't tell me, because if they didn't go to AA, no, you can't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. If you don't stop me from, if you don't, I'll let you. I'll finish what I'm saying. The reason you can't is because you can track how many people got clean. Like, if you can even get reliable numbers, because I just looked it up to confirm. AA doesn't publish them. But like, even if you had reliable data, you don't know what methods those people would have, alternative methods to AA, those people would have sought, how many of them would have sought alternative treatment, or if the alternative treatment would have been more successful than the AA program itself. Like, maybe they would have ended up in front of an actual medical doctor professional who would have gotten and received secular care, and maybe less people would have died. I don't know the answer to that.
You want to filibuster still, or do you want me to go ahead, because I'm the expert?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. But address what I said.
Alcoholic father, but you want to be the expert, right? So I'll let you filibuster. Keep going.
Murphy, you can never make the claim you're making. What the claim you're making out of the gate is bullshit.
Right now,
to say this number of people would not be alive but for AA is a bullshit claim. You can never say that.
Right now, in the North American chapters of every AA, there are over 3 million people that go to meetings. So if you want to say that 3 million people today, because of AA, would go to doctors and other types of things, what are you talking about?
How many of the 3 million will drink again?
We probably all will, but that's not the question.
It's a very important one.
I think we've also drifted very, very far from what the topic is about here. This is not a discussion about how effective AA is. We've granted that for some people it's helpful, for some people it's not helpful. You don't have access to the information because AA don't publish their recidivism rates. Because AA don't publish their recidivism rates, we can never know the percentage of people
you and John apparently need to start
for whom this is less helpful than hang on.
And John, you guys need to start your own organization to help.
Chill. Because they don't publish those data, we can never know exactly how many people may, as Sean said, have found other avenues of therapy more effective or less effective. We don't know, because the data are hidden from us. So we can agree that for some people, AA is helpful. For some people, AA is not helpful. All of that has precisely nothing to do with the topic of our discussion, which is whether a good God could punish people for non-belief. So, Murphy, it sounds to me like that isn't something that you really want to have a conversation about today. Is there anything else you'd like to say which is closer to the topic of the actual discussion?
I would. So the reason why I even brought that up is because, again, I apologize, but I'm very passionate about AA. I don't believe that you guys are doing anything to help the recovery community as it relates to any faith whatsoever, regardless if it's Christian, Muslim, Hindu. However, what I will say is that's a very important thing that I've seen many people recover from. However, I will say this. I felt like you guys were evangelical about having somebody to be absolutely atheistic
No.
because you encouraged him. Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I understand. You have an agenda.
We encourage
You're
we
here.
encourage people away from high control religious doctrines that make them feel shame and fear. That's my agenda. Pretty good one.
What is true undefiled religion?
I still don't understand
asked this question
what that.
before.
But I don't care what religion is. I'm really not care. I really don't care about how we're defining words. I care about ideas and the impact that those ideas have on human beings. Now, whether you want to call those ideas true, undefiled religion or something else, I really, really don't care. I care about children being terrified about hell. I care about gay people being told that they are bad because of who they are and what they are and who they love. I care about books that tell people that they can be convicted by their thoughts. Convicted and sentenced forever because of the contents of their own minds. That is disgusting. Now, whether you want to call that true undefiled religion or whether you want to say that this is a bastardization of religion that's occurred, I can read it in the book myself. I can read the Bible. I've read John 3:18. I've read Mark 16:16. I've read Revelation. I know what the book says. These are not mischaracterizations of the book. These are the book. I've also read the verses in the Quran that say the same kind of thing about people who don't accept the authority of the Quran and the message of Muhammad, and how we are going to have the flesh burnt from our bones and replaced again and again so it can be reburnt. These are the ideas I'm pushing back against. That's it. So
do you believe that do you believe, Sean and John, that you guys have been beneficiaries of a Christian culture?
Irrelevant. I think that we've been helped by a Christian culture. I think there have been things that have come out of the culture that were contributed by Christians, and I think that there are things where there are elements of our culture where Christianity impeded progress for a very, very long time in areas like scientific progress or women's rights or slavery or things like that. So I think it's more nuanced than that. And you know what? Even if it were true that we were the beneficiary of things from a Christian culture, that's still got absolutely nothing at all to do with whether it's true or whether the ideas within it are harmful. And that's what we're pushing back against. So, Murphy, we're going to move it on because we have a few.
One more second.
Last thing to say, because we're all over the map on this.
That's fine. It's okay. So a doctor who has an experience and an education must be perfect.
That's completely irrelevant.
No, you're asking because a Christian who believes in something must execute it perfectly.
I don't think that Christianity can be executed perfectly. I think the most perfect way to execute Christianity is to leave it because it's a pile of absolute nonsense. So I don't know what you're saying.
You said you were the beneficiary of it, though, right?
Yeah, I'm going to share.
No, he didn't say that.
I said that we may be the beneficiary of some aspects of it, but I think there's nothing that Christianity offers that you can't get elsewhere. Nothing.
So where do we go when we abandon?
Humanism, compassion, reason, enlightenment values. I'm just going to read you this before you go. So this is a message from DJ Hibernate. It says, atheist in 12-step recovery, no God necessary. Let me just find this here, sorry.
There's a higher power. It's not a God. It's a higher power.
No God necessary. I do what is asked of me. I clean my house. I help others. And I'm part of a community. I'm performing acts of humility, personal responsibility, and selflessness, period. Very, very good indeed.
That's not from the AA book.
Well, you know, the point is that the AA book ain't the only show in town. But anyway, we're not going to relitigate that again. Murphy, thanks for coming up to talk to us. Appreciate it. All the best.
I appreciate it.
Sure. Unconvinced. All right, there goes Murphy, and we're going to get Moss Mighty in next, but I'll just read a couple of super chats. Thank you for that one, by the way. That was awesome. So Tim, great to see Tim, says, let's just get rid of that. Your own example caller, learning new math and it making sense. The sense is the part you can't control. Being convinced is our part. This was, of course, why we were speaking to decipher the truth earlier on. And let's just move this over here so we can read these more clearly. And Babs, very good to see you. Great to see you too, Babs. Hope you're doing well and feeling well as well. I know you weren't tip-top the other week, but I hope you're doing okay, Babs. Great to have you around. Bethel says, is it Tuesday already? I wish. Yeah, thank you for bearing with me with like funny dates and times and stuff while I'm away. I really appreciate it. Normal service will resume once I get back to the UK. I'll be back on the 5th of August. So we'll get back into things very, very quickly after that. And then we'll be back to the regular timetable and the regular stuff. And Tim says, congratulations, heard you got cast as Ghost Rider. What is that this? Yeah, that would be me. And Dirty Pickle, great name. Love the show. Just my one bitch to the inner circle. Maybe not kick so many guests. Most of them need the educated pushback they won't get anywhere else, and I come here for the barbecue. Well, thanks. You know what? If the inner circle are stepping in too quickly, that's on me. It's my fault because I calibrate the number of inner circle votes required to boot a guest. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, the inner circle is the top tier of the membership, which is available to YouTube and TikTok members. By the way, is not operational today. When I'm in my normal streaming environment, inner circle members can vote on any given caller, and if a certain number of them vote to remove a caller, then the kill switch is activated, the funny trumpet music plays, and the conversation ends. If it's happening too quickly, it's because I haven't set the threshold high enough. I think at the moment it's 12, something like that, which means it needs 12 votes. I might have upped it to 15, I can't remember. But I generally try to keep it at about a third of the membership. So it might be that it's too low and I need to up it a little bit. But I hear what you're saying. It is sometimes frustrated when I'm just lining up someone for the moment, for the slam dunk, and the inner circle step in. But that's they're there to stop me overindulging, because sometimes I let people go on beyond their welcome as well. But I appreciate the feedback. And two more, and then we'll get Moss Mighty in. Ivy Ann, great to see you, Ivy. Leaving religion is a bit like, bless you, a bit like the Hokey Cokey song, more out than in these days. Thanks, guys. Well, we hear you, and I totally understand that's a bit in and out sometimes for a while you're trying to figure out exactly what works for you and where your head is at with this stuff. That's a very common part of the process. So keep on going, and the song will be over soon, and a better song will start, I'm sure. And the last message for now, Bethos said, John not using, thank you Bethos, by the way, John not using AI thumbnails was my initial inclination to click on my first JC video. I didn't know that, thank you. Too much AI slop out there. Real thumbnails are so much better. Thank you. I quite enjoy doing the thumbnails. It takes me a while. I mean, my sort of process of figuring out which conversations to clip and which ones to edit and putting them all together and doing the thumbnails. It's a labor of love. It is a full-time job, but I enjoy doing it, and yeah, it's part of the process. Okay, let's get in Moss Mighty, and then we've got Alex after that. And if you're waiting in the queue, thank you for waiting. You'll see we don't let conversations drag on and on here. So if you are in the queue, bear with, and we will get to you, I promise. Hey, Moss, how are you?
Hello, John. It's great to see you. My
Hello.
first time here.
Welcome. Just getting your name up on the board. Right, there you go. Thank you for waiting. What would you like to say?
I think in regards to the question you have here, I have a feeling you don't have a distinction between non-believers and disbelievers.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible makes no such distinction. And for anyone who was wondering what that means, it could be said that a non-believer is someone who's just unconvinced, and a disbeliever is someone who actually makes the positive claim, this is false. What I would say, for a point of clarity, is I am a non-believer with respect to like any conceivable deity. So there may be some version of a God that exists. I have no idea. I have no reason to think there is. So technically, I'm a non-believer there. But with respect to the Bible God, the God of the Bible, I would say I'm a disbeliever. That God does not exist, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, with my first analysis, I think that you are not an atheist. You're just a non-Christian.
I am an atheist because I am without a belief in any God. That makes me not a theist, and we have a word for people who aren't theists. It's atheist.
Yeah, but I mean, in my religion, my scripture has this clear distinction between the two. I mean, in my Quran, I mean, I'm a Muslim, by the way. My Quran, chapter 17, verse 15, says that whoever chooses to be guided, it is only for their own good. And whoever chooses to stray, it is for their own loss. No soul will burden with a sin will bear the burden of another. This part talks about crucifixion, means that your sin will not gonna take it for another one. You're responsible for your own sins. And
That doesn't even address belief, though.
Yes, and we will never punish a people until we send a messenger. So meaning this, for the people that we call them non-believers, they are protected by this verse in particular. So
Do you mean people who have never heard the word? Like there's a cutout for people who have never been proselytized to appropriately by a Muslim?
Many parts, like you have the people who never heard the message. You have the people who...
Yeah. I'm just trying to cut to the meat here. I have been on multiple occasions proselytized to by Muslims who told me about the word, invited me to accept Islam, et cetera, None of them convinced me. So am I spared hell or do I go to hell?
And it's up to the one who gave the message to you. Is it perfect? Is it clear? If it wasn't, then on the day of judgment, you will have a special kind of judgment, different from normal people.
So is it my choice? So let's say somebody gave me. I'll tell you what. Why don't you right now give us a message that is clear? Because I want to be without excuse.
I mean, I cannot bear that responsibility, man. People have to be extremely knowledgeable about their religion. I have, but I'm not professional level, so to speak.
So wouldn't it be better for those people? So those people who are professional level, wouldn't it be better that they don't proselytize? Because some of the people that they proselytize to will be convinced, and some people will not. Right?
Em's in the
go
house.
for it, Ems.
It's a complete honesty, and only God knows what's in your heart. If you was convinced by the message, was the message received to you in a perfect way, and yet you deny it, at that point, yes, you are in big trouble on the day of judgment.
Yeah, sure. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, was the message given to the prophet's parents?
To who?
The prophet's parents.
Prophet's parents?
Were they given the message?
No, they were disbelievers.
But were they given the message?
No, the message started with him. He's the
so
one.
Why did he say that both his parents are in hell?
Because they were disbelievers.
And they never got the message.
No, it's a way from God to show you that just because you are the parents of a prophet,
sure, but they never got the message.
You don't get to have a free ticket just because you have
the point is, they never got the message, and they're still in hell.
No, the message was there. The message.
You said they didn't have the message.
You're mixing between message and religion. Religion started with Prophet
I asked you
Muhammad.
message.
The message was ever existing.
Was it given to them?
It's between them and their God. If they
but the prophet said they're in hell Number one. Number two, they lived in Arabia at the time where Christianity and Judaism were corrupted. So what message was there?
The message is to believe in one God. One God.
And who gave it? Sure, and who gave it?
The message was clear.
And who gave it?
One God.
And who gave it? Because they lived in a polytheistic society where Christianity and Judaism were corrupted.
I'm not talking about the religion. You are mixing between religion.
Okay, who gave them the message? Was there a prophet between Jesus and Muhammad?
His grandfather. His grandfather
His
was
grandfather?
a believer. Yes, was a believer, but here
His grandfather
parents-
became a believer after their death.
No, he was
Yes.
a believer.
He
was a
became a believer after their death.
No, he was a
Yes.
believer, but
He was a believer. Show me a source, please.
what?
Show me a source that the prophet's grandfather, was a believer. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about his parents. It's a
His
thing
grandfather.
let me finish. It's a relationship between God and his servants. If
Sure,
he-
but I'm asking you, what message was given to them? Who gave them the message?
The message was perfect clear to worship
By
one
who?
God. That's the message.
By who?
From start
Who
to
gave
finish.
it to them? Who gave it to them? There wasn't a prophet between Jesus and Muhammad, and they lived in a society of polytheists where Christianity and Judaism were corrupted, so nobody knew the truth.
No, there was a part
Yes.
of the.
Who
there
knew the
was a
truth?
part.
Do you have any source that anybody at the time was worshipping a monotheistic, outside of Christianity and Judaism, monotheistic Abrahamic religion?
No, there wasn't. It was
There
only.
wasn't. So how would they know?
It was only
And
the
what message? Who gave it to them?
It was ever living. Although there was a
And
corrupt.
sure, so sure then the same would apply. The same would apply to a random tribe in the Amazon. The message is ever living. They don't need a messenger. The message is always there. They should just find it.
The message cannot exist without a messenger.
Then who was the messenger? Go ahead.
There was approximately 167,000 messengers across history.
Sure, no, sure. But at the time of the prophet's parents, who was the messenger?
I cannot name you 167,000
I
messengers.
didn't. Is that what I asked?
It was one
My
of them.
my question was very obvious. No, he wasn't one of them, because what we do know is that there was no messenger between Jesus and Muhammad.
There was only four.
There is no messenger between Jesus and Muhammad. He said that the previous messenger before Muhammad was Jesus. So there's 600 years in which there is no messenger. Who was the person that gave the message to Muhammad's parents that caused them to disbelieve and go to hell?
There was no messenger between
Then
Muhammad.
how's their message?
The message is ever living from
And who gave it to them?
Jesus. From Jesus.
Sure, and who?
to Muhammad.
Sure, but it was corrupted. So how would they know?
Part of it was corrupted. There are many
no.
parts in the current Bible. There are many parts in the current Bible.
Nope.
Is true.
Not
There
a
has-
single
there
part.
has
Not a
not
single
been
part of the Bible. Not a single part of the Bible, according to Islamic, like if you follow the Islamic narrative, not a single bit of the Bible would be still the same today, because the Bible is spoken of as if a person is writing what God has said. But the Bible, when it came down, or the Injil, when it came down, it would have been God's direct words. So no, it cannot be God's direct words. The entire Bible is replaced.
No, it was never replaced. You cannot replace
Yes, it
it
was.
from scratch.
Yes, it was. Again, the Bible or the Injil would have been the words of God. The Bible today doesn't have any words of God. It has people transmitting the words of God, but it doesn't have the words of God.
All the Bible, the cause of the corruption, because people didn't like what God ordered them to do, so they snipped something.
Could you repeat what I
out of
said?
it.
Could you repeat what I said?
No,
Then why are you responding to something you don't even know?
I responded to the 4 points you mentioned earlier.
What are the points? Go ahead.
Because you keep interrupting me, and you
Because
keep
you're not
giving me
answering anything.
words.
You're not even listening.
Because you're
the
interrupting.
Bible, you're not listening. I'm interrupting your answer
How
to
can
something I
I
didn't ask.
answer when
I'm
you keep
interrupting,
when you
Habibi.
constantly keep
I'm
interrupting?
interrupting the answer to a question I didn't ask.
why do you want me to answer when you don't want me to?
Because you
talk?
didn't answer a question that I asked. You're answering a question you made up.
Okay. Let's try from scratch.
Okay. So again,
Have a
was
question.
the Injil the words of God, the literal words of God?
Was the words of God?
So it was the literal word of God in the same way the Quran is.
Yep.
So it would have been God speaking in the first person.
Yes.
Okay. Find me a single passage in the Bible today that is not a human quoting God.
How we can never be sure. We can
No,
never
you
be
can't. You
100%
can't
sure.
find. No, you can't find a single verse in the Bible that is attributed to God Himself. It is a human paraphrasing God. So the entire Bible would have been replaced, not just corrupted.
Of course, because God can never write something with His own hand or directly.
That is not what I
in paper.
said. That is not what I said. Please focus on what I said. I said it is paraphrased. It is a person quoting God. So, for example, if I write in a book, and God told us in the Quran that there's only one God, is that the Quran?
No.
Okay. So when the Bible says God said so and so, is that the Injil?
No, there is a verse
Okay.
from a book. We don't know what it is.
Okay. So now that is essentially what the Bible is. It's humans writing what they think God has said. But it is not the words of God in the same way that the Quran says, I am God, worship me. It's humans saying, and then God said, and the Bible is, and then God said so and so. Not God is saying so and so.
Can you say the same thing about the Quran?
No. Because
Why?
the Quran is attributed to God.
No, it's a direct word of God.
Yes. Now the Bible doesn't have any direct word of God.
So there is a difference.
Yes, which is why the entire Bible would have been replaced.
But the Quran didn't.
Yes, which I don't care about. I'm telling you that the Bible would have necessarily been entirely replaced.
Okay. And here you are convinced that the Quran is not, hasn't been replaced, and yet you don't want to accept it.
Are you listening to what I said?
You said that yes,
You
haven't been replaced. It's a direct word of God.
Yeah, Habibi.
The point of you don't care.
The point of me saying that is because you said that the Bible is partially corrupted. No, the Bible would have been completely replaced, meaning that the parents of the prophet had no access to God's words.
Yes, you say that, but you have to understand the Bible has been translated so many times.
I agree.
Currently, you have 50,000 copies of it.
Sure. Which means that the parents of the prophet had no access to the message of God.
Yes, it came directly from God. You don't need passages.
How would they know?
Yet, how did they know? You have to read the Quran.
The Quran didn't exist. The Quran didn't exist.
Yes, but it is an evidence.
So how would they read it? Sure, but how would they read it? Sure, but how would they read something that didn't exist?
What?
How would the parents of the prophet read something that didn't exist?
No, it wasn't a scripture. There was no such thing as scripture in the time of the parents.
So how would they know that there's a message?
There is just a message.
How would they have it?
Someone came
to the last messenger before the prophet was 600 years before. So how would they know?
Because people can remember it.
Can remember it.
Transmit it. Someone tell you something, you remember it, and you tell it to someone else. That's how message transmitted.
Sure, and how would they validate that?
How did they validate it?
People say lots of things.
Concept.
Are you supposed to just believe everything that? But are you supposed to just believe everything that everyone tells you? Is that the idea?
No, because there is no harm in believing in one God.
Yes, there is. If there is two gods, then believing in one God is ending you up in hell.
No, there is no. What do you mean by that?
You could be believing in the wrong God.
Yeah.
If
I believe in one God, then that God is Ra, and Ra is not God, then I'm going to end up in hell.
No, you have to if they don't give you a name, you just believe in one God. You don't know its name. You don't know how it looked like. You don't know anything about it.
It is not enough to end up in heaven.
That is enough
to end up in heaven.
That is enough for you to go to heaven.
Nope, it is not. Do you know why? Because again, Islam is not the only monotheistic religion.
again, Islam didn't exist in the time of parents, so they have what they call, they have a reason to not be in hell.
Then why are they
God,
now?
because they received the message and denied it.
Could you show that they received the message? Go ahead. Do you
How
have
can
any
you-
evidence? Do you have any evidence of a monotheistic following or message at the time of the Prophet's parents? Because there is none.
Okay, you're confusing again between scripture and message. Message
I'm not
is
asking
just
for
words.
scripture. I said, do you have any evidence
I
of anyone
said yes,
following the
yes.
message?
That's
Show me.
that's
Go
what
ahead.
I'm
Show me.
saying to you.
Yeah, show me.
That's
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying to you. There is no scripture at the time of
I
parents.
didn't
There
ask for a
was no
scripture.
scripture.
I didn't ask for a scripture, which is
You
why you're
said
not
you
listening.
want-
I said,
just
do you have
said you want
evidence of a
scripture.
message? Of a message. I didn't say scripture. The word scripture didn't come out of my mouth. I said, do you have evidence of a message or a group of people following this message?
No,
Then how do you know they got the message?
because God said so.
God doesn't say so.
No, because God said so. You know why?
He
Because
doesn't.
God, everything God said in the scripture turns out to be true. So how can
Proof?
we be wrong about this one
Proof?
thing in particular?
Because he's always wrong.
In what example?
In various examples. Which one do you want?
Just whatever you floats your boats.
Sure. Your God thinks that the earth was made before the universe.
Verse?
Fusilat 9 to 12. 41, 9 to 12.
Chapter 9:12.
No. 41 and 9 to 12.
Chapter 41.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me search. 41, 12.
Uh-huh. And your prophet was granted the knowledge of how gender is determined in the womb, and according to the prophet, if a woman ejaculates more in volume than a man, then the child becomes a woman.
41:12.
And in another variation of the hadith, in Bukhari, that one was in Muslim. In Bukhari, another variation says, whoever ejaculates first decides the resemblance.
Okay, just one by one.
Yeah, go ahead.
41:12.
Could you
he
put it on the
formed
screen?
heaven. So he formed the heaven into 7 heavens in 2 days, assigning to each its mandate, and we don't adorn
You're
the
reading.
lowest
I'm
heaven.
pretty sure you're reading 12.
You said 41:12.
9 till 12. There's a 9 there.
41:9 till 12.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back.
Could you put it on the screen, John?
I'm not sure I can. I'm sort of mobile and not particularly well set up here. And I can possibly try,
worries.
but it's a little fragile.
Everything's very
It's fine.
close up and expanded, so it might not
Okay,
present
it's
well.
so 41:9. Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in the one who created earth in 2 days, and how can you set up equals with him?
Yeah.
What is the Lord of all lords?
Yeah.
He placed on the earth firm mountains standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all its means of sustenance, totaling 4 days exactly for all who ask. Do you refer this 4 days to the earth or the mountains?
I don't care.
Okay, bro, then what's the point in talking to you?
Because you're not listening.
The
Because it's
4
like speaking
days
to a child. You're
referring-
not listening. It has nothing to do with the days.
Okay, you just said
It has to do with the temporal, again, sequence of events. It has nothing to do with the days. Because I didn't mention the days. Could you
Okay,
stop listening to the apologetics in your head that you have memorized and actually engage?
one by one. Relax,
go ahead.
one by one.
Uh-huh.
You said Earth was created before the universe.
Yes.
Right? Where is it here? I don't see it.
Because you're not reading.
11 and 12.
Okay, 11 and 12. 11. Then he turned towards the heaven when it was still like smoke. Stay into it and into earth. Submit willing or unwillingly. They both responded, we submit willingly. Okay, where's the issue here?
Continue reading.
Okay. So he formed the heaven into 7 heavens in 2 days, assigning to each its mandate, and we adorn the lowest heaven with stars, like lamps for beauty and for protection. That is the design of the Almighty.
What is the lowest heaven?
The lowest heaven,
Uh-huh.
the sky,
And that is what?
the atmosphere,
What is another word for it?
all the way to the stratosphere.
No. The lowest heaven is the Sama Dunya, which means the entirety of the heaven of Earth, meaning the universe. Anything you can see in the sky is within the Sama Dunya, which is from the name.
Okay, so let me educate you a bit over
You're not going to educate me on my language, but sure, go ahead.
Just listen. I speak Arabic. I can't.
طب جميل إذا السماء الدنيا هي كل ما يرى في السماء. You should know that.
Just listen.
It is not the stratosphere, but sure.
Okay, listen. When God talks about how He created Earth, and when He talks about heavens, He refers to the 7 layers of the sky.
No,
Okay. Okay. And why He refers to?
you're simply just confused. It is not
Okay.
talking about the 7 layers of the atmosphere.
Okay. Okay. What He refers to?
As when he says the 7 heavens, he's referring to the levels of heavens on Earth, like on top of the earth. So the first heaven is the Sama Dunya. Then the second heaven, the third heaven, third heaven, fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh, and on top of that is his throne, and on top of that is him. It is not talking about the layers of the atmosphere.
Okay. So for some reason, you're talking about the first heaven is our sky, and
It is the universe. It's the universe.
Third, and second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth, so all the way is
Those are where the paradises
all
are.
of them are universe.
No, those are where the paradises are.
Okay, where did you get that from?
The Quran.
How did
Where
you
it
get that
says,
from?
where it says, وَزَيَّنَّا السَّمَاءَ الدُّنْيَا بِمَصَابِيحَ وَجَعَلْنَاهَا رُجُومًا لِلشَّيَاطِينِ. What are the مصابيح?
Okay, so he
So
said
what are the
Sama,
مصابيح?
said heavens.
Yes. What is المصابيح?
Sabih. It's the stars.
Say that again.
The rocks that follow in meteorites.
So مصابيح just means meteorites. It doesn't mean نجوم وكواكب وأي شيء في السماء.
So you
It doesn't mean that.
genuinely believe God sends millions of kilometers wide stars on Earth.
That is what the Quran says, yes.
Okay,
And also
I
the
just
Quran
can't-
also says that زينا السماء الدنيا بكواكب. So
Okay,
what are كواكب?
لا, no. You
It
said
does.
that-
What are كواكب?
said
It says مصابيح and it says كواكب. What are كواكب?
No. You said that God rained stars on Earth.
Yes. And stars here, where it says نجوم doesn't just mean star. The word نجوم in Arabic, as you would know if you do speak Arabic, it at the time of classical language would have referred to anything that is shining in the sky. In the same way that you could refer to Venus as a najm, or you could refer to the sun itself as a kawkab.
I don't get
Which is-
where you get that. I have
It's basic classical Arabic.
I
you
have
said you speak it.
tafsir in front of me.
Tafsir agree with me, but
I
apparently you
have
don't read them.
English translations all over me. right
Tafsir
here.
agree with me again.
It never says
Tafsir,
what you're saying.
yes, it does. You're just a liar. That's why. It
I
says it
can-
all the time. You can literally just look up again. معنى كواكب في اللغة العربية.
Swear to
You can-
Allah.
again,
I swear. It's
I don't care about you
everything.
swearing. You're a liar. Again, you can simply just look up the word كوكب أو النجم في القرآن. معنى it's going to tell you that كوكب النجم is any illuminating object in the sky.
Okay. I don't see why you're saying this.
It's basic
Wait.
Arabic, which you would know if you spoke Arabic, which you don't.
ثم استولى إلى السماء وهي دخان فقال لها وللأرض آتيا طوعا أو كرها قالتا أتينا طائعين.
Uh-huh.
Where did you say? It doesn't say what you're saying.
What did I say and what is it saying? Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a clear reason, there's a clear proof of you're looking for something that can make you think that you're right about the Quran and the Quran is false. Like you have here, for example, I don't even have to go.
Could you answer
any
my
other
question?
way.
Again, I asked you, what did I say and what is it saying that is opposing me? Go ahead.
I just told you, it doesn't say
You
what you're
didn't.
saying.
It is. You're just not reading it. Because apparently you don't know how to read.
Okay, give me the verse.
Again, 41, 9 till 12. It tells you specifically, you know what, even do me a favor. Read Tafsir of verse 11 and show me what the Tafsir says. Because what the Tafsir is going to tell you is that the heavens, whereas the heavens itself, meaning the universe, and the paradises were formed from the smoke that resulted from the evaporation of the water on the earth. Then that, yes, in Ibn Kathir and Al-Qurtubi and Al-Tabari, this is just generally like accepted Islamic mythology.
But I wonder...
That the universe was the evaporation of the water on the earth. But you wouldn't know that, because apparently you had the tafsir in front of you.
Yes, I have the tafsir.
Then read it. Then read it. Then read it.
Up and down.
Then
Up
read
and
it.
down.
Then read it. Really, then you're a liar. Because I can show it on the screen.
I do wonder, though, Moss, if we've perhaps drifted away from where we started, which was this idea of...
We have drifted away like a mile.
But hang on, it's still relevant. It's the idea of God punishing people for not believing the right things. And this is a silly idea, because you may find yourself persuaded by the idea that this book is infallible and true, but Ems is not persuaded by it, I'm not persuaded by it, Sean's not persuaded by it, and millions of other people aren't persuaded by it. So don't you think that if God wanted to persuade people of his existence, he could come up with a more effective method than writing a book that a significant proportion of the world's population would not be persuaded by? Is that the best he could do?
Come on, John. Of course, like mentioning that semen comes from between your backbone and your
He's not
ribs is
persuaded.
Right. Yeah.
He's not persuaded because Allah doesn't want him to be.
But it's full.
Yeah,
we
because
would agree with that. We would definitely agree with that. Allah clearly doesn't want people to be persuaded. So then he's going to stop people being persuaded by writing a book full of mistakes and then interfering with their free will to allow them only to be persuaded if he wants them to. And then he's going to punish them for not being persuaded. And this strikes you as being morally coherent, does it?
Okay, here's an example here. I'm going to give you the verse you try to use to show a mistake in the Quran, and I'm use it the same
You're
way.
You're not addressing what John said.
I just asked you a question.
Could you put me on the screen, please?
It's an example. I'm going to it. I'm just giving you the verse, and then I will go to your question. In chapter 41,
Could you put me on the screen?
11. What?
I'm going to have you read something.
In chapter 41:10, he said,
John, put me on the
He
screen.
placed on the earth firm mountains, standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all its means of sustenance, totally for 4 days exactly. So, what did he say in this verse?
You read, please.
So for people on YouTube who can't see this at the moment, Ems is just showing some scripture, I guess.
I'm showing that he's lying about the tafsir, because apparently he has it in front of him and he can't read it. Could you read, please, Moss?
Read 41:10.
Could you read this? Go ahead.
Okay, let me see. وقوله ثم استوى إلى السماء وهي دخان وهو بخار الماء المتصاعد من حين خلقت الأرض فقال لها وللأرض آتيا طوعا أو كرها أي استجيبا لأمري وانفعلا لفعلي طائعتين أو مكرهتين. قالت ثوري. No. I don't recognize this guy as a form.
This is Ibn Kathir, by the way.
No. I don't recognize that guy.
This is Ibn
No.
Kathir.
Who's the Thawri?
Who's he? بينقل عنه is Ibn Abbas. Again, a guy that is بينقل عن Ibn Abbas.
No. Just because we don't accept any tafsir from this guy. This guy Thawri, I don't accept
Then
him.
who is he? Go ahead.
I don't accept him.
Who is he?
Who's what?
Who's the Thawri?
I don't accept the Thawri. He has many
Again,
mistakes.
okay, sure. He has many mistakes. Tell me some of the mistakes. Go ahead.
No, he has an agenda about the Quran. He wants to explain it in his own desire. I don't accept it.
Give me an example of him going against the Salaf. Go ahead.
I don't have to read it.
No, you are, because you're lying. Because you don't even know who the fuck he is.
No.
Yes, you don't know who he is. Could you tell me what generation he was? Can you tell me what generation he was? Can you tell me what generation he was? What generation was he? Sure, but what generation was he?
I don't know, and I don't want to. I don't
You
want
don't
to know
know.
anything
Then
about him.
how do you know that
I don't want.
he has an agenda? Then you're
I don't
lying.
want.
Then you're simply just lying.
Why do I need to hear about
Because you're a
someone who's got an
liar.
agenda?
Because you're a liar. He doesn't have an agenda. You're just a liar. You
You're
don't even know who
following
he
him
is.
for the same. You're proving me right
How?
because you're following his tafsirs.
Is this his tafsir?
I just read قال الثوري.
Did you finish reading?
I don't want to. The moment
Because you're stupid.
I
That's why.
the moment I
Because
read
he was
the
telling you.
I
He was
just
telling you.
click off.
You
I
don't
just
even know
click
who he
off.
is.
I exit. I don't want to.
Because you don't.
I
Because you
want
don't
to hear
even
this
know who he
tafsir.
is. Because you don't even know who he is, and it's not his tafsir. This is Ibn
I don't
Kathir,
want
and
to.
he's giving you a transmission from Ibn
No.
Abbas.
So, chaps,
No, I don't.
we've reached the
Just stupid, as I said.
we've reached the half-hour mark, which is really where we tend to tie up most conversations so that it doesn't get too boring for the audience to listen to any one conversation
of course.
go too far. So, Moss, I think disagreements about the specific contents of particular scriptures aside, I don't think that you managed today to touch on the core idea, which is that for a God to fail so spectacularly at making himself known to his creation and then punish them for not having the information that he chose not to give them means that he's either evil or incompetent. Those are the only two choices. And that's, I think, where we'll leave it for now. But
Okay, I can have my final point on your question, then I can go away. In regards to your questions, no, God can never punish someone just simply because being a non-believer. It's an unfair judgment, but he punished the people who received the message in a perfect way, in an accurate way, because he knows what's in our heart.
Sure.
He knows that you definitely accepted the message in your heart, but you lied about it.
Okay.
And you
So this is your version of
denied it.
Romans 1 of telling people what's in their minds, and then where the
not
rubber
telling you what's in there.
where the rubber meets the road then becomes who gets to decide that somebody else received the message in a perfect way. Is it the person who received the message and is unconvinced by it, or is it the people who delivered the message who have decided it was perfect, or the people who didn't deliver the message that have decided that a message that somebody else delivered was perfect? All of it, I'm sure you'll agree, extremely silly. But thanks for coming up anyway. To fight.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Moss.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ems. As always, a pleasure to watch you cook, my friend.
Of course.
Thanks, buddy.
It's by the way, the thing he was reading was saying specifically that that the smoke that the universe was at was the result of, again, the evaporated water from the surface of the earth forming the smoke of the universe.
Okay.
And then that was layered into layers, which made the universe and then made the heavens and the paradises. And what he was talking about, you know how hadiths have like a chain of narration, like so and so said so and so and said so and so and said so and so.
Yeah.
Athawri is one of the most respected scholars in jurisprudence. He's accepted by literally everybody. He doesn't just have a random agenda. He doesn't even know who he is. And he doesn't, saying that he has an agenda and he doesn't even know which era he was at is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Because this was a guy who lived, very close to the time of the Prophet, and he knew people who knew the Prophet.
Right. Yeah.
And he was transmitting from the cousin of the Prophet. So the explanation was by the cousin of the Prophet. So it wasn't his explanation.
Yeah, it sucks to be saying that person's not trustworthy, even though I don't have a clue who they are.
Easy.
Yeah,
That was wild.
that's not a win.
That was
That's
wild.
not a
That
win-
person
not a
has
win.
an agenda. That person this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, who is he? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Thank you, Ems, as always, friend.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Good to see you. Thanks. Ems, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. There is only one Ems. Okay, we are going to get Alex in next, who's been waiting super patiently. I'm going to read a few super chats and then we'll get Alex in. Bear with me 2 seconds. First one is going to be Ontological Shock. Great to see you. Yay for John and Sean. It's been weird not seeing your live stream the last few days. Hope your trip in the USA is going well. Happy Monday. Thank you so much. Great to see you too. Always appreciate having you around. And Indentured Cervix, your name will never, ever get old. Thank you for the super chat. It just occurred to me that if Christians agree that belief is not a choice, they lose the credit and the illusion that they chose God's way. Exactly. And that's why they fight tooth and claw to hold on to the idea that you can just choose what you find convincing, which is patent nonsense, obviously. And Tim said, when your beliefs tell me what I can't do, problem. Exactly right. That's when we were speaking to Murphy, the recovery person. You believe whatever you want. Anyone can believe whatever you want. Just don't be telling me what I have to do, how I have to live, what I'm supposed to believe, and what's going to happen to me if I don't believe the same things as you. Then we have a problem. And last one for now. Yep. Lost Goat says, thanks for keeping it real, John. Well, thank you. We certainly try. Certainly try to do that here. Okay, let us, as promised, get in Alex. And then after Alex, we did have who had was in the queue but has now dropped out. So we'll have the next guest after Alex will probably be Abdur after that. But let's see. We may need Ems back again. Let's see. Right. Alex has joined coming in right now. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you for waiting so patiently. We appreciate that. You're up.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I don't disagree with the statement on the screen. I don't think that a good God would actually send anybody to hell, and I'm a Christian.
Okay.
But it's like a path thing.
So is this just a variation of the you send yourself, God doesn't send you there way?
I don't want to say it is, but it is. And at the same time, your statement is not incorrect. So that's kind of all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little messy, isn't it? Because however we phrase it, whether we phrase it as God sends you there, or whether we phrase it like God has set it all up so that if you don't do the right things, you end up there, the end result is still the same. If you don't find yourself persuaded of certain things about Jesus, then a punishment awaits. And it is a punishment. Whether you think the punishment is eternal conscious torment, or whether you think the punishment is not being in the nice place, not being invited to the party, being in some kind of situation which is less good than you might otherwise be in. I always say that for the moral logic to pertain here, you don't have to, hell doesn't have to be some horrendous torture. It could be a minor inconvenience, and this would still be true. It would still be the case that this is terribly immoral. Because if you're not persuaded of these claims, you can't believe, and you can't satisfy the requirements under John 3:18 and Mark 16:16 to accept Jesus and do all of these things you're supposed to accept. So when you say you're a Christian, do you think that people need salvation?
If you want good in your life, what I believe is that it came from God. Kindness came from God. So if you want to continue to do good, then yes. I just want to give an anecdote. When I was a kid, and I didn't believe in a God at all, I said, "Why would I want to go to heaven? Why would I want to work so hard for no reason on an infinity scale?" As a kid, I actually would rather just be tortured against my will than like for my will. And I hated my life in general. I was always depressed. I was actually put on Adderall for ADHD, and I was always tired. My brain was always hurting, and no friends, all kinds of shit. So if I was in a position like that, and I saw no love, I didn't feel any love, I didn't know why I would want to work when I was already suffering through all my work. And I just wanted to like find out if hell was really that bad, if there was like where you're saying like an eternal punishment. But at the moment, I haven't done research to actually find out if it's considered a punishment or not.
Yeah, but I just asked you. So. But I just asked you if people need salvation. That'd be yes, they do, or no, they don't.
Okay. It depends on your preferences. I feel like I need it. If you feel like you need it, then
if you want to avoid going to the bad place, do you need salvation?
I would actually argue that nobody needs it.
Is salvation necessary to avoid the bad place?
Or to avoid any undesirable outcome after you die, let's say.
See, that's a really tricky question because I don't know if I can desire anything in hell.
I didn't ask you about desiring anything in hell. So if you want to avoid hell, or if you want to avoid any sort of punishment in the afterlife, is salvation needed to avoid those things?
I'm gonna just go with yes.
Okay, that's what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Is salvation possible if you're not convinced Jesus exists?
Okay. It's not quite yes or no because there are visions. I've gotten visions. I've gotten what you would call hallucinations. But
No,
there. What?
no, that's not addressing the question. I
No,
mean,
no, 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 no.
yes,
I'm just not
if
done.
I get a vision and that causes me to believe, then I will believe. All right, so we get
Okay.
that. What I'm saying is,
Well, no, it doesn't
if
necessarily cause you to believe. It looks like a hallucination. So,
Okay, so
like I've been
not relevant.
searching for
Not
many
not
years for
relevant.
that.
Just follow me here. If I don't, is believing Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior necessary for salvation? In other words, can I obtain salvation if I don't believe Jesus is Lord and Savior?
You need to believe that He's the Lord.
Okay, all right. And if I
Or
don't believe
you need
He's
to
the Lord, got it.
To
So all right.
confess that.
Okay, so now we've established that salvation is necessary to avoid hell. All right, but
Yes.
in belief that Jesus is Lord is necessary for salvation. So it logically follows that it is necessary to believe Jesus is Lord and Savior to avoid hell. And John and I are in a position where we are not convinced Jesus is Lord. What are we supposed to do about that?
Honestly, I can't tell you how like I watched the Polar Express when I was a kid, and I saw them clicking out the believe ticket, and I was like, I want to believe in something like that. I wish that something like that existed. And then when I was an adult, I figured out that wait a minute, something like that does exist. It's Jesus. And I'd always had this like innate like urge to do good and to like fight against the evils. So that's where I just went because I was in a really bad place. I couldn't even feel like I could work. Now I love work. Now I love doing things. I just love living and I love giving
I
to others.
appreciate your story,
things.
Alex, but you're getting off track. So neither John nor I have had such an experience, and that experience probably would not have convinced either of us. The point is, we are unconvinced that Jesus is Lord. Nothing we've been exposed to convinces us of it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Now, maybe in the future, some information will come to us that convince us, but the point is, belief is not a choice. So what you have is,
well, I chose to give blind faith. That's the whole thing. I chose to give blind faith in the evidence that I was also like going with, and I just was like, I need something. I'm gonna start with Christianity, and then I gave my faith, and then everything just kind of
it's
went
never
with
a
that.
choice, and it's not for me for sure because I tried to continue.
If you were to watch Polar Express and you see them, hey, you got to believe that. How do they believe? How do you just randomly believe something? Well, I guess you convince yourself or you become convinced, right?
That's the lie, though. That's the lie in Polar Express. As delightful as it is as a children's movie, it is promoting a lie. It's promoting the idea that a mere act of will...
The Polar Express is, yes, certainly so.
Not just the Polar Express. The concept that merely wanting to believe something is enough to get you to honest belief is
It's not. It is not at all. Nowhere close.
It's a lie, right?
It requires a lot of other complex gears that work with that idea to
exactly.
create
And if those
a larger web.
and if those gears aren't in place, if those gears aren't there, then belief is off the menu for you. You don't have access to it, and therefore you don't have access to the salvation, and therefore, according to the rules that God put in place, if you believe in this, you're hellbound, and it's not your fault. So, and it gets even worse, because God would know before I even existed, 1 billion years before I even existed, God knew that I was not going to be persuaded by the evidence that was going to cross in front of me. And so if it's true that this system ends up punishing me for non-belief, it means that God created me to have just a few decades on earth, followed by an eternity of being punished by him. It would have been far nicer and more charitable for him to have just not created me. Because once my few decades on earth are done, and then I start the real existence, which in this case will be trillions of times longer than the few decades I had on earth, but will consist of some sort of torment or torture or problem or state of not being ideal, imposed on me by God because I didn't believe the things he knew I wasn't going to find convincing. It's preposterous that anyone can believe this stuff. Seriously, this is so morally ridiculous. You can see it, can't you?
Yeah, I can see it, and I want to be honest. I feel like you guys are in decent standing with like your respect from your peers and having family and having a good source of income, maybe multiple sources, which would be ideal. Are you guys like outside of that headspace?
I don't think our sources of income are relevant to any of this. I think we're just talking about...
Well, my point is are you suffering right now?
What do you mean by suffering?
Are you in immense emotional, possibly physical, detrimental fashion, and in a life-changing fashion, in a problematic lifestyle, or maybe a lot of things are kind of happening negatively around you? Is it just kind of normal for you guys?
Those are awfully personal questions and really not germane to the conversation. Most people
it does, because the reason why I asked if they're normal.
Most people have most people have a complex amalgamation of good things going on in their life, challenges going on in life, worries going on in their life, hopes going on. It's not there.
The reason why it does pertain.
Answer.
The reason why it does pertain is because I've lived an almost insufferable life. Again, like I said, I had no friends. I had no family. My mom was a pill addict. So my dad was abusive too. So I lived in the countryside, so I didn't have any friends. So the Bible says that the most down and out, the people that have suffered the most are going to have the highest chances to be in heaven. And that's why I believe, is because there is nothing better than the idea that somebody could save somebody else's life when I had nobody else to save mine.
Well, Alex, it sounds like you've had a really hard time of it, and on a human level, I just feel compassion for you for the fact that you've suffered and had a difficult life, and you clearly have. And so the human being in me wants to reach out to you and kind of give you a hug and say, "Look, I'm really sorry." Like the human being in me wants to say, "I feel empathy and compassion for you for the things that you've been through," and I don't think that you need to feel that your only value as a human being can be found in ancient Iron Age, Middle Eastern war, blood magic mythology.
My family grew up Christian. They raised me Christian. So there are a few people in my family that actually resembled like things that are directly from the Bible that I can't really bring off the top of my head at the moment. But my grandmother just died, and she was found almost like Jesus, closer to Jesus. She was like our foundation. We all loved her. She was super respected by her whole community. And the way that she nurtured me as a child was even different than my mother and my father. Like I said, my father was abusive, so he was nowhere close to how he could actually treat me. And my grandmother showed me how to love, be compassionate, all types of stuff that kind of solidified and really, really, really helped this whole process of me being a Christian, which is why I can love and appreciate kindness
then
now,
Alex,
which I could not before.
we'll leave it here, and I'm going to say, if your faith is what helps you personally to recover and cope with the obvious hardships that you've been through.
Well, no, I wasn't able to love before. I wasn't able to be kind.
Well,
I wasn't able to be gentle.
In that case, if the things that are allowing you to do that are your religious belief, then please keep your religious belief. Don't hang around spaces like this where you could lose them. And
Well, I'm not going to because I've been like hit in the head with like rocks over and over by other people figuratively. So
good. All right. Well, on that note, then I'll say thank you for coming in to talk to us.
Thank you for welcoming me.
All right. All the best, Alex. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. There we are. I'm going to get hoping to travel is going to be our next guest in. We're just changing things up a little bit in the queue. We get hoping to travel in next. I'm going to read a couple of messages first. Again, we're a little behind on them, so I'm trying to make sure that they do get read, not too far from when they came up. So Anony, great to see you, Anony. Previous stream, paper I suggested may not have been the one you meant. Instead, this, functional neuroimaging, disbelief and uncertainty, Harris et al. Yeah, this was in the last stream when someone was making the ludicrous claim that there are no neural correlates to not believing something. And there are. So thank you, Anony, for providing the link there with the DOI number as well. Amazing. I knew that it was Harris et al. I just couldn't remember exactly the year. I think I said 2007 and you clarified 2008. So I wasn't a million miles off, but thank you. I appreciate it so much. And Lost Goat, again, thank you for the contribution there. I'm not sure if you sent an emoji or something with it, but it's not resolving here, but thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Liberty Giblet said, reformed crackhead and heroin addict here, clean almost 10 years, lifelong atheist, no higher power. Well, good for you, Liberty. I'm really, really pleased to hear that you're doing so well. And of course, you're a hugely valued member of our little community here. It's always great to see you around, and good for you for finding your way out of addiction without needing to lean on higher powers or anything like that. I think that's much more resilient. And again, Lost Goat, same thing. Thank you again for the super chat. And Bethos says, AA for me means anti-aliasing in signal processing. That is certainly one of the things it means. And last super chat for now, Penelope. Great to see you, Penelope. Copilot says AA's own membership survey found that among over 6,000 participants, 27% remained sober for less than 1 year, 24% stayed sober 1 to 5 years, 13% achieved 5 to 10 years. It's not fantastic. It's not a fantastic recidivism rate. Yeah, and I get it. These organizations do help some people. They do. If it's a good fit for you and it helps you to live a better life, great. But I'm certainly not going to hear that this is the only way. I'm certainly not going to hear that pushing back against magical beliefs robs people of the opportunity for self-betterment, because that's clearly not true.
Yeah.
Okay, hoping to travel is traveling in to our live right now. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Just getting your name up on the screen. Hoping to travel. There we are. Welcome in. Thank you for waiting. And what would you like to say?
I was actually... Oh, oops. I, for some reason, cannot see the actual question. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's a statement, not a question. I present this as almost a matter of fact, that if a God does send someone to hell for non-belief, they're not good.
Do you know that he sends people to hell?
Well, I don't think God exists at all. So no, I don't. But I do know that various scriptures claim that, and billions of people believe it to be true. So it's an idea worth engaging with, even though I think it's false.
I suppose as a Christian, the majority of my time isn't spent thinking about people going to hell, and is more so spent in charitable, like working in charities or in ministries, or like in my career, I'm a therapist. I generally think that Christian morality supports most of those things. I don't necessarily agree with standing on like a soapbox and preaching about sending people to hell.
Right. So if I may respond to what you said.
That's just me personally.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So first of all, thank you for doing the good things you do. Thank you for, if you're working for charities and you're doing good stuff in the world, that's great. We need more people who do those good things. Obviously, it's the case that you don't have to be religious in order to do good things, and Christianity don't have a monopoly on kindness or altruism or empathy or charity or anything like that. There are plenty of non-religious organizations that do good. And so, yes, there are Christian organizations and church organizations that do good work, but you don't have to be religious to do that stuff. As for the fact that you don't spend too much time thinking about hell, I don't blame you. If I were a believer, I would find it very disturbing to think about the idea that while I was up in heaven at the end of my life, praising and worshipping and having a lovely time in heaven, the same God that I was praising and worshipping would be busy torturing some of the people I loved who just hadn't become convinced of the same things I had, and now it was time for them to be set on fire by the God that I was singing songs to all day. So it doesn't surprise me that you don't think about it, but I'm asking you to think about it.
Well, I grew up in the Bible Belt, and so I grew up in Oklahoma. I live now in California. But I grew up in a lot of Baptist churches, Assembly of God churches. I always say, like, Oklahoma's funny because you'll have like a Methodist, a Catholic, a Baptist, a Pentecostal church all on the same street, and like all of these churches have about 4 people in them. So like it's very like competitive and so many different denominations. So I grew up with like the hellfire and brimstone teaching, and it was very fear-based and not love-based.
Well, do you believe it's true though? Like, what do you believe about hell? Do you believe that there is eternal fire and brimstone, eternal torture? And do you believe that all non-believers will be sent there?
I guess I believe it, but it's not something I take a lot of time to think about. I think that
Shouldn't
my
you?
priority rests in
Like, if I
learning
knew,
more about God in like my day-to-day life. Like I
if
feel
I
like
knew
God
billions of
God never talked to me like, if you don't do this, you're going to hell. That's never like what
hoping,
consisted my relationship with God.
I get that you don't fear it for yourself, but if it's the case that billions and billions of people are going to be burned alive for all eternity, shouldn't that be something you think about if you're like a caring person and you care about the well-being of others? Like, shouldn't that concern you, or is that worth just like putting it out of my mind? Because if I actually believe that to be the case, that would be at the forefront of my mind, even if I myself was going to be spared.
I guess I think that, you know, like they say that like honey draws more flies than vinegar, I guess. So I'd be quicker to like love someone and help them and like sit and like be present to them rather than saying that they're going to go to hell.
I know, but this is all not really addressing what Sean's saying. Like, clearly you find personal fulfillment in helping other people and being nice to them, and thank you for that. That's great. But what Sean's saying is, aren't you just ignoring a huge part of the picture here? Like, when if someone comes to see you for, sorry, did you say, I wasn't sure if you said you do counseling or therapy. I couldn't remember exactly what you said. But if somebody comes to see you in that capacity and they happen to be a non-believer, and so you're reaching out to them and you're being kind and you're doing all of this nice stuff to help them and put together a formulation for them and a therapeutic plan and all of that stuff, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, this is all well and good for now, but when you've had your few decades here, the God who I love is going to be setting you on fire and torturing you forever. Doesn't that cause you personally some dissonance in your own mind? And if not, why on earth not?
Well, that's really simple for me, actually. Like, I guess this is a personality trait. If you told me not to do something, I was sure as hell about to go do that thing. So I guess for me, it was really important for like Christians. It happened a lot. It was really important for Christians to be very kind to me and like slowly and like gently explain to me the doctrine of Christ. I got very into like Buddhism, and I was like drawn to like the karma perspective and solipsism and different like ways of thought, just because I found them interesting. like I said, I grew up with people like preaching about hell, and I honestly thought that was driving me to hell because it made me want to sin because people were telling me what to do.
But you're not answering the question I asked you, which was, okay, you've been through a journey yourself of considering lots of different perspectives, and you've ended up where you are right now. And it sounds to me, what I'm taking from what you're saying, is that you actually do think all of this stuff is true. You do think that God is going to send me to hell and Sean and a bunch of us. We're all going to be sent to hell. You're going to be completely fine with that. And in the meantime, on earth, you try to be nice to people, even though some of them are going to be tortured in hell by the same God that you love. This sounds like a hot mess to me. How do you resolve this?
I suppose that, I mean, maybe you have a great understanding or like a revelation about hell. I don't. So the only thing I know is that we're alive to, I guess, love God and to love other people. I feel like that's probably in my sphere of influence, because we all are supposed to do something different on earth, right? I suppose in my sphere of influence, the most productive thing for me to do is probably just to love people the best I can and try to help them with their mental health problems. I don't really know how, like, to me, that is a part of becoming a better person and potentially not going to hell.
If a patient of yours came to you and they were suffering from religious trauma, and their religious trauma was that they were worrying about hell, and they were worrying about the idea of being sent to hell because they were a non-believer, how would you help that person?
That sounds like it would be maybe outside the sphere of maybe a professional session.
No, that's well within the sphere of a professional session. That's therapy. Secular therapy, it might be out of the sphere of
well,
religious.
my point is I might tell them to go to a trusted pastor.
Oh, ouch.
That perhaps...
Oh, I mean, can I tell you how much that hurts me to hear you say that? So a patient comes to you suffering from religious trauma with fears of hell, and you call yourself a therapist and you're sending them to a pastor? Are you out of your mind?
Are you a licensed therapist, or are you like a therapist for like a church somewhere or something?
I'm a licensed therapist. I work at a high school.
I mean, this is getting worse and worse.
Okay, so all right, so they have religious trauma and they're afraid of going to hell. I suppose this could be like an issue of schizophrenia. They would need to have an analysis. I would need to know a lot about their like past traumas.
Let's imagine they don't meet any of the diagnostic criteria for schizophrenia, and they don't have past trauma, other than the fact that they've been told by people around them that they trust that if they don't believe the right things, they're going to hell, which is, by the way, what you believe. Can you see how there's a massive conflict of interests here? Because you either have to tell them things that you believe to be false, or you have to tell them things that you believe to be true that are going to massively increase their suffering.
I think that it's important when you have people who are having intrusive thoughts, or they're being on a regular basis triggered by from a reoccurring event that happened to them at a church, which is what you're saying. It's really important to have them process that and probably go through and process those emotions so they can have it all laid out in front of them, and so it's not all boggled up inside of their heart and in their mind, so they can kind of see it clearly. And when they see it clearly, oftentimes you can there's two different paths you can take that I have seen pretty tremendous results with, and that can be reparenting oneself or placing yourself in a third person perspective. So you can kind of look at the situation objectively. Oftentimes people see this and they'll say, oh, wow, I was abused. That wasn't okay.
We're not talking about this.
I never got an apology
we're
from
not
this
talking.
person.
We're not talking about historic abuse. We're talking about somebody who's grappling with the ideas in the Bible, and they're saying, this book tells me here, here, and here that if I don't believe the right things, I'm unworthy. I'm deserving of punishment. I'm less than good, and I've got these thoughts that are in my head that I'm going to be punished or that I deserve to be punished, and I'm grappling with this. The only responsible thing to say to someone who says that is the book is full of shit, that you are not unworthy, that these threats are not real threats, that these things were written by people thousands of years ago trying to intimidate other people into being in their cult. That's what these things are written down for, and they are still spectacularly effective at keeping people in the cult today. But you don't need to worry about them because they're bollocks. That's the only thing that a therapist of any credence should, or any value, should say to their client. It's remarkable to me that your first instinct was I'd send them back to a pastor who's exactly the sort of person to implant
that the
this.
religion doesn't matter. And the reason why I said to go to a trusted pastor is because this person might be a Christian. If they are wanting a professional session, then we can sit down and we can get to the root of abuse. We can get to the root
the abuse
of
the abuse
charismatic.
the abuse is the religion. The abuse is
Well,
the
that's
doctrine.
not necessarily true. There are lots of churches that are very healthy. That's why I'm saying it might be better for them to go to a trusted pastor that maybe a trusted family member recommends.
So you mean someone who's willing to ignore what the
Because
actual religion says?
You are insulting their religion.
Yeah, I am,
Which
because it's harmful.
goes
It deserves to be insulted because it's harmful and disgusting. What if they come to you? What if they come to you and they're gay? And they come to you and they're gay, and they're looking at the passages in the Bible that talk about that being gay is an abomination, that a man lying with another man with a woman is an abomination, and they should be stoned to death, and that God, Jesus, by the way, it's the same God if you think God is Jesus. Jesus thinks that people who do that deserve the death penalty for it, and so they're feeling feelings of guilt and shame, which are scaffolded and validated by the text that they hold in their hand all the time, every time they open a Bible. Where's the respect supposed to lie there? Is the respect supposed to lie for the text that validates those feelings of guilt and shame? Or is the respect supposed to be, throw that book in the bin, you're worth more than that?
You have to, I mean, you can't just put all Christians in a box of like condemning people who, just preach that, who's homosexual is going to hell. Like that there's a broad array of I mean, there are millions and millions of Christians.
Yeah.
And so you're saying, well, you're stupid for even having a religion to this person who I'm giving therapy to. And so
I've never said that. I've never called a, hang on, two things. One is I grant that there's a spectrum of ways of interpretations across the board. Of course, there's a spectrum of that. There are people who are very liberal and they find ways to selectively ignore what's in the text. And I'm glad they do, because it makes them less odious. But the best way is just ignore all of it. And two, I've never said that anyone is stupid for believing. There are plenty of people who believe this stuff who are not stupid. And I never call people stupid for believing. I call the beliefs themselves stupid. But that doesn't mean the people holding them are stupid.
Agreed.
Okay, so I mean, it's just remarkable to me that you as a therapist could be in a situation where someone is being demonstrably harmed by a set of ideas, and because of your religious commitments, you're not able to criticize those ideas.
Well, I think as a therapist, I pay a lot of attention to the individual, and the only way you're ever going to like have any sort of progress or final resolve in therapy is if you create a safe space for that person. So if they're afraid of, I mean, that person could feel safe with pastors. That person could hate pastors and could have been sexually abused.
What if they weren't being sexually abused, but the pastors were telling them this is what the Bible says?
There's so many different nuances to each individual problem. The most important thing that I try to stay focused on is not my opinion, but it's just that person moving forward and getting past the trauma. So whatever that looks like, that can be at a really healthy Methodist workshop that's going on. That could be really good for their mental health. It could be like hanging out with a group of men who are weightlifting. You know, like you don't know what's best for each individual person. Everyone has different personalities.
Sure. But if you think,
My
that
point
person is actually going to go to hell for non-belief, then you have a massive conflict of interests. You now have to choose between saying words to that person that's going to enable them to feel better now, and perhaps for a few years before their eternity of being tortured by the God you like begins, or try to save their soul and avert that catastrophe. How do you weigh that up?
How do I? Can you repeat the last question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was reading a comment.
So don't worry about the chat. If you really do believe, you called yourself a Christian and you said you do think that God sends non-believers to hell. So if you do believe that, how do you weigh up whether to say words to someone to try and temporarily make them feel better for the short period of time they're going to be alive on Earth before the eternity of their punishment begins, or say words to them to avoid the punishment? I couldn't do your job, because if someone came to me saying, I'm having doubts, I'm having doubts about Christianity, I don't believe this stuff is true. If I was in your position and I thought it was true, the only moral thing to do would be to try to persuade them that it is true and spare them the punishment of hell. But you can't do that as a therapist, because you'd be probably breaking every single code written in terms of a standard behavior.
I guess I don't struggle with that because I don't push my faith on.
Yeah, you're just happy. You're happy for them to be burnt alive forever. You just don't worry about it.
No, I'm not happy for them to be going to hell. I want the best for them, but you have to separate the profession from like your own individualized opinion.
Clearly, but I don't understand how you can and sleep at night. I mean, either way, you're screwed, because you either tell them to go and seek help, which means get over these fears by realizing they're bullshit, or you take a genuine concern for their eternal soul and say whatever you need to say to help them get saved. I mean, what a place to find yourself in. I don't envy you.
I suppose there's many forms of secular therapy that have aided in like healing that I've seen, as well as Christian forms. So
That's actually a good answer.
That's the good answer.
To a secular therapist.
Send them to recoveringfromreligion.org.
I am a secular therapist.
Or the Secular Therapy Project.
Believe in God.
Right. It's more than believing in God.
Your first go-to is send them to a pastor.
Yeah, exactly, and it's it's more than just believing in God.
I feel like I already explained why that was, and that was because they were coming to me essentially with the question that you posed, that this this hypothetical client was asking me was something along the lines of, I've been really abused in a church. What do? I feel this way, this, that, and the other. And that could potentially be best suited for a pastor. I think it would depend on the situation, the individual, whether or not, there was maybe certain legal predicaments involved. Like there's all different kinds of, I's that have to be dotted and T's that have to be crossed in this specific situation. So, I mean, that's not, it just depends on the person. If a kid was raised his whole life Christian, he probably doesn't feel safe with a secular therapist. Would I like to give him resources? Would I like to have him possibly screened to make sure that there wasn't further abuse going on? Yes, but he might very well be much more comfortable with, for instance, a Catholic,
It's so interesting to me that you frame this stuff as further abuse, because I agree with you that it is abuse. It's absolutely abusive to tell people that these things are true. It may be abuse that comes from a place of good intention, by the way. You can abuse someone without ill intention. It is abusive to tell people that they are going to go to hell for what they believe. It's abusive to tell people that they are going to go to hell for being gay or for acting on it. It's abusive to tell people that there's a God who's watching them and judging them for the contents of their minds. This is abuse, particularly children. So I'm glad that you are at least calling it abuse, because I agree that it is. And in the future, if you do find yourself in that situation, I would recommend that you send people to recoveringfromreligion.org, because they're not going to try and shove atheism down anyone's throats. They're just going to listen, and they are trained to deal with people who are suffering from these kinds of fears and problems and feelings of shame and guilt and unworthiness outside of the frame of reference of it's all true really, and you are really going to be judged. I might say, if I'll stick a little band-aid on it right now to make you feel better, but the real punishment's going to start after you die, which is unfortunately what is implied by the religion that you claim to be part of.
This is why you can't. This is why you have to keep Christianity on a spectrum, is because I actually find it abusive. If someone were going to walk up to me and say, "You're going to hell for I don't know, being gay or
not believing,
not going to church every week, whatever it is," I think that to me is fear-based and religious and is not really the God that I believe in.
But it is, though.
So
You said you believe those things to be true, that non-believers will be burned alive for all eternity.
And it says,
I actually don't know if that's what hell's like. Do I think that there's probably an eternal judgment? Yes. I don't think about what it is. I don't know what it is.
And it doesn't matter.
Very many people know what it is.
Any kind of punishment, it doesn't matter whether it's eternal flames or annihilation or darkness, whatever it might be. It's still not nice. So it's I think maybe we've exhausted the conversation.
Just want the best for each individual and want them to live every day of their present life, not their life in heaven or hell, as healthy people who have dreams and passions fulfilled. So I don't really get caught up on filling people with fear to scare them out of living that sort of life.
And if somebody says to you that they're saying that to someone not to abuse them, but because they genuinely care about the fate of their eternal soul and they want to spare them from those consequences, how do you push back on that? Because for me, it's easy. I just say, well, that's bullshit. You're filling their head with fears based on absolutely nothing. You have no grounds on which to say this. This clearly isn't true. And, wind your neck in. But you can't say that because you think it's kind of true.
I think what is true? I'm sorry.
You think it's true that this is a legitimate concern that someone could have for somebody's eternal soul. Someone could say to you, I'm not abusing these children by telling them this. I'm just trying to protect them and ensure the well-being of their eternal soul. And I'm sure you heard about the horrific story of the woman whose name escapes me right now, who drowned her children in a bathtub.
Drowned her kids.
She drowned her kids because her logic was flawless. It was, if I let them grow up in a world where they could be corrupted, they could end up being tempted away from the righteous path, and then they'll be deprived of heaven. They'll end up in hell. Whereas if I end their lives now, even if it costs me my own place in heaven, I'm guaranteeing theirs. So she murdered all her children, thereby guaranteeing their place in heaven. According to this moral logic, she did a solid.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's freaking wackos out there,
But why is she a wacko?
Say that Jesus said this.
But why is she a wacko? But according to the moral logic here, she guaranteed their place in heaven because she ended their lives before the age of accountability, thereby removing any possibility that they would be deprived of their eternal, life in heaven. She did.
I mean, she would be clinically insane to me, and I would make sure and get her arrested and have.
But
if the kids
I
were
agree.
murdered, taken away.
Andrea Yates.
I
Thanks,
agree,
Godwin.
but is her logic flawed? So she's a mother. She cares about how so? Because
what churches did you guys grow up in?
Hold on. No, I'm going to ask you some questions. Could it be that her kids would have grown up to have imperfect lives or wrong lives or be non-believers or what have you and end up in hell?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Could it be that her children would grow up to have the types of lives that would end up leading them to hell? Is that a possibility?
I honestly, I think that the whole story is very sensitive, and I would make sure to protect them from any form of religious lingo that would insinuate that anything that happened to them was justified at all.
Yes or no?
And
It's a simple.
I wouldn't answer, and
Some people go to hell, right? All right, since you don't want to answer the questions, I understand why. I'll answer them. Yes, under the Christian paradigm, some people go to heaven, some people go to hell. If you grow into adulthood, you have reached the age of accountability to where there's a possibility that the kids, for whatever reason, they become non-believers or they lead a certain life or what have you. It is always a possibility that when a baby and a child grow into adulthood, they end up leading a type of life where they end up going to hell. That's always a possibility. Some adults go to hell, some go to heaven. However, normal Christian doctrine is that there's an age of accountability, and children are always, even though born with sin or what have you, they have an age of accountability to where if a child dies, the child always goes to heaven. So the logic is she unalives her child to guarantee, because they have not reached the age of accountability, to go into heaven and avoid the possibility, even if it's only a small one, that their children would end up going to hell. Tell me how the logic is flawed, not just how you don't like it or just you think she's probably crazy or what have you. I know you don't use the C word as a therapist, but tell me how the logic fails.
I don't have a response. I would make sure that she was arrested immediately and would have them removed. None of that is true.
But tell me how does the logic fail?
I would beat the shit out of this lady.
I don't. You know what? I share your vitriol toward her, but how does her logic fail?
Excuse my French.
It doesn't, does it?
I don't know that she has logic. She's she would be clinically insane and would probably be tested positive for a sociopath, obviously.
Hoping, I'm going to ask you.
So there isn't logic happening.
We'll draw things to a close now, and we're going to get the Lamb apologetics in next. But the last thing I would say to you is just reflect on this. Reflect on the. You know as a therapist what cognitive dissonance is. The cognitive dissonance you're feeling right now, which is causing you to keep on running back to affirming statements like, I would beat the shit out of her, or I would have her reported, or I would do this. You're wanting to signal your strong disapproval of her to show us that you're better than she is, and we agree that what she did was terrible. The point Sean was making, and the reason I brought it up, was if you think it's true, if you actually think this stuff is true, then it follows that she did a morally good thing, even if you find it personally unappealing. And the reason you're not able to get there is that you possibly I'm offering this, maybe that you realize on some level that there's a moral problem with this idea of punishing non-belief and rewarding belief, and the whole idea of this belief thing. And on some level you realize it's not okay, and that's why you find it easy to condemn her, but you find it hard to accept that if this stuff is true, she did a solid thing. Even if she ends up missing out on heaven herself, she essentially inoculated her children and removed the possibility of their eternal conscious torment, which, if I can tell you as a parent, if my child was in danger of eternal conscious torment, there's nothing I wouldn't do to remove that possibility. If that meant giving up my own life, I would. So that's why I would ask you to reflect on. But thank you for coming up to talk to us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a lovely day.
And you. Take care. All right. One feels that maybe our previous guest is relieved to have exited the hot seat at this point. That's wild. I don't know. To me, the tension between being a therapist and a believer in that moment, you can't have it both. You are going to have to fail at doing one of those. And that's really hard. Really, really tough. Okay, we are, as I said, going to get the Lamb apologetics in next. I'll just read a few messages before we do that. I'm trying to get caught up here, but it's hard. Geekzilla, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think the spelling of the Bible should be changed to Bible, Buybull, for a touch of honesty? Then again, when did it ever care about truth? Keep up the great work. Thank you. This was while we were speaking to Murphy. I do. I'm all in favour of changing the spelling in that way. I think it would be a significant improvement. And Chase teaches physics. I love this. What man creates is flawed. A third of heaven turned on God. Eden had an evil snake. Earth had to be flooded. It's God's creations that are always flawed. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. This is a very, very flawed deity that we're talking about here in the Bible. He screws up every step. He messes something up, and then it's all our fault because something free will. And 46 strings. If we're calling out what each other are doing charitably, ask him what he's done to help LGBTQ persecution. I think that was while we were speaking to Moss Mighty earlier, I believe, or possibly Murphy. I'm not sure. And then two more, and we will get our next guest in. M. Wiggy, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you again. Got worried you might have keeled from exhaustion from your last stream. We had a couple of streams in that week that were pretty marathon. It was a 10-hour and a something or other. But no exhaustion here, just jet lag and traveling. But I love it, so thank you. And Lost Goat, thanks for defending us, Atheist. Always. That's what we're here for. That's what we do. Okay, I will try and catch up on these presently, but for now, let's just get in, as I said, where have we gone? Here, the Lamb Apologetics. Bringing them in right now. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm just getting your name, Apologetics, up on the board, as it were. There we go. Thank you for waiting. Patiently appreciate it. What would you like to say?
Yeah, so engaging with the prompt, there's a couple of issues that I find with it. So
Sure.
First, the sort of proposition that you're making, it seems like there's going to be a hidden argument here in which you're claiming something like P1, perfectly good being, never performs actions that are morally impermissible. P2, sending someone to hell is morally impermissible. In conclusion, therefore, a perfectly good God would not send anyone to hell. Does that sound accurate?
I mean,
No.
it's vaguely that, but I don't think we need to formalize it. I think we can just be more relaxed and just say a good God wouldn't punish people for things they didn't choose to do. Because otherwise you're saying that the word good encapsulates behavior which is not meaningfully within the scope of good. In the same way I could say a good God wouldn't needlessly chop the heads off babies. We don't need to formalize that with P1s and P2s. It's just patently obvious.
What particular theory of goodness are you using?
You left off for non-belief. So is there any theory of goodness, quote unquote, that would entail punishing someone for something they could not choose to do?
Well, this would be burden shifting. I'm asking because this
That's
is
that's okay.
claim.
That's you can I'm asking for a reason, and the question's going to circle around endlessly until you actually answer it.
You're asking me for my position on what theory of goodness is going to be adequate for this?
No, I'm saying under any. So here's the question: is there any theory of goodness that would entail being okay or being good to punish someone for something they could not choose?
Yeah, there's obviously going to be theological explications on the type of goodness that we seem to articulate within the Christian paradigm.
Okay, so what's an example of when it's good to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Because to me, punishment. Go ahead.
When you say cannot choose, what are you denoting to specifically?
Meaning they could not have done otherwise. They had no choice in the matter.
Yeah, but when you're saying could not choose, but I'm asking, are you saying there's something specific they're not choosing? Or are you saying
it doesn't matter? Doesn't matter. It does
anything.
It doesn't matter anything.
Anything.
Does it ever make moral sense under any paradigm to punish someone for something they cannot choose?
But again, you have to disambiguate that.
You don't.
Why?
You can generalize it.
I say no, and you can't find an exception that I'll be like, oh, there's an exception there. So
Yeah,
if you think there's
I say you have to
exceptions,
disambiguate because it seems like what you're doing is you're trying to you're sort of like
You're worried
backdropping
about the
something
follow.
in here to
I think you realize the answer is yes, and you're worried about the follow up. And so instead of just giving your honest answer to the question, you're tap dancing.
No, this is how correct dialect works. Is when you are asking me a question, I have to actually perceive it in such a manner that's going to be conducive for a linear conversation.
Okay. Can you come up with any? Can you come up with any scenario where it is good under any paradigm to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
Again, they cannot choose is carrying a lot of weight there. I would say that Romans is very clear that
it's amazing, the evasiveness here. When you're faced with a difficult question, it is no. This is not going to work. We've seen this 5,000 times. You're faced with a difficult question, and rather than just answer it, which in any other context you would be absolutely fine to do, because you have a sense here that this question is going to paint your position in an unfavorable light, you retreat into needless semantics. What do you mean by believe? What do you mean by the? What do you mean by no? You need to disambiguate things. It should be very easy.
Do you believe that questions can be inconducive? They're not conducive to the argument.
They can.
Or the conversation.
This one isn't.
John, what's 2 + 2?
4.
Hey, that's crazy. It's not conducive or relevant at all to the conversation. Easy. And John was able to answer the question.
You're going to be intellectually dishonest to say that's analogous.
It is analogous because you said it's not germane to the conversation. If the question is not germane to the conversation, then you should be able to answer it. Then still answer it, and then I just won't have a good follow-up. The great news is, since it has nothing to do with the conversation, I won't have a good follow-up. So the question again, under any moral paradigm, is it ever good or okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no? If you're stuck on stupid, let everyone know by not saying yes or no with the very next words out of your mouth.
I'll do this.
Thank you for your
I'll
cooperation.
explicate even further, just so because like someone here has to be linear. So depending on the type of auxiliary that you're giving to something, such as the phrase "cannot choose otherwise," right?
Yes.
I would say that Romans seems very clear that there are cases in which judgment is going to be predicated on, for example, the apprehension of intellect in accordance to the will of something that would be improper to God or proper to God.
Right.
So yes, there are cases where I would say someone who's like stuck on an island who doesn't have any apprehension of their intellect could not will disorderly towards.
By apprehension, do you mean comprehension?
So is that a yes or no to my question?
It's neither. It was another avoidance.
Yeah.
It's glorious.
This sounds like when you're talking to Muslims and they're like yes or no questions only.
No, it's just trying to.
No, I didn't say yes or no questions only. But if somebody asks a closed-ended questions, do you, are you, whatever. John and I have no problem answering any yes or no question with an immediate yes or no, or potentially I don't know, and then giving a follow-up and explain our answer because we are honest interlocutors. So far, you've been asked 2 questions and you've answered exactly 0 of them. What's special about John and I that we are able? Okay, great. Is it ever great? So you're going to answer yes or no, right?
Can you steelman my explication? Did you actually understand what I said?
I wasn't able to parse out a yes or no. It was needlessly wordy on purpose. I wasn't able to get a yes or no out of it. But
it's a necessary condition to say yes or no for this conversation.
You also misused the term disambiguate, by the way. So don't worry about trying so hard to sound smarty pants. Let's just talk about what we're actually talking about.
How did I misuse the term disambiguate?
Because you said we have to disambiguate when we asked you this simple question. There are no 2 things to disambiguate. Disambiguation is to separate out 2 things that have been lumped together as one, and there is none of that going on here. We're literally just trying to establish a point of principle, so we can so that isn't what it means. So that we can we're literally trying to establish a point of principle here, so that we can apply that principle to a specific moral question. And you won't even let us get as far as establishing the point of principle because you're scared of where it's going to leave you. That's what's happening here.
No,
we can all see it.
I'm engaging with the point.
You're not.
I gave an explicative answer.
You're not answering the question.
I would just.
I wasn't able to understand it because of your brilliance and the long words that you use. So please help out me.
Sure.
Was your answer? Did your answer amount to a yes or no? It's a closed-ended question.
I don't think it's a neither yes or no. Obviously,
which means you didn't answer the question. If it's a closed-ended question, it's a yes or no question, which means if you can't parse out a yes or no, it wasn't freaking answered. Is it ever okay? that means that's a yes or no. Is it ever okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no? And if you need
Sure,
if you
I'll
need
get.
specifics,
I'll
give
play
me
along. Sure.
specifics where it's
Yeah.
okay.
Sure. I'll say. For example, let's suppose that for someone having
first yes or no. First yes or no, and then you can extrapolate.
Sure. Yes. Sure. Typically.
Okay.
Means
Yes. Okay. Go on.
Okay. Yeah. So let's suppose that it is the case that someone has a same-sex relation, right? Or at least they have an inclination towards that. And let's say they can't choose otherwise because it's a biological predisposition. I still believe that the actual act or desire in accordance to that predisposition is something that would warrant punishment.
Okay. So someone, you're saying so if somebody has a sexual act, that's something they choose to do, right? Yes or no?
You choose to align in accordance to your will.
Yes or no?
Hang on a second. Just speak like a fucking normal human being. Honestly, you don't need to make need to make your language unnecessarily complicated. It makes you a poorer communicator, not a better one.
Is philosophy unnecessarily complicated?
You know what? When philosophy's done well, it's not unnecessarily complicated. When philosophy's done poorly,
is not done well
when it's done poorly, it's done by people who want to make themselves have the appearance of being intellectually superior by making their phrases unnecessarily verbose, thereby injecting them with an unnecessary amount of extraneous complication. This is just not necessary. Just speak. I'm just appealing to you. Imagine. No, that's fine. It's not psychoanalyzation. That isn't a thing. Just the harder you work to sound clever, the worse it works. Just speak normally.
I'm not working hard to do that.
We can all see it.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just appealing to you. Just don't do it. We're interested in what you have to say, but we're not interested in all the extra effort you're putting in to make your language floral. It just makes you look silly. So just respond sensibly.
I'm using the language correctly as it pertains.
Of course, as it pertains. Yes. Stop trying so hard. All right. Okay. So let me ask you a clarifying question. You mentioned
as it pertains.
Yes. So you mentioned somebody being gay, having an inclination toward like same-sex attraction. Okay, that's not a choice. Mm-hmm. Then you mentioned them engaging in a sexual act. Which of the two are you claiming is immoral? Because the sexual act is a choice, something they can choose to do or not to do. So which one are you claiming is immoral?
What do you mean? I'm saying that if you're taking that the inclination is something that would be immoral, or not immoral, but like is going to be something that causes someone to act in a certain way into their desires, then that would be something that's going to be immoral.
So are you saying if someone is gay and they don't act on it, is that immoral? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so them acting on it is what's immoral. Is that something that they can choose? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can choose the act on it.
Okay. So when you said yes, it is let's circle back. My question was, is it ever okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose? You said yes, and your example was something they can choose. Do you want to try again?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. So I'll explain my explication since you obviously didn't understand it. It's okay.
No, I understood it. It was just horseshit.
The
part that's immoral was something you can choose.
People usually make wild claims like that when they can't engage with the actual substance.
Sure.
So when I was saying that, and I need you to track what I said earlier when I was talking about how I'm going to explicate on this, given that I don't know exactly what you mean when you say doing something they cannot choose otherwise, right? So do you?
No, I didn't say doing. I didn't say doing something. I said for something they cannot choose.
For something they cannot choose otherwise.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, let's do this. Let me ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
Could you give an example for something that would meet that sort of criteria in which someone couldn't choose otherwise?
Yeah, sure.
Being afraid.
I find something frightening.
Yeah.
That's not something I can choose. That's an involuntary response. All right. So now will you answer yes or no? Or actually, you did answer yes, but now will you give an example that's not disanalogous?
Being frightened isn't something you can't choose.
Yeah.
Being frightened is not something you can choose.
Why not?
Because that's not how psychology works. I know this because I've jumped out of planes for years, and every single time I was afraid, but I did it anyways. I just did it in spite of my fear, and I tried not to be afraid, and it's an involuntary response.
So wait, but you agree that you can act in such a way in which if you do something, for example, enough
I
times,
said
you wouldn't have that
being
response.
frightened. Yes, you can act in spite of your fear. Being afraid is not a choice.
Being afraid, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, do you have it? Because I asked you, is it ever okay to punish someone for something?
How does this even pertain to the prompt?
Because we're trying to get you to agree to some principles, and then you're trying to dance around it by saying yes, but then you gave as an example something you can choose.
This doesn't engage with the prompt. This is a completely different type of.
It does. It
like
engages
thing
with
we're
the
talking
prompt if you'll answer the questions honestly instead of doing this tap dance. So we agree.
I have this inclination that if it engages with the prompt, then you have some sort of understanding of something in which we cannot choose, that you believe that God punishes.
Yeah, there is something. There is something, and you're trying to find the finish line and to tweak your answers accordingly instead of just answering the questions honestly. You could ask me any question, and I have no idea where it's leading, and I will answer you honestly every single time. So when I asked you, is it ever okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Ludicrously, you said yes, and your example was. One, a person is gay who we both agreed being gay is not a choice and thus is not immoral. And you even said it's not immoral, but acting upon it is the part that they can choose and that you cast moral aspersions on. So your example was actually something that someone can choose because many people are gay and don't act on it.
Yeah,
and
sure.
also you're a homophobic bigot as well. Just saying.
Well, I mean, there's that.
How is it homophobic?
Because it's homophobic to say that it's morally wrong to act on that. Just saying, it's nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just thought I'd park it here so we can always.
The moral grandstanding is, sweet coming from people who cannot engage with any of the philosophy dealing with meta-ethics.
Sure, we're engaging with it now.
We'll continue.
But if you notice that when Sean says things, he says them in a straightforward way. When I say things, I say them in a straightforward way. When you say things, you feel the need to throw in explicate and disambiguate and incorrectly use the words. Chill. I was just pointing out that the example you chose to give reveals you to be slightly bigoted.
What is with this whining over my language? What is?
It's just amusing.
It's about not being an honest and it's about not being an honest interlocutor.
Yeah,
you're not actually
being an honest interlocutor.
If your positions,
funny, Sean.
If your positions were on solid ground,
clarifying questions, and you agreed, and you, by the way, you conceded and said this.
I conceded what? Oh, the Holy Spirit must have come.
No, when you said this does actually engage with the prompt, and my clarifying question was specifically to attain what kind of thing you believe that God is punishing people for something they cannot choose otherwise.
Good. It was my fault for throwing us off. I just wanted to park that in there. Let's get back to the topic then. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. So since you're so, do you still stick to it's okay to punish people for things they cannot choose?
I said in virtue of the fact that this seems pretty ambiguous and I can't discern otherwise what you mean by this in particular, especially after the clarifying question, I'll say no just to see where we're going.
Okay. All right. So, because I asked you said you kind of gave yourself a little wiggle there. So if it's yes, can you come up with an example of something someone cannot choose that is immoral and someone choosing to have gay sex is a choice?
Dude, I just said no.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Are you gonna give whatever next sort of
No. You just said it you said it in a mealy mouthed way, anyway. But that's fine. We'll go with no. Belief is not a choice, so it's nonsensical to punish people with any sort of punishment, irrespective of what that punishment is for non-belief.
Belief is not a choice. Okay. What theory of belief do you subscribe to?
Doxastic. It's called doxastic involuntarism, and it's easily testable. We can test it right now if you like.
Sure. Okay. How would you engage with, for example, like cognitive science is relative to something sort of like Bayesian epistemology, in which like our cognition seems to align with a multitude
This
of
is one of
different
this is
like
one of the worst
evidential
Phil
sets.
Bros we've
Wow,
heard in a while.
all these great big
know.
words. Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
practice that in the mirror? No, it's a really simple test right now.
Yes.
Since belief is a choice, can you choose to believe right now that the building you're in is going to collapse in on you in 1 minute?
Yes, I have a credence of certainty based on a set of datum. That's
Okay, cool,
Bayesian epistemology.
Choose to. Okay, great. Now, we're gonna do this test, and if you realize you can't and that belief isn't a choice, let us know by making an excuse not to engage in the test. Choose right now to believe that the building you're in right now is going to fall down on you in 1 minute, and let us know when you start believing.
Are you just saying are you saying belief conceptually is not a choice? Like just as
No,
belief
but
as
no,
it exists?
just be convinced. To believe something is be convinced it's true or honest. Choose right now to be convinced that the building you're in right now is going to collapse on you in 1 minute. Let us know when you start believing. Go.
I don't have a set of datum that it's going to give a credence towards it doing so over the one that it's not.
Without that data, it's impossible for you to do it, right?
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, this does not follow. What? How does this prove dogmastic involuntarism?
because I'm saying you can't. You're saying belief is a choice, and I'm saying you cannot choose to believe the building's going to collapse in on you in 1 minute. Are you able to do it? Yes or no?
No. If you just mean belief is
are you
a choice,
able to do it
conceptually? I don't.
Not conceptually, just period. Are you capable? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you capable of choosing to believe the building's going to collapse in on you in 1 minute? Like, can you just choose to believe it right now and be convinced of it? Yes or no?
It's logically possible. I can do that.
I didn't say logic. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon because there's no contradiction, but it's actually impossible. That was a mealy mouth thing you did there. Is it possible? Yes or no?
Actually impossible. What do you mean by actually impossible?
It's nomologically impoable for me. I'm not even going to go down this rabbit hole.
You know the conversation's not.
Yes or no?
You know the conversation's
you're
not
making
going.
claims and not backing up your own.
You know the
Can you do it? Okay. If you can do it now.
Do what? You wouldn't be able to tell.
Choose to believe that.
Oh dear.
Well, but you can choose to lie for Jesus if you want. Choose to believe and let us know when you start believing. Are you able to do it? Yes or no?
Am I able to believe to the contrary of the evidence? Yeah.
Okay, so choose to believe the building. Choose to believe the building's going to collapse in on you right now. Let us know when you start believing.
Sure, right now.
Okay, you're lying to us. You know how I know?
How so?
Because you're still sitting there, you freaking dope. You literally lied on the air, and everyone heard it. Hundreds of people heard you.
How does it follow? You're so stuck in your little Philbro loop that you can't even think for one moment how absolutely ridiculous you sound, sitting in a building, assuring us that you have now become convinced the building's about to fall in on you, but you're still participating in a TikTok call, and then not being able to understand how that might actually cast your claim into doubt.
What's the contradiction there?
The contradiction is that people who are in buildings that they think are about to fall out tend to leave them out of a sense of self-preservation, you dope. Are you serious?
Wait, John, but people also tend not to engage with any dangerous action that
is
endanger their life.
This is not serious.
Commit suicide all the time. What?
This guy's already.
Yeah, I don't think that you're serious, Lamb. If this is the degree of your apologetics, then I'm sorry. You know, whoever you're apologizing to.
Usually, I try to engage with people who can engage with the substance.
Right, but we are engaging with the substance, which is the idea that we can show that belief is something that happens to you when you become persuaded of something, not something that you can switch on and off like a light switch. And therefore, the idea of moralizing it and punishing it is morally incoherent. This is the substance, the same substance that you have spectacularly failed to engage with today because you were so worried about peppering your phrase with enough expensive words to make you sound like you had some sort of intellectual advantage in the conversation. If you'd thought about the substance a little more, if you had thought about the substance a little more, you may have spectacularly failed a little less to actually engage with it.
There's an issue with this when it compares to the prompt because sending someone to hell for non-belief, are you claiming that God sends people to hell for the inability to hold a single belief whatsoever? Because it seems like
a specific belief.
Don't hold a belief.
A specific belief.
Okay, a specific belief.
Yeah.
What? This isn't even engaging with what was originally given to me as an argument. A specific belief is distinct from having no belief whatsoever.
Right.
It's the prompt. What do you think non-belief? What do you think this what we meant by non-belief? Like any normal
John
person
just
it out.
Yeah, John just clarified that. He said it's a specific belief,
Yeah. So
which is going to be the one in which
there is a specific belief that you're required to have in order to avail yourself of the cosmic pardon for the punishment that God set up for everyone. And if you don't have that specific belief, i.e., the one that He exists, then you can't engage with Him. You can't accept Jesus. You can't accept his sacrifice. This is all of that stuff that your apologetics is based on is predicated on a specific belief, which is that God exists. If you don't have that belief, all the stuff downstream of that is irrelevant.
Okay, so this is more conducive to whatever your co-host was talking about, because he was throwing us off track by talking about doxastic and volunteerism. When we're talking about a specific belief, unless he wants to hold the argument that people are incapable of holding a specific belief that God exists.
They are incapable of holding it if they're not convinced it's true. It's directly to do with doxastic involuntarism, which is why it's the subject of my book, which is, funnily enough, about doxastic involuntarism. And the whole spine of this book, the argument, as Sean demonstrated quite capably, I thought, was that if you're not convinced that something's true, you can't just decide to make yourself convinced. Something has to convince you. You have to become convinced. Becoming convinced isn't something that you can simply wish into existence, and therefore punishing somebody for the consequences of them not being persuaded by this belief is morally incoherent.
Okay, then we'll get back into the morality talk. Why is it morally incoherent?
Because there's a principle in moral philosophy, which is that accountability requires agency. It doesn't make sense morally to punish people for things outside of their own control, which is where we started the conversation.
Outside of their control.
You may have noticed we have actually thought this through.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, so Paul actually goes over this, for example, when he talks about natural theology and inclination for understanding that there's a higher order of things structured, right? So clearly there does seem to be a understanding within the Christian paradigm that everyone has this sort of inclination.
What, in Romans 1?
I just said Paul, but sure.
Yeah, is that what you're alluding to? Romans 1:18. We don't care what Paul says. Paul can say whatever he wants. Paul's wrong. It's one of the most easily disprovable verses in the whole Bible. It says that anyone looking around can go, oh, look, there's a tree. There must be a God. And they must be convinced. And they are without excuse, apparently. This is patent nonsense.
Yeah, if you read any of the church fathers, when they actually explain that he's not saying that, and like looking at a tree simplicator will give you like this sort of understanding of some higher ontological order.
I love it.
So we don't think that's simplicator.
It's simplicator, right? Yes, of course. It's complete nonsense. It still remains the case that if you're not convinced that something,
complete nonsense is an argument.
If you're not,
he's elaborating.
If you're not, it is still the case that if you're not convinced that something's true, somebody else writing in their book that you ought to be ain't going to do it, ain't going to cut it. It's simply the case that if you're not convinced, you're not convinced. That's it, and that's why this doesn't make sense.
So why did we go over this whole entire like gibberish instead of answering the original question, which is what particular theory of goodness you're using to make this
Because
argument?
It's got nothing to do with the theory of goodness. It's got to do with a simple moral principle that to be held morally accountable for something requires that you could have done something else. That's it.
Things that pertain to the moral domain do not pertain to the argument about morality.
It's really not complicated at all. Despite you wanting to overcomplicate it with unnecessarily floral speech and appeals to technicalities, it still remains the case that if someone's genuinely not convinced of something, then wanting to be convinced of it won't make it true that they are convinced of it. And because of that, it makes belief involuntary, and punishing people for not being able to do things which are not voluntary is morally stupid.
I think the sort of unwillingness to elaborate on what your moral domain pertains to when you're talking about morality is
Imagine if this
bigger
guy.
than just a
Imagine if the guy
technicality.
speaks to his wife this way, "Darling, would you like to participate in procreative behavior right now? Shall we participate in some of that right now in the domain of the bedroom? Can you not just be a normal person?"
Is this supposed to be rhetorical? Can
This
you engage
is
with the
no,
question?
no. The one participating in rhetoric right now is you. This is all practice and rehearse. Why not just have a normal conversation?
We're just saying that
I'm
it's
having a
what we're
normal
saying is so
conversation. I
simple.
don't understand
What we're having is
why you guys are so pressed about it.
What we're saying here is really pretty simple. And this is the last time I'm going to go over it again, because although I've said it now 4 or 5 times, it doesn't seem to be getting through to you, even though everyone else here listening understands it perfectly. Very simple. To hold somebody morally accountable simply for not finding something persuasive is morally silly. It doesn't matter what your moral framework is, or your whatever your phrase that you said, your moral whatever it was you said, doesn't matter. It remains the case that to hold somebody morally accountable and punish them purely because of what they found convincing is rather dumb. Now, we get that you like it, and we get that you like it because Paul wrote
What's
about
the
it
argument?
in a book. It doesn't need an argument. The argument is it's so simple.
The claim doesn't need an argument.
The argument
simple?
dates back to Socrates, actually, and the idea that moral accountability requires agency. Now, if you're a big philosophy fan, if you haven't even got that, this is philosophy 101, my friend. I don't understand what you've been reading. It sounds like you've just been watching too much Jordan Peterson and not actually paying attention to any real philosophy, in which this idea is not obscure or niche. This is pretty foundational.
Lamb, you agreed. That it does not make moral sense to punish someone for something they cannot choose. You actually agreed with that, did you not?
Yeah, sure. And I also agree that apprehension of intellect is what's going to be the thing that orders your will, and your will needs to be proper in that, and which is the order of God's will, right? That's what goodness is.
So you notice that you use the verbiage exactly like this has been a practiced, rehearsed thing.
Yeah.
Apprehension, what did you say? Apprehension of intellect?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's apprehension of intellect.
Is that which means?
Bloody hell. I'll tell you what, you know what,
which means
we're at the half-hour mark. This is deeply dull.
Okay.
I think we'll move it along because the audience are all falling asleep and this is not gratifying discussion. I think my advice to you, if you want to be a better apologist, is just be more direct in your communication. Effective communication is expressing complicated things simply, not simple things in a complicated way. You're tragically bad at doing it. So just become better.
I'll
just
have
become
a last word as well.
Yeah.
You
actually won't. Okay, moving on. We are going to get in. That was just painful. He had absolutely no interest in actually engaging in the subject matter. He just wanted to show everyone what clever sentences he'd practiced in front of the mirror. It was rather silly. Okay, so we're going to get Wesley in next. Wesley, thank you for your patience. We'll get you in just a moment. We'll just have a couple of messages first. Some people. It is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Right, what have we got? We have got Bethos. This was when we were speaking to Mars, Mighty, and of course, Ems. I love his voice and his intellect. We all love Ems. And Danger Dave said, I love your cheeky atheist humor. Here's $2. Well, thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate you being around. And the super chat, very, very kind. And Babs said, nana, Ems, man. We love Ems. Ems is the absolute, but he's like a hero. He just swoops in.
That was the Batman tune right there.
No, M's man, of course. Yeah, okay. One of the best superhero themes ever. Absolutely awesome. And Lost Goat says, good job, Em, John and Sean. Thank you. I think, that was all Em's work on that particular one. Sean and I just sat back. People were saying, like, John looks super chill. I was like, I am. I'm just, the chef is in the kitchen. Let him fry. Why not? And Bethel said, argument ad polar express. My joints hurt, Alex. Yeah, this was when Alex was saying that you can just choose to believe. It'll be easy. You just choose, which funnily enough is what our previous guest was just saying as well. And Victor Deek. Hey, Victor. Hi, John and Sean. So great to be back. Splendid travels. Was it Plato or Socrates that first laid out the old polar express argument? Flawless. Yes, it was one of those. It was Descartes, I think. And Rick Griffin, religious trauma is not linked to schizophrenia. It is much more linked to PTSD and GAD. You know, things related to being mired in fear for a long time. Absolutely
I
right.
thought that was bizarre, and the fact that she kept using terms like wacko, me thinks something was a little off with
Yeah,
that
I'm worried about
therapist.
someone like that taking on patients or clients. That's a worry. That is a worry. Bethos said, hoping to travel, so nice on the outside, rotten belief. I agree, and it's sad. It makes me sad to see people like that. And again, while hoping was on, Ken the atheist said, I'm a couple of hours behind and I'm already sick of this free will nonsense. Oh, okay, so this was not what we were speaking to hoping. The Bible specifically tells you you do not have free will. I'm so sick of this free will nonsense. Yeah, it is complete rubbish. And these appeals to free will like a magic spell, they are complete gibberish, because every time God wants to do something that overrides somebody's free will, no one has a problem with it. Hardening Pharaoh's heart or sending lying demons. And even now in prayer groups, I did an experiment a couple of weeks ago. I went into some online prayer group kind of things where people are all asking each other for prayers. And I started counting how many of those things that all of those Christian communities were asking for specifically involved petitioning God to intervene with people's free will. And it was most of them. Please help my husband soften his heart so he comes back home. Please help my Jimmy to get his job that he was interviewed for. All of these sorts of things involve petitioning God to directly intervene in the free will of a person. And nobody goes, hang on a minute, you can't do that. That's an intervention in someone's free will. No one ever does that. They're all, oh yes, very good, yes. Let's all pray for that. No one has a problem with it until you make a sound argument, until you put together some kind of sensible counter-apologetic. And then suddenly free will is the most important thing. God must prioritize not touching anybody's free will ahead of anything else. It's such complete nonsense. So Ken, we feel you, friend. We know exactly what you're saying. Misplaced Armadillo, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Callers lying about being therapists scare people away from getting real help. What a dangerous lie. Therapy isn't like this if anyone is anxious. I mean, I don't know if she really was a licensed therapist or not. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. I don't know. But her answers didn't fill me with any confidence at all. And she said I would send someone back to a pastor for feeling religious trauma. At that point, I was like, I really am very, very worried about that. And we'll get two more of these and then get our next guest in. Optimus Rhymes, great to see, friend. This lady is dangerous and she works with high school kids. She needs to have a license revoked. Just a really sad excuse of a therapist. I hate to say I agree. She was all over the map. I'm really, really sorry. And then the last message while speaking about her, Requisen said, why do people think their version of Christianity is a good and kind version when it's the same book? Just become a humanist or Buddhist or something. Yeah, exactly. And it was really interesting because she was just saying she just chooses not to think about all the hell stuff. Well, okay, but you not thinking about it doesn't make it go away. It's still there. It's still there. Okay, let's get Wesley in next. Has been waiting patiently for a while. Coming in right now, hopefully. There we go. Hey, Wesley, how are you?
Yes, Thomas. Thomas said, yes, me pay my ties. Me pay my full ties. Every 100 pounds, 10 pounds.
Christian not supposed to pay ties because it was during the Roman time.
Wesley, we hate to we hate to interrupt you while you're doing something more important, but you're on a live stream now. Would you like to talk to us? I think possibly called in by accident, but he's been in the queue for ages. Wesley, are you there?
Let me say, when you're hurrying, have paying back ties. Yes, God bless me.
Clearly not. Okay, Wesley, if you're listening and you want to join in, request up again, but we're not going to all listen in to you having a conversation with someone else. So we will get Aeronautical in next, and then Ibrima is back again. Maybe we'll be able to get them in second time. Lucky, we will see.
Hey, thank you for having me up.
Not at all. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just thinking here, having heard all these lives for years now, and it sort of all disappears for me into some kind of just white noise. Somebody should pick a book, and the debate should be that book. We should say, the book is Horton Hears a Who. and people should defend it as the word of God. The whole thing is so silly and so fraught with flaws, and I guess I'm constantly amazed that people. I'm curious to where people come to this belief system first, and then decide that other people have to go by their rules, because they found something that works for them. It's so flawed. It doesn't seem much.
Agree with you. We of course agree with you, but this is a debate stream, my friend, and so that's why it says above my head, debate stream, opposition only. So you are calling in to agree with us very, very eloquently.
My apologies, by the way. I was actually, I did see that, and I was opposition to the former guest. It was sort of a miss.
Understood.
I thought.
Understood. No, thank you, and please feel free to call in on Fridays. Not every Friday, every other Friday, every second Friday, we do an after hours show where we invite anyone to call in about anything, give their views on anything, ask questions about anything, offer.
It's just so disheartening humanly. Like the fact that this exists in human culture today it's
disgusting. We agree, which is why we're here. Why we're here pushing back on it as hard as we can, as nicely and respectfully as we can. And it works. You know, we get to speak to a lot of people, and we're doing good stuff here. So,
do you change minds? Do you find that you actually change minds?
Yeah.
Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for having me up in this sort of half-baked way.
Of course. All the best. Thank you. All right. There we go. We will do that and get Ebrima in next. And maybe this will be another. Oh, Ebrima disappeared. There we are. Okay. No, there we are again. Ebrima is in.
Ebrima is there.
Yeah. Ebrima, are you there?
Hello, good evening.
Hello. Let me just get your name up on the board so we can see you properly.
I'm fine.
Good. Welcome in.
Giving thanks to God.
You're giving thanks to God.
A good God.
Fantastic. Hooray for Children's Cancer Awards. What would you like to say?
Are you getting me?
Deep, loud and clear.
Hello. Yes, I'm fine. I'm giving thanks to good God. The question is good God could not send anyone to hell for non-believer, all right?
Well done. You got all the way through it. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, that's the claim.
Yeah.
That's the claim.
Yes.
You're in, this is the bit where you respond to the claim. We all already know what the claim is and what my prompt is. So now you can say I agree with it or I disagree with it.
Hello?
Yes, we're all still here.
Yeah.
Yes. That question I want to confirm that word on top. Can good God send some disbelievers to hell?
Yeah.
Okay. To my personal human life consciousness, I believe that it could be possible God could punish some people after they are dead. And the example of health is here in the world. We are witnessing every time. Some people are living in damn health for decades. And some people have living in paradise for so long. If I will make an example of how paradise should be in human consciousness and how health should be in human consciousness. Because everybody, when you hear about health, it feels shock. You feel shock and you feel fear because health is not a nice place.
This is all very lovely, but
some people are.
But Ebrima, we're talking about whether it makes sense for God to punish people for not believing in God.
It makes sense.
Hang on.
Make sense.
Hang on.
Then law have no use again in the world.
All right. Okay. Look, I'm an atheist.
Because of
hang on.
This is why we have laws.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
This is why we have laws.
Okay, stop speaking for a moment. Stop speaking for a moment. So okay. I'm an atheist.
Any question you ask me,
thank you.
I will answer it perfectly.
I can barely wait.
And then this is the reason I came.
Amazing. We're thrilled. So I'm an atheist, and because I don't believe that I don't believe in a God because I've not seen any evidence for a God. So why should God punish me for that?
Yes. Okay. You don't believe in God.
Correct. No, correct.
That is number one, in lack of your intelligence. One.
Okay, so
Because
I'm a
every
big
human being with a conscious sense.
Hold on.
I'm coming.
Let's
Just let me learn, because I have seen many people have been communicating with you too, but you
you
never let
basically
people
just
to
said he's a
reason so
dum
that
dum.
listeners. No, I'm coming. So that listeners can also balance, because that is the best use of a mind.
Okay,
It's not that we join your life
John and I are
we have
dumb.
to
Please
accept
continue.
everything that you are saying.
Okay, you're being long-winded. So let's say John and I don't believe God exists because we are dumb. Is being dumb a punishable
Who
offense?
is John and I? Me, I don't know who is John and I.
John.
I don't know John and I.
I am
I want us
am
to talk.
I.
I want us to talk in present tense.
Jesus, this is hard.
It's hard.
Listen, yeah, I don't know. Do you want to continue with this one, John, or do you want to try?
I'm not completely sure. Abrima, the point John was just saying is, let's say that we don't believe in God because we're stupid. Why should people be punished for being stupid?
Yes, this is what I said. People should be punished because of why? Because for things that even people are getting punished at this world right now for things that they don't like, and other people are punishing them for that.
Right.
Are we not seeing that?
Why should
Is that right?
why should God punish people for having the intelligence that He made them with? God made me, right? Do you think God made me?
Why should God punish those people?
Yes.
First, I will tell you. First, God have created us equal, give us mind to live together in peace and harmony.
Right. I am living in peace and harmony. I just happen to be an atheist. I'm not at war with anyone.
Yes,
I have a harmonious life.
You are
but
living in peace and harmony.
Your explanation
I'm not referring.
Your explanation for why I don't believe is because I have a lack of intelligence. Let's say we grant that. God made me with a lack of intelligence. If you think God made everyone, then God gave me my lack of intelligence. Why does it make sense for God to punish me for having the lack of intelligence that He gave me? You need to unmute yourself, but you know what? I'm not convinced this is going to be a profitable conversation. It feels to me like this may not be. So I think I'm going to move it along. Just a hunch. Call it an instinct. Okay, we are going to get in next. No comment. No comment. Lily is going to be our next guest. And then we'll pick up the super chats after that. Hey, no comment. How are you? Are you in fact there, no comment, or are you just not commenting? Okay, looks like that's another no.
Lived up to his name or her.
Yep, there we go. All right, well, we're going to get Rob in next. Rob Klob. Just read a couple of super chats first. We have Jenkins of ODU. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's sad to see people who claim to be Christians who clearly just don't care that others are damned to hell, is what we were saying earlier. Our fundamentalist pastor was a PDF, but spent every day for 8 hours banging on doors trying to save people. Weird, isn't it? Really, really, really weird. And Optimus, thank you for the super chat. If you're on the call, stop reading the comments. It is so freaking disrespectful. This lady just keeps getting worse. Yeah, again, this was while we were speaking to Hoping. And then when we moved on to the Lamb Apologetics, Cadmus, thank you for the super chat, said, ever consider the fact that you have free will and that comes with consequences? God doesn't send you to hell. You choose hell over God. Oh, okay. Well, I think we were able to adequately demonstrate that that whole idea is complete nonsense. I appreciate you sending a super chat with your view there. But we don't choose hell over God. We're just not convinced that either of those things exist. No one says, yes, I'll have the eternal conscious torment, please.
Yeah.
Over easy. No one does that. That's not a thing. But, thank you for presenting your case. And Bethos says, the lamb went to the roast, by the way. Well, I'd like to think so. Thanks, Bethos. I like mine juicy. And Royal in Maine said, I'm expecting so hard RN. I wonder what that means. I'm not completely sure. Okay, let's get our next guest in form now. We'll bring in Rob. This is Rob Klobb. Coming in right now. Hey, Rob.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can indeed. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Good.
Thanks for taking me up.
Sure.
Just looking at the premise, I'm a Christian, and I actually agree with your premise.
Okay.
And in that, but there's caveats to that. So yeah, God doesn't send people to hell for non-belief necessarily. For example, children, babies, they don't have belief. They don't have the capacity to believe.
Sure,
that's not true.
And they're not going to go to hell.
But what about the people who do have the capacity?
Well, for those who have the capacity to believe, but they don't, then you got to understand. First of all, were they ever taught? Were they ever?
Sure. In many cases, yes. John and I
Okay.
have heard all kinds of arguments from all kinds of different theists, and neither John nor I have found any of them convincing. And we cannot decide to find them convincing. We just don't.
Yeah,
And so,
I like the argument you brought up earlier about me trying to believe that the building's going to collapse.
Right.
I can't force myself to take that seriously. However, the building going to collapse is plausible, and I mean it's maybe not plausible, but possible. But I'm not going to act on that belief. Would you say that's how your take is with the creator? It's possible, but you're just not going to.
Well, it's sort of my particular take on it is sort of irrelevant. The fact is, I don't believe, and I cannot choose to believe. It's not like an action that I took. I have no choice but not to believe.
Yeah. So you're not going to be held responsible for something that's not your choice. That's just that is actually a Christian teaching. You can't be.
So that would mean atheism is like, whether you're a Christian or an atheist has no bearing on whether you get saved and go to heaven or you end up in hell. It's like irrelevant.
Well, what does have bearing is what you're capable of doing. So there are atheists out there who know very well. I'll say, for example, there are some very good arguments for the case for God, right? At least they're convincing to me, scientific ones.
There's zero atheists that believe in God. There's zero atheists that know or believe any God exists.
Yeah.
By definition, they would not be atheists.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And I guess, I wonder, and I don't know if they have the information that I have, for example, or if they can just come to an understanding. For example, there's a lot of different ways to look at God. One of them being,
you can argue for God's existence. I just don't want to, because we're kind of going into a different territory there. So the first question is whether it makes sense to punish someone for non-belief. And sometimes when we're having these conversations, there's the temptation for the Christian we're talking to be like, but let me show you this great evidence. We love having those conversations, but I want to keep it like on track with does it make sense to punish someone for non-belief?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying God doesn't punish for non-belief. If that's the case, then that would mean whether you're a Christian or an atheist has no it's inconsequential as to whether you end up going into heaven or go to hell. Do you believe that's the case, or is it consequential in some way?
You have to know a person's heart, because you say that if the person says he's an atheist, he doesn't believe in God. But there's a difference between truly not knowing, not believing, and also saying that you are an atheist. I think
yeah. So
for some
we're
people,
assuming
atheism is a choice, and I think for other people, there is just a mind block where
no,
you can't accept it.
no. So here's the thing: if somebody believes that a God exists, but they're calling themselves an atheist, they are lying. By definition, an atheist is someone who does not believe any gods exist. Now, that's a separate conversation. We're talking about actual atheists who don't believe. Not so. Set aside people who are lying about their belief state, because that can happen. If it's the case that non-belief will not be punished, that would mean that being an atheist, meaning being a true non-believer versus being a Christian, has no bearing, makes no difference as to whether you go to heaven or go to hell.
Yeah.
Do you believe that that's the case?
Are we talking about atheists who will ignore evidence, though? Because then you have that also.
No, because like nobody can see convincing evidence and then just choose to ignore it. If evidence is convincing to you, you will end up believing.
Okay,
Now
can I
could be.
can I ask
Now it
you-
could. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Oh, thank you. I don't mean to interrupt. I'll say, can I just point out one point where I just think that it's very simple evidence. I just think, just as an example, looking at the evidence of the universe having a beginning, the universe cannot self-initiate because that defies laws of science.
I don't accept that the universe had a beginning. It may have, but I don't. But I don't know. I'm not convinced that that's true.
Sure, and that's fine, but that tells me, okay, you either don't have evidence like cosmic microwave background that demonstrates.
The Big Bang. The Big Bang happened, but the Big Bang wasn't necessarily the beginning of the universe. But this is kind of veering into evidence for God, and I'll leave it up to John if he wants to let us digress.
I'm not. I don't mean to digress, but this is just a quick example. Say, for example, the Big Bang happened. That still has to be initiated by something outside of itself. That just follows laws of science. You can't.
Yeah, we don't know what caused the Big Bang. If you're saying it's God, you have the burden of proof.
Right. Well, here's for sure. I'm not saying it's God. I'm just saying it's something outside of the universe.
Not necessarily outside of the universe. The Big Bang only says a long, long time ago, 13.8 billion years ago, the observable portion of the universe was in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. They don't. It doesn't say what existed before it, what the universe looked like, what nothing. We just don't know. We don't,
but it does necessitate one thing, and that
nothing outside the universe, because the Big Bang was part of the universe.
So, right, but here's what happens: is now you have the second law of or
thermodynamics.
Newton's first law of motion. No, not second law of thermodynamics. I'm saying Newton's first law of motion. Newton's first law of motion is defied then. If you think that a universe can self-initiate or self-expand, you have a violation.
We didn't say the universe can self-initiate, and we don't know what caused the expansion.
All right, thank you, because that's actually common ground for us, because you believe it can't self-initiate if you agree with Newton's first law of motion.
I said I don't believe.
We don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, we don't know what caused we don't know if the universe had a beginning or if it's eternal into the past. We don't know what caused the Big Bang.
Well, we know it's not eternal because the second law of thermodynamics
has nothing to do with this. Look, this again is getting way off topic. This isn't a discussion right now about can we look to cosmology as rank amateurs. None of us, I assume, here are cosmologists. Can us, as a bunch of non-cosmologists, pretend we know what the fuck we're talking about when it comes to cosmology to put together an argument for why we think God might be a suitable candidate explanation for this is completely outside of the scope. What you need to realize is there are people who understand the cosmology better than you or I ever will, who don't come to that conclusion. So at a very minimum, you must grant that the conclusion doesn't follow necessarily from the facts that we all have at our disposal.
And I've listened to those people also who don't come to who see the evidence and ignore it. I've seen that, and those
Well,
those
it's hang on.
those I think would be more.
Hang on.
They would be more
No,
responsible than
no,
you
no.
because you don't.
It's not.
You don't have the
hang
background.
on. It's not that they see the evidence and ignore it. It's that they see the evidence and don't agree with you about where it leads. That's a different thing. You don't get to call it ignoring the evidence because they don't come to your chosen conclusion. Because if they'd seen the evidence and concluded it must be a god, you wouldn't call them ignoring it. You would just
no. I did not. First of all, they are not. I'm not saying they're ignoring that there's a God. They're not even addressing the fact that something outside of the universe could have initiated it.
because that's
They're
not
not-
because
don't
that's
agree
because
with you.
that's not a claim that anyone can say with any certainty. It's amazing to me that people
There's no-
that
there's
people
nothing-
hang on
there's
hang on
no
a second
evidence-
hang on a
there's no
second.
alternative.
It's amazing to me that people declare that they can elevate themselves to the point of being able to speak with knowledge about things. There's no alternative in areas that they know absolutely nothing about. Imagine
give me
imagine
another
doing this imagine doing this on the topic of structural engineering or dentistry or oncology. There's no alternative to this with absolutely no training in the area, no specialist knowledge. When I have no training in an area and no specialist knowledge, I just defer to the people who do. And I go, let me see what the people with the PhDs say. And if they say this is inconclusive, we don't know, there's a spectrum of possibilities here. That's good enough for me to say
That's an appeal to authority.
it's not an appeal to authority. Hang on, it's not an appeal to authority. Appeal to authority would be to appeal to somebody who's not qualified to know about a subject because they're perceived to be an authority. This is looking at the consensus of the top experts in an area who are the only people to listen to. It's not an appeal to authority to expect the pilot to fly the plane rather than your friend. It's not an appeal to authority. It's not that.
Sure. So one thing, I would like to know an alternative to what may have initiated the universe that does not defy Newton's first law of motion, that does not defy the second
Then
law of
talk.
thermodynamics.
Then call
I would
Dr.
like to know
Blitz
an
or someone
alternative.
like that. Well, call
I've looked
Dr. Hold on.
I'm not the one. I'm not confused though.
Yeah, well, you are, because the top cosmologists, and I have a whole bunch I could quote, and we could go into that. I don't want to bore the audience.
I've listened to them.
Call into someone like Dr. Blitz. He takes calls all the time, and tell him like, hey, I want to teach you about the second law of thermodynamics. He would love to learn from you, but neither John nor I are physicists. We have to go with just like when you're sick, you have to go to a doctor. When you want the pilot, as John said, instead of the plumber flying the plane. These are the physicists who and cosmologists who do this as for a living, have studied this stuff their entire lives.
Yeah.
When they conclude that the universe, there's a consensus, had a beginning, I'll accept that. And then if they conclude what the cause is, I will accept that as well.
Well,
but right now,
I'll take your advice for real. And can you just give me the name one more time?
Yeah, Dr. Blitz. I'm like 90% sure that's it. Yeah, that's got to be it. Yeah, Dr. Blitz. He's on TikTok. He does regular.
My friend Chase teaches physics, who is a string theorist in the YouTube chat right now, is saying ekpyrotic universe conformal cyclic cosmology does what he's asking about. So the point is, if you ask me to explain what that is, it's outside of my area of expertise. I'm not going to be able to. But there are people who make it their life's work to know about this stuff. And I know enough to know that even if I don't know, other people have not ruled these things out. So the fact that you can't possibly personally imagine how it could have happened without XYZ, it doesn't really matter. That's just an argument from personal incredulity, right? The idea, I'm not making a personal claim. I'm not even saying a positive claim here. I'm not saying it could have happened, it should have happened. I'm just saying I don't know and you don't know. And there are people who know more than us who also don't know. So we should just be a little more humble in making these sweeping declarations. But all of this is to completely miss the point that we're speaking about, which is to punish non-belief is morally incoherent, isn't it?
There are cases where non-belief is not punishable, and God does not punish non-belief. Like
what are the cases that it is?
Well, belief for a Christian, for example, is more than just intellectual assent. It's also a walk.
But
belief is
we hear you.
doing good, for example.
when you said non-belief is not always punishable, I want to know about the times that non-belief is punishable.
Okay, if I don't believe that someone, or I'll say, a murder, for example, is an action of non-belief. You're punished. You're going to get punished for murder.
You get punished for
Because
the
that's an
action.
action, not
You
a
get
belief.
punished for the act of killing someone. You're not punished for anything you
Yeah.
believe or don't believe. Nobody
Right,
goes to prison for murder because of what they believe. They go to prison for murder because they committed murder.
Right. Yeah. So so here's the thing. Think of it like this. Here's why non-belief is dangerous. Imagine you're playing football. You don't know the rules of the game. You're going to break the rules. It can either or even the rules of the road. It can cause damage. Belief leads to behavior. Non-belief, based on non-belief, your behavior will follow your beliefs, and that's why non-belief is dangerous.
So you can punish the behavior if the behavior breaks a moral code. But the belief itself, religion is the only system that punishes belief irrespective of behavior, which is why it says you're saved by faith, not through works. There's no behavior you can do which is going to get you over the line here if you don't believe in Jesus. Now, you said that you're not being punished for the non-belief, you're being punished for, it's not just intellectual assent. That may be true, but if you don't have the intellectual assent, then you can't do all the bits that are downstream of it.
Absolutely not. You're right, and I agree. If you don't have the intellectual assent, But here's an issue with that. I'm not saying this is an argument for God, but I'll just say, like, if you don't have a belief, like, in a higher power, say for example, there's a lot less accountability. There definitely is bad behavior.
Nonsense. I'm accountable to my fellow people. I'm accountable to my friends, to my family, to my peers, to my society at large. There's enough accountability there. Being accountable to your imaginary friend does absolutely nothing for my life whatsoever. It doesn't make me better, doesn't make me behave better. If I'm moral because I have a sense of morals. If I help people, it's not because I think I'm going to get a sweetie in the afterlife or avoid a punishment later. It's because I think it's the right thing to do. If I stop myself from hurting another person, it's not because I read it in a book somewhere, a book of instructions, don't hurt other people. Oh, it says so in the book. It's because I have an instinct towards not hurting other people, and I have moral intuitions. I don't need your rules. I don't need your imaginary friend. None of that. Just not true.
And also, if I harm John, it is John that I need to make amends with. It's a John that I need to make whole again, or maybe rectify or undo the harm somehow if I can, or seek for, like, if I hurt John and I would feel bad about it, the only forgiveness I give a fuck about is from John. I'm not praying to some celestial being, forgive me for hurting John. Who gives a shit? With that being isn't the one I hurt, it's John. I'm not going and confessing to some priest, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned and I hurt John. That doesn't do shit for John.
Yeah.
Me reconciling and making John whole again is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, and it's completely optional as an atheist. It's completely optional for you to do that. You're not going to be wrong or right whether you do it or not.
Well,
that's not true at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're appealing to some magical objective standard of wrong or right that you're going to claim exists in some magical realm. We're just going to say we have a different standard, and yours is as subjectively chosen as ours. I mean, we have this conversation every time we live stream. Someone says, "Well, you can't be wrong or right about anything." We can define our ethics very, very simply in terms of things that cause harm. Avoidable harm are wrong, and things that help or enrich the well-being of others are right, and that gives us a lovely basis on which to look at any act and say meaningfully, is it right or wrong? The only thing you have is obedience to a book of instructions that sanctifies slavery and the killing of children. It's disgusting. So you don't have any more of a basis to call anything right or wrong than we do. And this claim that non-belief should be punishable because it may lead to bad behavior is complete gibberish, when so much of the bad behavior we see in the world around us right now stems from religious adherence, mindless religious adherence.
Okay. I appreciate the time you're giving me, and I appreciate what you're saying. I do agree that religion is used, obviously, to commit evils. I've seen it, and I'm not a stranger to it either. I think
Sure.
atheism doesn't have a good run either. Just there's only a few handful of them, and they've done pretty bad things. I think that's just humans. However, let me just say one more thing, and before I go, do you believe in free will then?
Not sure.
And okay,
I think we have the experience of having free will. So whether we actually have it or not, I suspect we may not, but we actually have the sense of having free will. And that for me is why my arguments about belief don't lean into free will. I don't depend on determinism, hard determinism, or arguments against free will to make the case about belief not being a choice.
yeah, well, okay. I just find that very telling. You kind of have to not believe in it if you're going to be an atheist.
No,
I think
that's not true.
because-
There are
all.
atheists who don't believe in free will. There are atheists who are compatibilists, and there are atheists who do believe in free will. It's not true at all. Atheism just means you don't believe in a god.
I just mean to be consistent.
There are atheists. There are atheists who are consistent and don't believe in free will. There are atheists who are consistent who do believe. Funnily enough, I don't think if you believe in an all-powerful, all-knowing God, that you can be consistent and believe in free will at all, because your God could have created the universe any way he wanted. Your God had a menu of all possible realities spread out in front of him at the beginning of time, and could have chosen the one in which you decide to become a fireman, or the one in which you decide to become a lap dancer, or the one in which you decide to become a circus clown. And he chose the one where you decide to become, whoever it is you are, right? And God knows exactly what you're going to do, and could have chosen another reality where you weren't going to do it. So actually, you have no free will at all if you're living in a universe designed and invigilated by God.
Well, that's debatable. God can only know something that actually is in existence, because if it didn't exist, then he wouldn't know it, because it's impossible.
Well, that's a very limited God then that you believe in. Then that's not
No, it's not
the
because
God
it's
most people
nothingness.
believe in.
Non-existence is nothingness, and if nothing is impossible with God, then by definition, anything that doesn't exist is impossible to even know about.
We're not talking about nothingness. We're not talking about nothingness. We're just talking about God knowing the set of all things, and God knowing what you're going to do. Does God know what you're going to do tomorrow?
He knows everything that exists.
Okay, so does God know what you're going to do tomorrow?
For him, it's past tense. So yeah.
So right now, God knows what you're going to do tomorrow. Are you free to do something else?
I know the sun's going to rise tomorrow.
Hang on. God knows what you're going to do tomorrow. Are you free when tomorrow? Are you free tomorrow when tomorrow comes to change your mind and do something else?
Yes, and then he would have known. He would have known what that was.
Then God would have been wrong today. So I think you can see that your free will evaporates if you have an all-powerful, all-knowing God.
Right. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, Rob. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
Take it easy.
Yep, all the best.
Bye. All right. We are going to get Love Not Hate is going to be in next. We will read a couple of messages and then get Love Not Hate up next.
Love the name.
Good name. I agree. Love Not Hate is good. Optimus Rhymes said, "This is the greatest Phil Bro beatdown ever." This is when we were speaking to Lamb Apologetics. It was bad. That was one of the worst Phil. If anyone doesn't know what Phil Bro babble means, we have it often on the bingo. Listen to our conversation with Lamb Apologetics, deliberately trying to say everything in the most complicated way possible. And the communicators I admire the most are the people like Carl Sagan, who were able to say things, even quite complex things, really succinctly, really simply. You don't need to overcomplicate things. And people who work so hard, I could see the sweat almost beading on his brow, trying to figure out how to say simple things in the most complicated way possible to appear very, very smart. It doesn't make you smart. It's not big and it's not clever. Mm-hmm. But I appreciate the fact that you felt it was a Phil Bro beatdown, because he was pretty insufferable in that way. Pretty bad. And while he was on, Bethos said, "I love Sean's vigor and clarity." We all do. Sean, we love your vigor and
Thank
clarity.
you.
I second Bethos on that. And Tim said, also, these are all while Lamb was on. I acquiesce to the voluptuousness of your multi-syllabic vocabulary obfuscation. Perhaps one could alliterate within the vernacular of the proletariat.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah, Tim, you smashed it, friend. Absolutely smashed it. That's exactly what we needed. I was reaching for something like that in the call, but I didn't nail it nearly as well as Tim did there. Thank you, Tim. Tim also said, I can do it too. So, English mofo, do you speak it? Very good.
Do you get the reference, John?
Which is the reference there?
Pulp Fiction. English mother effer, do you speak it? Samuel Jackson.
Of course. Yes.
Yeah.
Weirdly, Pulp Fiction was on the TV in my hotel room last night, strangely. Having not seen it for years, it looked so...
One of my favorites.
It's a great film, but it looks so dated. You know, when you just see a film and you don't realize how, like, it just looked really old. But I love that film as well. And Richie, Screaming Silence, says, John looking very George Clooney with the stubble. Well, what can I say? It's just laziness. Nothing other than that.
What a great compliment to George Clooney.
Oh, very kind. Thank you very much. And Bethos says, Lamb Apologetics is top 3 saddest incel ever into this show. I mean, I wouldn't want to comment that the guy's an incel, but, you know, if that's how you communicate, you're not going to be getting any of whatever it is you hope to be getting some of, because it's not a good look. Play the guitar or do something like that. It's not a good look. Okay, last 2 for now. Mike G. Joe said, Inner Circle, save us poor folks. This is all still for poor old Lamb. He came in here and roasted himself. I don't think we needed to do much, poor chap. And Herbie Shine, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Fluffy little Lambkins is not only a Phil bro being a Phil bore, he was talking Phil bollocks. Make Phil bollocks a meme. Oh, go on, do please. I think we should make Phil bollocks a meme. It's a very, very good one. Okay, we will get our next guest in, Love Not Hate, as promised, and then Noah after that. And if you're in the queue as well, I promise we'll get to you. So thank you so much for bearing with us and being patient. Really appreciate it. Just get your name on the board. Love Not Hate on the way in. Hopefully. TikTok is trying to bring our guest in. We're going to find out whether we're successful. Weird, it just takes a while sometimes. We're just looking at the TikTok transporter while it decides whether to grace us with our next guest or not. I don't know. That looks a little bit like not happening. Not sure. Okay, I might have to give up on that because that seems to not be working. So let's see. Don't know why that is happening. Okay, we will remove that for now. Love Not Hate, if you want to come back up, then just request up again and we'll get you in. We're going to bring in Noah Lloyd right now. Hopefully this one works. There we go. Hey, Noah. Noah, are you there? Hey, Noah.
Sorry, a little
Hello.
difficulty. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome in.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, because you talk about like belief and that you're not convinced that God exists and all of that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, what are your standards for what would be acceptable? What do you think would push you over into belief?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Do you know what? I actually have no idea. And that's a really an intellectually honest answer. I don't know what would convince me, but I'm genuinely open-minded. So God would know, right? If there's a God there, he would know exactly what package of evidence would be sufficient for each person to convince them. So whatever my package of evidence is, whether it's something really dramatic like a personal appearance or a dream or some sense of inner knowing or an apologist coming into the live stream one day and giving me an incredible apologetic argument I've never heard before that really stops me in my tracks and makes me think, or a book I might read which makes me think about things in a different way. I have absolutely no idea. But, you know, the world is full of people who say that something happened to them and they became convinced. So God would know for each person exactly what that something would need to be, even if the people themselves beforehand don't necessarily know. And so far, God has declined to give me any kind of experience that would result in me being persuaded of his or her existence.
Okay, so you talk about being open, and like, can you describe that openness? Are you just talking about intellectual honesty or intellectual openness?
Sure. I'm open.
That's what you're talking
I'm
about?
open in. I mean, I don't know what other types of openness there are. I'm genuinely open to the possibility of a God existing. I think the possibility of the God of the Bible existing is very close to zero, because the Bible is such an obviously flawed book and thing and document. I think the chances of that God existing I put as about the same as the chances of the Greek gods or the Norse gods or the Hindu gods. I think all of these things, the chances of these gods existing are very, very low. Think about how likely you think it is that Zeus and Apollo exist. That's about how likely I think it is that Yahweh and Jesus exist, because I see the evidence for both of those all being about the same, which is none.
And if a God exists, if a God exists, John and I genuinely, truly do want to know as much as we can about that God, or if multiple gods exist or what have you. We genuinely want to know. We're not like trying not to believe. We just want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible.
Okay, so you talk about the Bible being flawed.
Yeah.
And I find that interesting. Why do you think it's flawed?
Because it's internally inconsistent, because it makes basic errors all over the place. It's anachronistic. It talks about things happening at points where we know they couldn't possibly have happened. So it's historically inaccurate. It makes all sorts of prophecies between the Old Testament and the New Testament that don't come true. Jesus himself makes all sorts of prophecies to his followers that don't come true. It's full of disagreements between differing accounts of the same set of events. I can think of few books that are more flawed.
Few books that are more flawed. Interesting. So, okay, let me think about a response on that. So, what's interesting is that leads me to the question of what would the Bible be like for you to believe in it?
I think if I'm honest, the way my personal standards of epistemology work, I don't think I could believe in the Bible based just on any changes you could make to the book. Let's say you got a really good editor in who went to the Bible with a hacksaw and got rid of all the bullshit and replaced it with slightly less bullshit stuff and resolved all the contradictions and somehow rewrote bits of the New Testament so that they actually did fulfill correctly bits of the Old Testament and reinvented the Jesus character so that he was totally different and actually did satisfy the requirements of the Old Testament promised Messiah, and did all of these things and made it all work beautifully, tied up with a lovely bow. Then I would just say this is a really internally consistent novel. It's here's a story which works kind of, within itself. It doesn't fall over its own feet so much, but that would still not be enough to get me to the point of accepting it's true, any more than you would believe that that Harry Potter was true just because it might be internally consistent. I would need some evidence outside of the Bible, in the same way that I would require evidence outside of the Quran to accept that the claims of Muhammad are true, or outside of all other religions. And like you are skeptical about the claims of other religions, regardless of how internally consistent their books may be.
Especially the extraordinary claims, the miracles and such.
Yeah.
So what would that evidence outside the Bible look like? Would you are you still talking about like openness?
No, for sure. No, for sure. So it might be something like, I mean, look at the claims that the Bible made around some of the events surrounding the crucifixion of Jesus, right? That the ground opened up and the dead came out of their graves and walked into town. No contemporary historian thought to mention that. No one wrote about it. They wrote about it. If someone broke wind, it'll be in a book somewhere. Or if there was a census or a tax change, it'll have been recorded somewhere. But the ground opening up and zombies wandering into town for a day of shopping doesn't get mentioned by any historian ever. Stuff like that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that part of the Bible you referenced?
It's in Book of Matthew, that when Jesus was crucified, the ground opened up and the dead exited from their graves and wandered into town. a sort of Jesus zombie apocalypse, and no one thought to mention it. Not a single historian.
I have to ask, where is this
Okay.
leading though? Because you are questioning us a lot on, or John, I mean, I'm free to answer as well, but like you're questioning a lot. What to you would be evidence of this thing, or what to you would be evidence of that thing? Is there a point or something you're leading toward with this questioning? Because it's gone on for a while.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to get to like, what's been really curious to me is how we can have like any sort of epistemology in regards to theology. Like, how is it that we can know things theologically? Like, what's the epistemology of that? And I've just been wondering about like.
It may be the case. So, like, let's say Jesus actually walked on water. All right, so that's an extraordinary claim. It may be the case that him having walked on water 2,000 some odd years ago, in an obscure corner of the globe somewhere, that it's just unlikely that even if he did it for real, there would be convincing evidence left behind that to warrant believing that. It could be the case because I can't think of, like, if I try to think of what would be convincing that he actually walked on water, testimony wouldn't do it, because we have testimony of all kinds of wild things, even in modern times. Like, I need more for an extraordinary claim. And so if that's the case, that he actually walked on water, it's likely he wouldn't have left behind external evidence that could sufficiently demonstrate that he actually walked on water. And that's not a problem for us. You know, I can't just like suspend my my what do you call it, my logic and rationality, because, well, if he really did it, then I would expect there to be no evidence, so I'm just going to lower my evidential standards and then like just start accepting wild claims just because it was reported to have happened in a place that would not leave behind evidence.
Yeah.
All right, so something interesting about that. So let's say you did have let's say you saw it firsthand, him walking on water. Like, I don't think you can get more than that. But would that, okay, so that would give you the belief that the occasion happened, right?
That the occasion happened. Now now take modern times, and we get into tricky waters here, no pun intended. You know, I might be able to watch David Copperfield walk on water too, and it's a magic trick at that point. So it's hard for me to say, but do you agree with what John said, that if God and or Jesus, and Jesus believed to be God, but if God exists, he would know what would convince John and I, right?
Yes, I'm just going to say.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, it's an interesting thought experiment, like, but it's gone on a while. But the bottom line is, like, I'm open to it. John's open to it. And if God exists and he wants us to know he exists, it would be trivially easy for him to let us know he exists. Not just John and I, but the entire world, because if Jesus is God, most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong gods. Most of the world. And it's those who do, it's geocentric, to where if you're born in the right geography, you're likely to be born into a Christian family, and you're much more likely to believe than if you're born in, say, Saudi Arabia or Thailand or India or someplace like that. So God can get rid of the geo lottery and just let everyone know, hey, I exist. Here's the right religion. Here's my rules. Now you have the free will. He's opening up free will. Now you have the free will to decide to follow me or not.
Okay, well,
before you reply, Sean, you've got the bridge. I just need to sort something out. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Bear with me. Thanks.
Oh, is he finally doing it? I think John's finally doing a bathroom break. Sorry, inside joke. Go for it. What's your response?
Okay. Well, it's just a little confusing for me, because it's all like, okay, in order for you to believe, it seems that evidence is the barrier. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Evidence. Broadly speaking, yes.
But it seems
I wouldn't call it a barrier. It's the requirement.
The requirement. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just call it the requirement.
Yeah.
So with evidence as the requirement, but we've been going through some, well, really one example, but it's like, it seems that whenever I try to put forward a piece of evidence that would be convincing that you may see, I still see skeptical pushback, even with the evidence before you.
Not necessarily. If God appeared before me and talked to me, that there's a really high probability that would convince me. I'm just intellectually honest, and if it's done, it might be done in a manner that like I think I might be hallucinating or what have you. But the bottom line is, we both agree God can convince me. I'm not going to know. I'm not going to know what evidence. Like, you can't throw everything at me and I'd be like, this is evidence for that. Like, I don't know what evidence would convince me of string theory. So, but that doesn't mean I'm like obstinate and refuse to believe string theory is true. It just means that like I don't know. But I think the whole issue is like satisfied with the fact that God could it would be trivially easy for God to just let me know he exists, right?
Be easy. I suppose it would.
Well, I mean, there's no suppose. If he's all powerful, then it's literally zero effort and zero time. It would be trivial. That like he could do literally anything. He could create universes. He can give Sean the knowledge that he exists.
Well, it also kind of depends on your understanding of what exactly God is, because what do you imagine God to be? Like, what's your concept of God that you're rejecting?
What do you mean? The concept that I'm rejecting?
Well, in order to be an atheist, you have to be in like you have to be in the negative towards something that you right?
Basically, I am not convinced that any being exists. So I would define a god. I would include like Thor in like the gods category. Like if I believed Thor exists, I would not consider myself an atheist. So a supernatural being that with supernatural powers that is the normally like the object of worship. That's how I would define a god. I'm not convinced any of them exist. Now, it could be that if Thor exists, maybe Thor is unable to convince me, but if an all-powerful God exists, it would be trivially easy for him to convince us. So why doesn't he?
Well, there's a lot of places we can go with that, because when it comes to the idea of God and what exactly it is that you're rejecting, I hesitate to think that that's actually the God of Christianity. Because
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever God exists, is he all-powerful?
Is he all-powerful in what sense?
Can he do anything that is logically possible? I'm not asking him to make circle squares, but are there limits to his power?
No, I would say.
Okay. So then if whatever the God is, whether it's a Christian God, some other God, whatever your God concept is that you believe exists, if it is all powerful, it would be trivially easy for this God to convince every person on the planet it exists, right?
Well,
if he can't, he's not all powerful.
Well, yeah, but it depends on what exactly God wants from you, I would say.
Well, no, whether he wants to convince me is a separate matter, but if he's all powerful, it would be trivially easy for him to do it, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
But that's the thing. It's like, do you want to be compelled?
Belief always works that way. So see this pen right here?
Yeah.
Do you believe this pen exists?
I perceive the pen and I trust my perception, so.
Yeah. So did I violate your free will? Did I compel you in some way by showing you my pen? You there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm open to whatever my perceptions grant me. So whatever I perceive through my visual or my auditory, whatever, I would grant that trust.
Yeah.
Right?
So people learning things, belief isn't a choice. So the notion of like compulsion, in a sense, all beliefs are compelled in some way. Like the information that we receive, we perceive reality, and it's just the way it is. It's just like my pen. So if me convincing you that my pen exists doesn't violate your free will, surely an all-powerful God can show me that he exists in some way that doesn't violate my free will.
Okay. Here's the thing. If I didn't trust my perceptions, if I knew I suffered hallucinations, I wouldn't actually be compelled by what you show me with the pen.
Doesn't matter to my point. But my point is the fact that I showed you this pen and convinced your brain that the pen exists doesn't mean in any way, meaningful way, I compelled you to anything. If I could do this with a pen, an all-powerful God can do the same thing with himself to me.
Well, I'm
right?
just pointing out that I'm receptive to whatever my senses tell me. And the thing is,
How's that
if
relevant?
you're not receptive to what your senses tell you, then you can't accept what you see as, and you can't really take that assent out of hand.
The analogy I'm countering what you said. If God let everyone know on the planet he exists, somehow it's a compulsion thing, like it's a violation of free will. If I'm capable of showing you this pen and convincing you this pen exists without violating your free will, surely an all-powerful God is capable of convincing everybody on the planet he exists without violating their free will, right?
I fear that would actually make him into the tyrant that people fear he is.
How would that make him a tyrant? If he's a nice, jolly guy, just saying, hey, I'm nice and I'm jolly and I exist, he could still be nice and jolly, right?
Yeah, he could just pitch up and say, I should
take that back.
I'm here, I love you, I want to have a relationship with you. It's completely up to you whether you want to have one with me or not. That would just be God,
God.
introducing himself in a lovely way, but in a way that left no one in any doubt as to whether he was there. Because remember, we don't have direct experience of God. We just have what other people tell us about God. That's what the Bible is. The Bible is not direct experience of God. Some people may claim to have direct experience of God, but even those people, and I don't know if you are one, really don't. They just have experiences that they've had that they interpret as being direct experience of God. So God could just turn up and say, here I am, in a really direct way, that no one would be in any doubt, and then say, look, I'm here. I'm not going to force you to love me. You can love me if you want to. You can follow me if you want to. You can unsubscribe if you want to, and give everyone the free choice. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he leaves it to his way of making his creation know about him is the writings in some 2,000-year-old scraps of books and parchments in dead languages from a very specific part of the world from 2,000 years ago, most of which don't exist today, that have just been passed on and translated and redacted and voted on and all of that. Is that the best he can do? That's his best way of letting us all know that he's there? Because it doesn't seem very impressive to me.
Well, I wouldn't say that's because the thing is that the Bible it's relying upon human experience to verify, I would say. In the sense that if you look at the biblical narrative and what it shows you and what it points out about human existence, it's basing itself on the actual experience of human existence, like how it is to be within this world and what this world is.
But that could be said of every religious claim from every culture ever. Tens of thousands of them all do that. They all base themselves on their understanding of what it is to be in this world and to be human and all of that, and depend on being passed out by certain types of human understanding and experience and tradition and transmission. That's the same for every religious claim. So in a way, it doesn't matter that you would make that claim also for Christianity. It's kind of irrelevant.
Well, it leaves the door open on, if this is based on human experience, then we should go through human experience to see if it's actually accurate.
But we know it isn't accurate.
And that's the epistemology.
But we know it isn't accurate because it makes promises that aren't kept, and is all over the place. So it's provided us with a generous amount of evidence as to the idea that this is not a document to be trusted.
But it's like, I'm not pointing out that like we have to see if it's consistent. You already pointed out that even if the Bible was free of apparent errors, that would still not be convincing enough. And the question is, what would make it convincing?
Yeah, it would need to be something more than that, because every time anyone mentions the Bible, I just hear book says thing. I'm like, okay, and? Lots of people can say book says thing. Say it about any religion. It's going to need to be something more than that. And so far, and we'll tie things up now because we're kind of going in circles a bit, but you know, I appreciate you calling in. But so far, all we've got is the idea that this God who really, really wants to have a relationship with us, but just isn't very good at demonstrating it. I think that's pretty underwhelming.
All right, well, I guess as a last note, I would say that in regards to my idea of God, I would say he is making himself known to us. I would say that we're closed off. But there's a whole argument. I don't know if I want to get into that.
Yeah, it's a horrible argument because it's victim blaming. But you know, come back and make it another day if you must. Yeah, but thanks for calling in, Noah.
But yeah, okay, all right. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks,
Have
man.
a good day.
Appreciate it. Thanks. All right, we're going to get Christ-like Radio in next. We'll just read a few of these super chats first, and then we will do that. So this is back when these are still people talking about poor old Lamb. He really did come in and roast himself today, didn't he? Bethos said, Paul said, "You can call me Al," quoting the Paul Simon, of course. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And Shovel Dead, here, have some tithe. Thank you very much. That's extremely kind. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind indeed. And Bethos said, hardening Pharaoh's heart. And to kill firstborns, Yahweh is irredeemable. Completely agree. Completely agree. All of this free will nonsense. God doesn't give the slightest stuff about free will. When it suits his agenda to mess with people's free will, he does it, and it doesn't even get commented on. And then God, in a departure from the norm, decided to interfere with somebody's free will. That doesn't even happen. It's just that, yeah, he hardened the heart, or he sent a lying spirit to deceive, or he did whatever. Free will is completely irrelevant. And I don't think this concept of free will even came up as a thing at all in apologetics until about the 4th century. So this whole free will thing is complete nonsense. Beard of Empathy, great to see you, friend. I hear there was a therapist who called. Sorry I wasn't around to call in to rebut. I would have loved it if you had, my friend. I was in session being a real therapist. I mean, again, not for me to opine about somebody else's credentials or lack thereof, but Beard of Empathy, I can tell you, is a real actual therapist. And I was slightly thinking of you when we were speaking to her, actually, and thinking how differently you would have answered the questions we were asking her. But I hope you're doing well, and look forward to speaking to you again soon. And Dandelion Gum said, Philbro linguistics expert tells us that while two negatives can be used in conjunction to form a positive, two positives cannot form a negative. Yeah, right. we that was one of the best Philbros I think we've had in quite a while. I'm looking forward to clipping that. That's going to go in the Philbro Hall of Fame if we make one of those, which I probably ought to do. Okay, let's get in Christ-like Radio. Hopefully this is all going to work nicely as we get the name up. Christ-like Radio. Hi, Christ-like. How are you?
Good day, sir. How are you?
Very, very well indeed. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Right, thanks for letting me up. Yes, looking at the prompt, very interesting. I just got a question. Why did you say that God sends to hell?
Right.
Because according to the Bible,
yes,
that's incorrect.
Really? I thought Jesus said in Matthew, don't fear the one who can kill you, fear the one who can cast you into the furnace where there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Did Jesus not say that?
Right. So the Bible also says that the wages of sin is death.
Yeah.
So what is happening there is that you're receiving your wages.
Yeah, you're being sent to hell, exactly as I said.
that's your payment because you choose to
Right.
follow where God created the hell for
So does that answer your
the
question
devil and
then?
his
The reason I
angels.
use the word send is because according to the Bible, that's your payment. That's what God does to you in return for you not believing that occasionally donkeys can speak.
Well, not in that word and how you put it, because the point is that the hell was created for the devil and his angels. So if you decide to follow the devil, then that will be your wages.
Do I appear to you as someone who's decided to follow the devil and his angels? I don't think any such
Well,
thing
if you-
exists.
You see, if you're not following God, then you're following the devil. It's
If you're
plain and
not with us,
simple.
you're against us. But the thing is, that's lovely, but it's just not true because I'm not following the devil because I don't believe in the devil any more than I believe in God. So what would it mean to be following something that I don't believe in? What kind of
Well,
following is that?
Well, you see, that's that's the interesting part of it.
It is. Can you explain
Right?
it? Sounds like
So-
bollocks to me.
so you-
What does it mean to follow something you don't think exists?
According to you.
Yeah, according to me, doesn't exist. So how can I be following something that I don't think exists? How is that any different from me following Snoopy or something else that I think doesn't exist?
Well, you see, that's the point, because I could say that Mount Everest does not exist, but it does.
Yes, but we
So
can
I
we,
could
but we
say
can all
that-
see Mount Everest, so it would be an obviously silly claim. But when I say the devil doesn't exist, you can't rebut it in the same way that I can by saying, look, there's Mount Everest, we can walk up it together. Shall we walk up it together? We may not make it down, but it'll be fun. You can't do that with the devil.
Yeah, but you see, regardless to what I bring to you, you already believe that it does not exist. So I could bring, different well, I base all my belief around scriptures. So I could
If you-
I could
if
bring
you did-
scriptures, I could do that. But because you already do not believe, then whatever I bring, you're still not gonna
No,
you're still not gonna concede.
that's just accusing me of being closed-minded. I think that's a bit mean. Don't accuse me of being closed-minded. I'm completely open-minded. You just need to provide some evidence rather than just empty claims, which is all we're getting at the moment. So have you got any?
My claims are from the scriptures.
Yeah, but I don't accept the authority of the scripture. You would need to provide some. You would need to provide some evidence. I'm open-minded. If you can provide some evidence for why I should care what it says in the scriptures.
So what evidence would you look for, or what
Well,
evidence
hey,
would you
dude,
want?
that's your problem, my friend. You're the one promoting a magic book, not me. Give me a reason to believe that this is more than a bedtime story, and then I'll take you seriously. But at the moment, it's a struggle.
Okay, right. So there's a historian who wasn't a Christian called Josephus.
Yes,
He wrote about Jesus.
we all know exactly who Josephus was.
Right, he wasn't a Christian. He was just a historian.
He was a
So would you believe his words?
he was a Jew, and the sections in his Antiquities about about Jesus in the Testimonium are largely considered to be 4th century interpolations under Bishop Eusebius. Because if you read his sections about Jesus, the bits where he starts talking about Jesus in a sort of fantastical way are clearly injected into the text. The text doesn't make any sense. Like that, and earlier copies of those writings didn't include those passages.
So you won't agree with his writings?
It's not that I don't agree with his writings; it's that the sections in the Antiquities, specifically about Jesus, weren't written by him.
Who are they written by?
They were interpolations under Bishop Eusebius in the 4th century, most scholars think. Which is why the earlier copies of his works didn't contain those passages.
Right. So all the claims that he made concerning not only about Jesus, but he wrote many different things around the early church.
Yeah.
All those are thrown out also.
So some of them are directly from him because he was a historian writing about the history of the church. We don't disagree with the history of the church. We agree that there were Christians there. That's a claim which I don't have a problem with. But he also wrote that Jesus was the Christ or something like that, a Jew would never have described Jesus in that way. And those specific parts that attest to the miracles of Jesus are largely considered to not have been written by Josephus himself.
Yeah, but Paul was a Jew.
Sorry?
And he said Jesus. I said Paul was a Jew, Peter was a Jew.
Oh, have we switched from Josephus to someone else now? Have we finished with Josephus?
No. You say a Jew wouldn't.
A Jewish historian writing about Jesus later on would not have used the same kind of language that he used apparently in these passages, and more to the point, the earlier copies of those texts didn't contain those passages, and the text makes much more sense. If you take them out, it flows. If you put them in, it doesn't. There's incongruity there as it switches, like when you get, different salt water and meeting, it's fresh water. It's like it doesn't make sense. Whereas when you take those out, the text flows much better. So anyway, all of this is beside the point. We don't have any reason to think that this stuff is true.
So you would agree with his writings just about the church, but not about Jesus?
Yes, some of his writings about the existence of the church, there's no reason to think that those things aren't true, because we know that there were. Tacitus also wrote about the existence of the early church. We have no reason to think those claims are untrue, neither are they remarkable, because they're beyond dispute. Nobody is disputing that the church existed during the time of the early church, funnily enough.
Right. So, but if the church existed, then obviously the church follow only Yahweh, Christ. That's the only God the church follows. And even though you read different scriptures of the Bible, they line up with a lot of old parts, different eras. Currently now in the Middle East, different things is lining up from the scriptures.
Do you mean prophecies like there will be wars and rumors of war? Like there's never been a time. There's never been a time in all of human history where there haven't been wars and rumors of war. There's nothing there in the Old Testament or in the New Testament that you would read at the time and be able to predict with any kind of accuracy at all anything that's happening now. This is fatuous. So what reason do we have for thinking that any of this stuff is true?
Well, the wars and different things were always happening, but what the Bible is saying to us that it will be more prevalent in our time today as the end comes.
But it's not more prevalent. There's always been wars. There have been periods where there's more, periods where there's less. War has been a continuous thing through all of recorded human history. It's just not true. So what else have we got?
But so you're telling me wars, the different disasters, the different pestilence. You're telling me that what is happening in our day today doesn't concern you, that it hasn't been happening for? Because if you listen, a lot of news concerning disasters, you hear them say that they never saw, an earthquake this magnitude for the last 20 years. Stuff like that is being said. So you're saying that a lot of these things does not concern you.
I didn't say anything about whether things concern me. I'm just saying there's no evidence that things are worse now than they have been at other points. There have been other points in history where things have been much, much worse than they are right now. For example, if you measure human well-being by things like average lifespan or infant mortality or average income per capita or literacy rates or access to clean water, things have never been as good as they are right now.
Well, those things come with time, different technology, and different thing like that. So
thereby undermining your argument that the world is in a terrible state, worse than it's ever been before. Completely not true.
No, I didn't say the world is in a terrible state. We're talking about wars and disasters and pestilence.
Yeah. So we had horrific wars in the 20th century, where there were literally millions of people dying. We're not having anything like that now. Nothing on that scale. That's not to say that I'm not concerned about wars, of course. War is always a tragedy, and there are wars going on right now in various places around the world where people are dying in large numbers, and it's horrific. But it's nothing on the sort of scale that we saw in the middle of the 20th century and in the early part of the 20th century. Nothing like that at all. Nothing like that is happening right now at all. So this idea that all the wars are getting worse is just not true. And even if it were true, so what? None of this point. You can point to passages in Nostradamus and then go, look, this if you squint just right seems to predict something that we're looking at now. None of this even comes close to addressing the claim we're making here, that a good God could not send people to hell for not believing. So let's address that.
Right. So if God, if it wasn't stated in the Bible that this would be mankind's punishment for not accepting Christ, then God would be good.
But not accepting Christ isn't an action. This is the thing that we always come back to when we have these discussions, and that people like yourself always fail to grasp. The reason I don't accept Christ is not because I'm rebelling, is not because I personally don't like him. It's because I am as convinced of the existence of Jesus as I am of the existence of Gargamel. Do you know who Gargamel was? He was the baddie in the Smurfs. He had a cat. But he doesn't exist. And therefore I find myself similarly inclined to your erstwhile God. I don't think he exists. I'm not convinced that this thing exists, and therefore I'm unable to accept him. I'm not choosing to not accept him. I'm just not convinced. If someone wants to give me some good evidence as to his existence, then I'll obviously consider it. And if the evidence is compelling, I'll have no choice but to believe. Absolutely no choice.
You see, but that's the issue, because what we're seeing today is that mankind need 100 evidence for the truth, and they need just one evidence for a lie. That's what we see in our day today. Because I presume that let me not presume. How do you think that this earth or this world that we're living in started? Let me not presume. Let me ask you.
Our Earth formed from an accretion disk of matter around the sun.
So who created the sun?
Well, to say who
The
is
sun was formed
to say the who is to smuggle something in.
Oh, okay, let me see. How was the sun created?
The same accretion disk that formed the sun also formed the planets that surround the sun. In fact, Jupiter is a failed star. It just wasn't quite big enough to create fusion. If Jupiter had a mass some degree higher than it is now, I forget what the number is, it would have also become a star. But yeah, so we already have a strong understanding of how planets and stars form. And the important thing is at one time we did not know that, and that still was not a time to say God did it.
Yeah, because even if we answered your question with "I don't know," that wouldn't be evidence for God. It would just be evidence for a lack of our understanding. We've got lots of things we don't yet understand, and lots of things, as Sean said, that we do currently understand that we didn't understand 50 years ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. That's how we learn. We advance, and we increase the set of things that we do understand, and we decrease the set of things that we don't understand, and that's how we progress. But there's no need to hide a God in there.
You see, there's a difference between me and you. Because if you ask me, I'm not going to tell you I don't know. I'm going to tell you that God created everything.
Oh, I'm delighted for you. But have you got any evidence to back that claim up?
But what evidence? That's the thing.
Whatever evidence
listen,
you find most convincing to you, go ahead and give us that.
Because when you look at your creation, especially from Genesis, when it comes to scientists who says that the Earth is millions of years old,
billions,
trees, right? They would be correct.
They would,
but also the Bible would be correct, because if you read Genesis.
Did
God
plants
created...
exist before the sun?
Did what?
Did plants exist before the sun and the rest of the stars, for that matter?
No.
But according to the Bible, here's the earth. God started creating some things on the earth, and he created plants. Now the sun exists, the earth exists without the sun and the rest of the stars, and it doesn't seem to realize that the sun is a star, but we'll ignore that for now. According to the Bible, plants existed on earth prior to the sun, so photosynthesis isn't a thing, and the temperature on the earth would be near absolute zero at that point, with no energy source of light coming from anywhere. So the plants would have existed with no sunlight and the most extreme cold that's literally possible.
Yep.
No, I don't know if you read Genesis, but the Bible says that the earth was without form and void.
At first, yes.
Right. So and
then
God
started doing his thing, and then he made the plants, and then he made the sun and the rest of the stars.
Right.
That
so
doesn't follow
God said,
science.
Right. So God said, "Let there be light" before anything.
Uh-huh. And what was the source of light?
see-
Where's this light?
That was magic, of course. Sean, it's magic. Sorry,
Well, you see, that's the thing.
it's magic.
Because
God magic.
because if I tell you, if I show you a supercomputer, and you ask me where did I get it from, and I said, well, it was just there, and then it appeared, you're gonna say
You have to show
local.
why that's analogous, and you're not addressing the whole point with plants existing before the sun. If you ask any scientist, did plants exist prior to the sun, what do you think they will tell you?
They don't know.
They do.
No, they're not going to tell you.
They're not going to say we have no idea if plants exist. My local garden centre, if I buy plants there, they say put them in light and water them well. They don't say put them in a vacuum at absolute zero with absolutely no light and freezing temperatures. None of them say that at my local garden centre, and they would know. So I think most scientists would probably be fairly confident in their claim that plants didn't in fact exist before the sun. And in fact, we know this because we understand the evolution of plant life. We understand what plants came from. We understand the evolutionary precursor to plants, just as we understand the evolutionary precursor to ourselves. So this is all just nonsense. This is you being fairly unaware of basic science and saying, well, it says so in my book here that this happened, so I'm going to believe it. Well, forgive me for not coming with you on that journey.
Right. Well, you see, that's why I say both of us are too different, because now you are saying that everything was there hanging in our solar system, and then at some point the sun decided to shine.
I don't think any of us said at some point anything were hanging in the solar system and the sun decided to shine. It's not Teletubbies. We understand the formation of stars and planets because it's something we can see happening now. Are you aware of the fact that when we look out into the night sky with very powerful telescopes, that we're actually looking at a time machine? Do you understand this?
Well, no, the reason why I say
Hang on.
that
I'm developing a thought with here. Are you aware of the fact that when we look into the night sky, you're not looking at things as they're happening right now? We're looking at things as they happened in the distant past. Are you aware of this?
Explain that to me. I don't understand.
So light travels at a certain speed. It's very, very fast, but it's not infinite, right? Hence the speed of light, right? So because some of the light is reaching us from so far away, it's had a journey time, often of billions of years before it's actually reached us. So when you look into the night sky now, and we look at things like stars forming and planets forming, we can see these things happening at various different stages. And they're a snapshot of history because it's taken sometimes tens or hundreds of millions of years from the light from those events to reach us. So what we're actually looking at now are things that were happening millions of years ago. We do understand how this stuff works, not just a guess.
Yeah, but no, but you're saying when you look at a telescope, but how come how if that's actually true, how
is.
come the sun is not hitting us a billion years after? How come?
Because the sun's nearer.
The sun is a little over 8 light minutes away from us. In other words, when you look at the sun, I think it's about 8 minutes and 22 seconds. I might be off by a few, but nevertheless, when you look at the sun, you're looking at what it looked like, what was happening a little over 8 minutes ago.
So how far away is the sun from Earth?
What is it? 93 million miles? Am I just
Yes,
numbers coming out
I think
of my
it is
head.
93. Yeah, I mean,
And
dude,
it also varies a little. But yeah,
dude, you're
So the sun. So,
I was going to say,
so
like,
yeah, so the sun is. I just said.
Yeah,
I just said
go
the
ahead.
sun is 93 million miles away.
which is
But
actually nothing in terms of cosmic distances and cosmological distances. It's nothing. It's a hair's width away from us. It is nothing. I don't think you can quite grasp the sizes involved, because none of us can. Very counterintuitive to think about the next. I think the next nearest star system is 3. Am I right? 300 million light years away. It's an absolutely ludicrous distance away.
the next star besides the sun is only like, I think, 4.5 light years away.
Oh, 4.5. I'm getting confused with my. I'm getting confused with
Yeah,
my
but that's
distances.
still
But
really far.
It's really, really,
At
really, really far.
186,000 miles per second, it takes over 4 years to get there.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the
Yeah, but
actual
don't you think
distance,
that-
not the light years. But
You might be thinking Andromeda.
I'm thinking.
the
I'm thinking
next galaxy.
I might be thinking the next galaxy too. Yeah. But the point to all of this is that you're just demonstrating for us, Christ-like, that you don't have any understanding of science, and that's fine. You're not to be blamed for that. But because you don't, you're just accepting your answers about reality from a book written by people a long time ago who just didn't know much compared to people today. Don't you think you'd be better to inform yourself about reality from people who can leverage all the knowledge and wisdom and understanding and technology that we've been able to gain since the 2,000 years ago that the book you like holding was written? Like, you're choosing to keep yourself ignorant. Why would you do that?
But I would say that you're doing the same, because you're quoting from scientists who wrote studies, about our solar system and so on. So I say you do the same.
We're referencing
main-
the current best understandings of knowledge of these kind of things. Sean and I are not astronomers, right? We have no expertise in this area, but we're able to leverage the expertise of the people who are.
Who wrote before you?
It's not about people who wrote. It's about understanding that we have in science something called knowledge production, which means that people don't just write things in books and then people read them and go, that's how it is. We have systems for developing explanations, testing those explanations, seeing if they make predictions. And if the predictions come true, then we accept the explanations as working models, tentatively. This is all very sensible and very tentative. And all you have is a book that talks about talking animals and burning bushes. This is silly.
Right. Well, you see, that's my point. Because you're referencing from persons who did the research, who did the testings and everything like that.
Yeah.
But
That's
the
a good
Bible
thing.
the Bible is referencing people who were there. Eyewitness people.
The Bible is a book of magic
witnessed-
stories. The Bible is a book of magic stories written in part by people who didn't know where the sun goes at night. We're talking about something categorically different to that. This is becoming quite painful, my friend.
So, there in the book of Acts, Paul and Silas were called Jupiter. In the book of Acts, Paul and Silas, I believe, were called Jupiter. Don't you think that these people knew how to look out at the stars?
These people may have known how to look out at the stars, but they knew less about reality than a reasonably educated 9-year-old knows today.
Nah, I disagree.
You can disagree.
Okay,
You can
let me
disagree
ask you a question.
all you like, but they knew nothing about the germ theory. They knew nothing about genetics. They knew nothing about evolution. They knew nothing about geology. They knew nothing about climate science. They knew nothing about a whole load of things. Nothing about chemistry. These were not well-educated people.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is the sun not lighting up the entire galaxy?
Friend, this is too silly. I think we're going to move it on. These are the questions that curious 6-year-olds ask. These are not questions for counter apologetics. But thanks for coming up anyway. All right, we're going to move it along. I don't have a heart to inflict this on the audience anymore. Why is the sun not lighting up the entire galaxy? Okay, we are going to get Callie in next, and then Justicia after that, and Zozo after that. So before we get Callie in, I'm just going to read a few more super chats. My. Okay, Fliberty said, I think this is probably... I think this is probably still where we were talking about our therapist guest earlier. Liberty said she'd have recommended a great victim watch The Cosby Show to cheer them up. Ouch. Ouch, 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 but probably true. And Tracy said,
That's crazy.
how long are you going for? I will be here for another hour and a little bit, something like that. And then they'll kick me out of this place. I am planning to come back and do another stream on Thursday. It's not totally in stone yet, and I'll confirm it probably tomorrow, but that's my intention. It will be similar kind of time. There we are. And Just 13 Rain, thank you for the super chat. That verse in 2 Corinthians 12 about when I am weak, he is strong. You know what types of people say that? Physical, mental, and financial abusers. Ooh, ouch. And also true. This is a way to create gullible people. All of this stuff. Lean not on your own understanding. Believe like a child is a recipe for creating gullible people. It's terrible. And Bethel says, in Doberan Minister, my mother, who that man is, she, Jesus Christ, she is baptized but atheist now. I read the Bible and found out story, not history. That was speaking to Rob. I don't fully understand that, Bethos, but in Doberan Minister, not sure exactly what you meant there, but hopefully that will make sense to someone other than me. Maybe I'm a bit slow today. And Simeon Hurchin said, law of thermal dynamics. I heard that too. I don't know if others caught that. Yes, law of thermal dynamics always makes me think of law of thermal underwear. Okay, thanks for that, Simeon Urchin. Love it. Okay, as promised, let's now get Callie Cowles in, and then Justicia after that. Bring in Callie right now.
Hello.
Hey, Callie, how are you?
Yeah, I'm well. I'm gonna try and not stay on too long. I've got work at 7 in the morning. It's 12 here now.
Good for you.
So, so what I'm gonna try do is stick to the topic rather than diverge, because there's been a lot of diverting and it takes you off
Love
what
it.
you're
Love it.
what the topic is.
Big fans
But
of sticking to the topic. Go for it.
But can I just ask you one question before we get into this? Because your last comment you were saying about gullible people, but you are with the belief that there are people who are not gullible and are very intelligent who are Christian, correct?
Of course, I'm not saying all Christians are gullible. I'm saying that the enjoyment within Christianity to lean not on your own understanding and believe things like a child, and the idea that belief in the absence of evidence is venerated as a virtuous thing to aspire to, is a recipe for creating vulnerable people. That as a measure is a very dangerous thing to promote. I'm not for one moment suggesting that all Christian people are gullible or stupid or anything like that. Of course, that's not true.
I can agree with that. So I'll get to the topic, but can I just make a suggestion? When you have these kind of debates, obviously I'm not the most knowledgeable. I'm not going to start talking about how the universe and that was created, because it's not an area of my expertise. But when it comes to the actual Bible, like some of the points that you've brought up, there's a lot of things you said that I'd disagree with and things that do have explanation, but it might be worth you having a conversation with someone like Elijah Johnson, someone who's very, very knowledgeable of the scripture and have heard a lot of the arguments that atheists make.
I've been having conversations with apologists for 25 years, my friend. Bring it on.
Yeah, but some are better than others. But I'm just saying it would be good, I think.
Well, I don't control who calls in. So when people call in, I meet them in the place they are. And when they call in, I respond to the things they say. Sometimes we get professional apologists calling in. Sometimes we get people who can barely spell their own names calling in, and I'll engage with whoever calls in. And if Elijah, whoever it was you said, wants to call in and have a conversation with us, we would be delighted.
Okay, perfect. So all I was going to say is, with your question, I disagree that every non-believer is necessarily sent to eternal damnation.
Okay.
Because wait, sorry, let me just find a verse for you. Sorry, give me a sec.
Some people are universalists, and we just meet people where they are. Yeah. I mean, we may disagree with, maybe their belief isn't biblical, but we just meet people where they are, because there's a plethora of different positions on what hell is, what it takes to go to hell. Does everyone go to heaven? Who goes to hell?
Yeah.
Is baptism required? Is the Trinity real? There's so many disagreements amongst all kinds of different Christians. We meet each individual Christian where they're at.
No, that's completely fair. So I'm trying to find, I can't remember the exact verse, but it's I think it's Paul.
But here's the thing: I could possibly save you some time, because even if you were to pull out a verse that supports the position that some non-believers can be saved anyway, that's great. I can then pull out 3 or 4 verses that don't support that position. This just proves that the Bible isn't univocal, is not consistent in its messaging, and is contradictory at times, which is something we often say. Another reason to not take it seriously.
So I think it depends how you view it. So let me give you an example, right? So it says the only way through the Father is through Jesus, and the only way to heaven is through Jesus. But I don't think that necessarily means that you need to have a belief to then get to heaven. It's just stating which you need to do, but it doesn't state it's when you're alive. So for example, if someone has a lack of knowledge or a lack of understanding, or they haven't been shown the privy evidence to then believe, obviously Jesus to come back on Judgment Day and judge, but that does not mean that in that moment when you're judged.
What if I've been shown and I'm unconvinced?
Well, could you give me an example of what you mean by showing? Like I'm saying, like give me an example.
I've heard every manner of every argument, from Philbro arguments to arguments about the biblical, what the Bible says, and all the witnesses. And I've heard every manner of argument for Christianity being true and the biblical God being real. And from every manner of apologist doing this live and all kinds of other lives for a long, long time, and I'm still remain unconvinced. Do I go to hell?
But no. So what I'm trying to say to you is, like, if someone comes and gives you scripture from the Bible and like, oh look, this happens, where they want to give you a theory on what's the theory that I can I can't even think of it. I'm tired. I can't think of the top of my head. But all these theories, I would agree that by themselves they're not very convincing. But what I'm trying to say to you is, like, say come the day of judgment and you see Jesus, right? And he speaks to you, and it's a case of, it's not so much necessarily about belief, because you brought up an argument before about you was talking about why, if God is all powerful, why can't he just show everybody that he exists? But from my understanding of how I view it, it's not about evidence of existing. And the reason that I think that he wouldn't necessarily do that is because it's more about having a relationship, like a
Can I have a
free
relationship with him if I don't believe he exists?
No, but knowing he exists doesn't necessarily
No,
cause a relationship.
Correct. Correct. But it's a necessary step, right?
No. I understand, but what I'm trying to say is, I think if God did reveal himself to everyone, hypothetically, that doesn't mean that everyone's gonna accept.
Correct. Some will, some won't, and then,
some
then it's a
will,
matter of free
some
will.
won't.
Yeah.
And I
Right.
think
So,
wait, sorry, can
go
I
ahead.
carry on? So my point
Go ahead.
is if God understands this in his point, from his point of view, he could understand that it's a journey, and to have a relationship, the kind of relationship that he wants, you need to come to that understanding by yourself. Like, I'll give you an example. My family are Christian. A lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them. I was never a Christian, right? Well, I can't say that I was never a Christian. If someone said, "Oh, are you Christian?" I'd have been like, "Yeah."
Can I address the point you made though?
Yeah. Go on, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said he wants it to be a journey. He wants it. So God's not going to reveal himself because he wants it to be a journey. So two things. One, is it better for someone to remain a non-believer and potentially get chucked into the lake of fire because they didn't believe, or for God, maybe God just presents the evidence himself, or is God, if he's all powerful, does that mean he's powerful enough to present the evidence in such a way that the person went on a journey on the way to becoming a believer?
I understand your question, and from our point of view, it makes sense, but we're asserting a lot of things. So this is another reason why these topics are very, very complicated, because earlier you can't speak about something that you don't fully understand, right?
But is that a yes or no? Is that a yes or no to my question? If God is all powerful, he could instantiate belief in such a way that we have that journey, correct?
The answer to you for your question, from my understanding, would be a yes. So I grant you that. But what I'm trying to say is, right, earlier you were saying, when you're talking about the cosmos and we're talking about things that we don't necessarily understand, right?
Right, yeah.
Could you grant me the fact, let's grant that God exists for a second, yeah?
Okay.
Would you say that how he would understand and comprehend everything, we wouldn't understand the same way he would understand? We wouldn't be on the same level of understanding. So if he wanted to do something in a certain order, or there was a reason, our logic wouldn't necessarily be his logic. Does that make sense?
Well, so you're saying, basically what it sounds like you're saying is God's ways are higher, which I don't have a good answer to your question, but God's ways are higher. Is that a good summation of what you're basically arguing right now?
Yes, essentially. Like I'm saying, if you grant the fact that God exists, we wouldn't understand to the level of what he understands. He'd have more knowledge, more understanding, and a way of doing things. So using our terms of thinking of how things should be doesn't necessarily mean that we're correct. And I'm asking, from an honest answer, am I right in saying that?
Not quite, because...
Can I ask why?
Yeah, sure. So even if let's assume, you must have heard it said before that, our minds to the mind of God are like an ant's mind to our minds, right? So that let's agree that might be true. Let's assume for a moment that God exists and that we could never possibly understand his reasons for doing things, and we could never understand his mind in any way, that the smartest person amongst us, or all the intellect of humankind combined over history, wouldn't even be 1% of his ability to think and reason and understand. Let's grant all of that. It would still be the case, even if that's true, that God can either give everybody the knowledge they need to have a relationship with him without harming their free will and all of that stuff, or he can't. There's no escaping that logic. Him being smarter than us doesn't provide a pass to get him out of that dichotomy, right? He either can do it or he can't do it.
No. But what I'm saying is, you're on the notion that whether he could, that he should.
No.
My point
I'm not talking about should yet. I'm not talking about should.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay, but
I'm saying the first point is he either can or he can't.
I think he could if he wanted to.
Okay, well then this gets us to the next arm. If we say that he can, then we get on to the next thing. Has he?
No.
So he hasn't. So then we get to the next arm, which is where you're obligated to land up, which is he must have a reason for not doing it that we just can't understand, correct?
Right.
Correct.
That's where he's at.
Right. And this is where you're at. Here's where it gets tricky. Even if we grant that we can't understand anything about his mind, it is still the case that whatever that reason might be, if he's all powerful, he could achieve that reason without having to send people to hell, without having to hide, without having to have children's cancer wards, all the stuff that we always talk about here. If he is indeed as powerful as you think, is he powerful enough to achieve his goal without all of those problems? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. That means that he's unnecessarily choosing these obstacles. It's not that these are that he has to do these things. Hang on. It's not that he has to do these things for his own reasons. It's that he's just choosing to do these things, but he doesn't have to. And at that point, we're entitled to say, well, if that's the case, then fine. He's the boss. He's in charge. He can do whatever he wants. But if he's going to punish us for not having knowledge of him, when he could have given us the knowledge of him, but just chose not to, that means essentially he's punishing us for a situation that he imposed on us unnecessarily. And we can say that that is immoral.
Okay, so there's two points. So again, because I don't agree that you go to hell for not necessarily believing in God. Like that's one point. Like I don't hold to that position, for one. Secondly, I don't think, like, so for example, say there's a reason why certain things happen, right? From God's perspective, there could be a reason, or he has a reason to why he doesn't do that.
Only if he's limited. Only if he's limited. If he's all powerful, then there is no reason why he has to do things, because he could just click his fingers and get around that. This is the problem you have with an all powerful God. Is an all powerful God eliminates the possibility for you to say he did this because of these reasons, that he needed to do it for this. Needing to do things for reasons is the exclusive preserve of beings with limited power. Beings with all power are never able to use that reason, because they could just click their fingers and make it be different, make it be that way anyway without the problem. So
okay, so
it doesn't work.
So I'll give you an example, right? Say I have a child, right, and I have all the money in the world, and I could decide to myself that, like, okay, you know what? I could give my child absolutely anything they want. I have the power to do that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to do that. And I could have my own reasons to why I don't want to do that. So using that logic doesn't work. And another reason that it doesn't work, because God said you don't understand God. Like, for example, if God could just click his fingers and just make everyone believe in him, yeah, he probably could do that. But that doesn't mean that he is to do that. And it isn't a question about whether he's all powerful. There's other motives. So, like, for example, how do I even articulate this? Wait, are you following me so far?
Your example of if you had all the money in the world, would it follow that you ought to give your child everything? No, it wouldn't. But it would be a problem if you had all the money in the world and then you punished your children for not buying things that they couldn't afford because you hadn't given them any of the money. And then you decided to punish them for, naughty little Timmy, you didn't buy a 5-bedroom house in Belgravia, and now I'm going to set you on fire, when you declined to give them the means to do so. That would be the analogy there. It doesn't work. If your God is infinitely powerful, then your God doesn't ever, ever, ever get to say, I had to do it this way because my plan only works if. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but the only reason why I'm saying, so you're using the argument again, but what I'm saying to you is I don't hold to the fact that you don't go to heaven if you don't believe in...
Well, then the conversation's a waste of time, my friend, because the specific thing we're talking about is pushing back on the idea, as it says in the prompt above my head, that a good God couldn't condemn people for non-belief. If you agree with us on that, then we could have saved some time and just say, okay, well, you're more of a universalist. You don't agree that people go to hell for non-belief. And we would have said, thank you for having a kinder theology than some other people, and we could move on.
I was just basing it. So I was just basing it on, the reason I come up is because I agree with your prompt, but I don't agree that our God would do that. So there's a passage where it says, like, I don't know, I should know it, like, off the top of my head, but like my mind's blank, I'm tired. So it's like, if you believe in God and you know the law and you don't follow it, that's an issue. But if you don't have the knowledge, or you're not educated, he will read your heart and your consciousness, so it would be how you are as a person.
I hear you. So that might deal with the edge case of people who have just never had this stuff presented to them. But we have people, and we are people, who have had this stuff presented to them. We've got people in our community who were previously pastors, who have multiple degrees in theology and Bible studies, who've studied the Bible in the original languages, read the Old Testament in Hebrew, read the New Testament in Greek, understand this stuff fully well. They just don't find it convincing. And yet the theology says that those people are the apistos, the faithless, the unconvinced, and that we deserve to be punished for that. And that's what we're pushing back on. So, friend, you got an early start in the morning. You should get some sleep. Feel free to call in another time when we run a different topic if you want to.
No. I will happily. Thank you for the respect and the conversation.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good sleep.
Okay.
Take
Enjoy
care.
the night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Justicia is going to be in next. Let's just get that off there like that, and have a look at We've got a couple of super chats still to read. Let's have a look. Babs said, while we were speaking to Rob, Clarke's fourth law, sufficiently uninformed opinion is indistinguishable from idiocy. I love that. I've never heard it framed in terms of the Clarke formulation, but I think that's right, something that we often encounter. Thank you, Babs. Appreciate it. And Bethos said, Babs' comments are always on point, and they always are. Always are. Thank you, Bethos, as well, for admiring Babs. And Rick said, anything that doesn't exist isn't knowable, so humans are more powerful than God because we can make fiction. These arguments aren't sensible. They really aren't. They really aren't. And then while we were speaking to Noah, Jason Bond, thank you for the super chat, said, my favorite God is Ra. Brightens up my day. Mine too. Mine too. Suns are always good. And Space Lord, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, said, first choice in the tree is believe or not. If you go down the first path, then you can accept the escape clause. I can't get there, and I am thus damned. Perfectly put. That's a perfect formulation of exactly how it works. There's this escape clause, God doesn't send you to hell, you send yourself there, meaning you don't avail yourself of the free pardon for this week only that God is offering. But you can only avail yourself of that if you actually do believe in the thing. And if you are not convinced by the thing, then you can't get the free pardon, and then you're back on with the punishment that he's got lined up for us all. So, yep, this God doesn't send you there, you send yourself there nonsense is not going to fly around here. I know people think it's a really effective apologetic, but I think it's rather silly. Okay, let's get Justicia in right now. I hope I'm saying that right. Put the name up here.
Hey,
hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
How are you doing? My name is Hamdi. I want to ask you, are you atheist?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure.
Is it not apparent?
I'm not sure if I heard you say, telling somebody else that you're a believer. I don't know if I misunderstood. Anyway,
No.
Do you don't believe in any God? Okay, good.
No.
All right, that's good. We're going the right way. Now, what made you stop believing in God? Did you study some type of history of how we end up
the answer is nothing.
believing in God?
Nothing made me stop believing in God. I've never believed in God for a single moment of my life ever. It's always struck me as a ridiculously silly idea. Yeah. Sean has a different story.
but you,
Sean was a believer and lost his faith. I've never been a believer, and we meet in this place of honest non-belief.
Okay, then probably the person I would like to talk is Sean.
Well,
because
Sean's told his,
Sean,
his
are you
story.
willing to talk?
Sean has told his story many times on the channel. But you can. I mean, I won't speak.
Really?
I won't speak.
I guess
for,
I missed it.
I won't speak for Sean, but you can encapsulate it here briefly, Sean.
I can do in like 15 seconds. So in short, I realized that different people believe different things all around the world in different countries based on where they're born into, like Hinduism in India, Buddhism in Thailand, Islam in Saudi Arabia, et cetera, et cetera. And so I started questioning my beliefs, like, am I just believing things because I was raised into a Christian culture? And upon much introspection and examination, I realized I did not have a good reason to believe the things I did, and so I stopped believing them.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you is because I have run into a few live streams about atheist people, and they look into history, how we end up believing in this God. So, but I would like to get some more information. So I thought that you guys were like you know, that you got some studies about that origins of Zoroastrianism and, you know, that kind of stuff. Supposedly that's the beginning of all that of how this modern God.
Do you have an opinion on the prompt? A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. What do you think about that?
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely true. That's why I stopped going to church and believing, because I was going to church and you would read something, God, there's this, but God is love.
So are you an atheist?
Side, I am kind of. I don't know what to say, man. I stopped. Maybe I'm disappointed about church, about the Bible.
Friend, sorry to cut you. Above my head, it does say a debate stream opposition only. So that's what people are really here to hear. We love speaking to fellow non-believers, and every other Friday we do a show called After Hours, where we invite people to call in and talk about anything they want, their story, their ideas, questions, theories. You're very, very welcome to call back then, but we are trying to keep this a little bit focused for the
no
the remaining half an hour or so that we have here before we have to tie things up. So
no problem.
Feel free to call us back at any time.
I just would like to learn, you know, more about the subject, you know, so to take that full step of become an atheist. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know yet.
If you don't believe, if you don't believe a God exists, you're an atheist. Welcome to the club.
All right, thanks.
All right, friend. Thanks.
Hey, take care. You have a nice one.
And you. Bye-bye. All right, there we go. We are going to get Zozo Leoman in next. Bringing them in right now. There we go. Hey, Zozo, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Great.
And yeah.
Okay. So our claim is that a good God couldn't send anyone to hell simply for not believing. What's your view on that?
I disagree.
Okay. Why?
The reason why I disagree is because a good God is somebody that applies justice fairly, is just.
I would agree with that. Yep. And do you think that justice involves punishing people correctly for the things they choose to do?
Not punishing people, but let them be without him, since they don't want him, they don't love him.
Sure,
so
sure.
It's just like,
but as a principle of justice, would you agree that it's a principle of justice that if you're going to impose a punishment, that if you're going to impose a punishment, it should be on the basis of things that people chose to do?
Yes.
Like, would it be just to send people to prison for being colorblind, for example?
No.
Would it be just to send people to prison for being scared of heights?
No.
Would it be just to send people to prison for not being convinced that homeopathy works?
I understood what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
But it's not about being convinced.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Answer the question.
Would it be just to send people to prison for not being convinced that homeopathy works?
No.
Would it be just to send people to prison for not being convinced that Hare Krishna religion is true?
No.
Would it be just to
So,
send people to prison for not being
wow.
for not believing that Islam is true?
Say that again.
Would it be just to send people to prison for not believing that Islam is true?
No.
Would it be just to send people to prison for not
That's
believing
what I'm saying.
that
You can go over again.
that Christianity is true?
Wow. Finally, I'll be waiting to speak. Now you give me, would it be? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Just answer the question,
I do
please.
understand.
Would it be
Yeah,
just?
I keep saying
would,
no.
Okay,
There's so many things I can even help you with.
if your answer is no to this last question, then we're onto something. So I presume you're a Christian. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So would it be just to send someone to prison simply for not believing the claims of Christianity?
Yes.
It would be just. So you answered no to all of those other questions, but when we just swap in the one religion that you personally like.
Oh, you say Christianity. I thought you said God. No.
So no.
No Christianity.
So no. Okay. No. So you agree that wouldn't be just, and yet that's
yes.
what Jesus promises to do in the Bible.
That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
That you're not getting sent to hell because of Christianity belief. It's the unbelief of God, like non-believer. That's the reason why you get sent to hell. It's not about the religion or the aspect. It's just
He's saying it's okay. It's a yeah.
The sentence now, man.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to help you clarify because he's saying it's okay. It is just to send people to prison or hell or what have you for not believing God exists. Not he wasn't. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That's your claim, right?
The reason why it's not the same thing as the colorblind and all those things that you said. I get it. It is because it's like just a small things of the Bible. I know you don't believe, like Abraham, and then also your friend, your colleague, whoever, Sean. Big up to you lot for your knowledge. He said there's so many religions around the world. You go in places where you get adapted and stuff like that. And there's many Christians, it's not the situation because I grew up non-believer and stuff like that. I become a believer. There's people in the Middle East that become Christian just because they have vision and stuff like that. So there's many instances. Just the bigger instance is Abraham. So I just want to finish. Abraham grew up in a place where for 300 years people will just believe in statues and stuff like that. He decided, like now, he questions. He looked for God. He made the first step, and then he had
Abraham.
This answer. Yeah.
I mean, Abraham had a conversation with God. God made himself known to him. He asked him to kill his child. This is a totally different thing.
Oh no! You're talking about when he's already a believer. Before, prior, when he was a kid, it was the one he was telling his parents like, oh, what is God's? They don't speak. They don't like. There's many instant. Anyway,
but all of this doesn't matter because we're not talking about Abraham. We're talking about the billions of people who just don't find themselves persuaded by the claims of your religion, just exactly the way that you don't find yourself persuaded by the claims of many other religions. We are all having the same experience, but the ludicrous position that you seem to be staking out is that when you find yourself unconvinced by the claim of someone else's religion, there's no moral accountability for you there, and that's all fine. But when I find myself unconvinced by the claim of your particular religion, that deserves a punishment. That's what's implied by the position you hold.
That's not what I said. I become a Christian not because I was looking to trying to find logical into the books and all these things and different religion, which one is good, which one is right. I become a Christian because I look for God, and then, like you said, faith.
Okay, so
wait.
All right.
Faith.
You're preaching. You're just preaching.
No.
You're just preaching right now.
I'm just going. No, I'm
You're
not
not
preaching.
addressing points.
I'm addressing the point. I'm not trying to. I say faith, like you said, but like Christian, we believe with that evidence and stuff like that. Faith is the evidence. Faith is the evidence of the
things unseen. Yeah, Zozo,
exactly.
we don't need you to preach, and we also don't care about the reasons. Hang on. We don't care about the reasons why you personally became a Christian. None of that is important.
I never talk about personal things.
Okay, great. So we're trying to get to the heart of it here, because you said that you do think that it could be good for God to punish non-belief. And
Yes,
and
the
yet
reason
and
why
yet
now,
and
let's
and
go to the
yet and
point.
yet when I walk you through how completely morally ridiculous that is, you then
I
seem
haven't
to
even get
distance
to the
you then
point where
seem to distance yourself from it and say, but that's not what I'm saying at all. But that is actually what you're saying.
I haven't even told you the reason why it's different than the blind color, because there's so many knowledge to understand. The reason why
Get
it's
to the
different is
point,
because
please.
thank you. The reason why it's different is because we have consciousness from birth, from as a kid, that there's a higher power, and then there's something called
No,
a
I don't.
conscious suppression, like a thief. When somebody's
No,
trying to do
no,
something that is not good for the
that's
first
factually
time,
wrong.
he
Factually
panicking.
wrong.
There's certain time
Factually
when
wrong.
somebody
You're wrong.
like I know I'm just want to finish what I'm going to say, and then now
So
you
you know
can
you're wrong, but you're saying it.
that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. That's your opinion, and then when I finish,
No,
you
it's a
can.
fact. I know
I'll
that
be quiet.
because I
Okay,
can
yeah.
read my own mind.
When is the
Okay.
first time? When is the first time
dear.
to steal something as a kid? Obviously, you panic. You got that consciousness. Because within ourselves, there's
Zoo,
something
we're going
called
out in left field. We
consciousness.
got to address. We
And
have to
then
address one point. We have to address one
I'm
claim.
giving example to
Hold
show
on.
that
Stop.
there's consciousness
We
is
have
in
to
us.
address one claim at a time. So you
Everyone,
can't just like say something. You can't say something contentious and then we just
but
like
I will
let
let
it go,
you.
and then you move on to this, like when you steal a cookie from the cookie jar, and then I go on to this other story. One point at a time.
But I will let
All
you
right.
afterwards saying that it's wrong and this and that. Like everyone before me was speaking
Okay,
clearly.
so
All
right. So you said something. You said something.
All the time.
All right. Listen, you can't go on monologues. You make one point, and if there's a premise in your argument that is disputed, we're going to stop and we're going to dispute that premise. So you don't move on to all these other things, and then we have to circle back and talk about where we disagreed with here, and we would disagree with here, and then we disagreed with here.
But
I
was
am
talking
not
about
and
the
never
same thing.
have. Okay.
I was not talking.
So I'm a former believer. You claimed that I just have knowledge of God and that I'm suppressing it. That I'm just like making this conscious effort to like push it down. No, I believed God exists, and I tried. Not only did I not suppress it, I tried to continue believing God exists, and I just couldn't. So the things you said there are factually wrong. And if you repeat them again, you're either calling me a liar or you're repeating them knowing that they're not true. So do you acknowledge you were wrong about that?
As you said, we cannot talk about our personal experience.
I never said that. You're claiming making a claim about my personal experience. If you make a claim about my personal experience, I can correct it. You claimed that from birth I've had this like knowledge that God exists. That's factually not true. I still remember the day I even first heard the concept of God. It was the Durings, family friends down the street when I lived on Runningwood Circle in Sunnyvale, California. They were Catholic and they started talking to us about God. That's my first knowledge or experience thinking about God. I had no concept of God before that. So you're factually wrong there.
No,
Then you went and said, I'm consciously suppressing my belief in God. I would know if I'm doing that. I know for a fact I'm not, because I can read my own mind. Then fast forward to later on when I believed, I tried physically to continue believing. That's the opposite of what you're claiming I did. So yes, if you make a claim about my personal experience, I get to correct you.
Yeah.
And only one of us actually has access to my personal experience, and that's me.
You. Yeah, it's you.
Yeah.
And first of all, that's not what I said. If you get pulled and you get guided by other people to believe in God, that's not what I'm saying. You said the first time that you heard about God is just Catholics or just people, and down the road.
Yeah, down the street.
That.
Yep.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying
You said I from birth believed in God, or had an inner belief in God.
Yes,
Go
as
ahead.
a kid, there's an inner belief of understanding reality because we don't have the knowledge of science and certain things or understanding.
That's not what you said.
When you observe as a kid nature and creation, we have tendency to trying to find who made this, who created this, and then we lean to understanding and trying to seek God, and then that's the first step of faith. faith.
It's not my
and then
experience.
once
This
you
is
got
just
faith,
nonsense.
you
This
got
is
the
I'm sorry,
evidence.
Zuzu. This is just
I've got
you.
evidence.
This is just you
I've got
generalizing
evidence.
out from your personal experiences and assuming that all other people have had the same kind of developmental steps that you personally have had. It's just not true. When I looked at the world around me as a child, I didn't see God. I didn't see creation. I just saw the world around me. I've never had that thought once at any point in my life at any stage. So this generalization you're making, as Sean said, demonstrably false. So what else have you got?
Okay, you said Jesus is like Gilgamesh. Is that what you said?
Gargamel.
Gargamel?
Gargamel.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said because Gargamel is a fictional
Yeah, I
creation or
grant
whatever.
that Jesus as a historical character may have existed. I'm saying that Jesus
Lying to me.
Jesus as the God that exists now, as far as I'm concerned, is just a fictional character.
So how honestly can you compare Jesus, even though most of the manuscripts or his writing you say come in the 4th century?
There's
At
no
least it's
manuscripts
so
of his writing. There's just manuscripts of things that people wrote down after decades of
Bible.
word of mouth stories about this guy. Nobody has a
That's what literally says 5th century.
foggiest clue what he actually did or said.
Yeah, but in the 4th century, your argument is because they wrote those things too far away from his existence. Therefore, it cannot be true.
No, that's not what I
At
said.
least-
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I was critiquing the specific passages in Josephus about Jesus, where scholars tend to think, on balance, that those passages may not have existed in the earlier versions of those writings, and that they're likely to have been interpolations in the 4th century. That means the Bishop Eusebius, who was well known for saying that lying in service of the faith was acceptable, may have falsely put those things into the writings of Josephus. That's a fairly commonly held view
that's true,
amongst scholars. I'm not saying that those things couldn't be true because they were written too long after the fact. I'm saying the stories about Jesus that were written at a minimum 30 to 40 years after the supposed events of his resurrection are unlikely to be credible because they were just word of mouth stories handed down in a very, very superstitious culture with lots of magical storytelling where every other person was claiming to be a prophet or a messiah or a resurrected person. And for years and years and years, these stories were just spread by word of mouth until eventually somebody who we don't know who they were wrote the Gospel of Mark. We don't know who that author was. And then later after that, the Gospels of Matthew and Luke were largely copied from the Gospels of Mark with some differences. And there's no reason to think that any of this stuff is historically reliable. That's the claim.
Yeah, I do understand the claim. Yeah, sorry for adding saying that, because 4th century and stuff. Yeah, the reason why most of the codex and the manuscripts, I believe, are being displayed or being found in the 4th century is it has to be prior to Constantine, because prior to Constantine, Jesus or whatever name that it was called them time, it was like a curse. It was like a persecution. So those people was hiding. That's why Joseph is like the writings being added after when it's been accepted.
That's
into
fine,
the world.
but all of this has nothing to do with the core argument above my head, which is why does it make sense for God to punish people for not believing the correct thing? There are people all over the world that don't believe the correct thing. It happens. And if it turns out that there is a God, and I have spent my life trying to just find out what's true, weighing up evidence, I've read more apologetics texts than most Christians I run into, from like modern day, the horrific Lee Strobel type books to the classics like Mere Christianity. You know, I've put my head into this stuff. I've read it. I don't find it compelling. I read the Bible. I don't find it compelling. I speak to Christians. I don't find their message compelling. I've done prayer groups. I've done alpha courses. I've done all of this stuff to look into it with a genuinely open mind. I just don't find it compelling. And God, if he exists, would know that I would not find any of this stuff compelling. And yet he's still planning to punish me at the end of my life, if I haven't been convinced by these poor arguments, doesn't make sense.
Okay, hell. Imagine being hell, being on earth. Now, be on earth with the absence of God, like He's already here, until you turn to Him. Then you have this evidence, and He guides you now with His Holy Spirit. But just imagine now, there's not that, the absence of God on earth, including the demons and the evil spirit. That is what is hell. It's not God doing.
Sounds pretty cool. Sounds all right.
Exactly.
Sounds great.
The reason why it's horrible is because those angels and those demons and bad spirit, they're going to persecute you, and you can't die. So you're going to be
Zozo. How old are you?
Destroyed.
How old are you?
34.
You're talking about demons and evil spirits. Come on, man.
Yes.
It's the 21st century. Grow up.
And then you funny thing, you were saying like the talking donkey. In my head, I was like, are you even serious? But if the Bible is true that He created the earth and heaven, He created the laws of logic. Like the Bible says, He put languages in people's brain.
But we didn't, because we know how languages evolved also. This is just silly stuff. You're arguing for wizard stuff right now. You're on the internet in front of 1,000 people arguing for wizard stuff. Grow up. You don't need to do this.
What do you mean wizard?
Wizard stuff. This is wizard stuff. This is magic.
I understand.
Talking animals and burning.
You don't try to understand the logic out of
There
it.
is no logic.
What are you talking about?
There is no logic, Zozo.
Walking on the water.
I'm just telling you.
Wait.
Hang on.
Walking on the water.
Yeah.
Is it fictive?
Yes. Walking on the water is nonsense. Nobody walks on water.
Exactly.
Exactly is right. There is no magic. This stuff is nonsense. There is no sin. There is no need for salvation. There is no hell. There are no demons.
Exactly. Because of your position of not believing of the book.
Right.
Because you don't even believe in a God. Just imagine there's a God.
Exactly.
So therefore, all those things possible.
Yeah, all of those things are possible. Everything is possible.
You guys are mocking.
Wizards are possible. Fairies are possible. Pixies are possible. All of these things are possible. Except grown-ups in the 21st century know better than to believe in this kind of hocus pocus nonsense, and you should too, my friend. You don't have to stay trapped in this wizard
stuff. You talk
stuff.
about fairy, and when we talk about Jesus, the Bible, and stuff like that, that's what I'm saying. Look at your mind. What are you always trying to compare both?
I rest my case.
Gilgamesh have no evidence. It's just some fictive, like a human being created. You want to compare that with the Bible? Come on. Yeah. You know what you're saying is targeting and insulting.
No.
Like
I want you to understand something.
Like
I want you to understand.
Jesus
Hang on a
Superman.
second.
Like,
Stop.
That is crazy.
Let's talk. Less entitled talking. A little bit of listening. If the things I'm saying are landing as insulting, I understand that. I want you to realize that my intention is not to insult, but my intention is, to a certain degree, to mock these bad ideas, because these bad ideas are harmful to lots of people. And actually, one of the things that's really helpful as a way to recover from traumatizing, bad, abusive ideas is to be able to laugh at them. And there's a lot to laugh at here, because this stuff is nuts. It's not sensible. It's not sensible to be an adult human being in the 21st century.
How is it harmful, please?
It's harmful because there are tens of millions of people who suffer from religious trauma. And the religious trauma is often derived from fears of hell, feelings of inadequacy and shame, from being told that they're not good enough, from being told that they don't measure up to God's perfect standard, and what's going to happen to them when they die if they don't believe the right kind of things, or if they love the wrong kind of people. These ideas are harmful and toxic. Hang on, harmful and toxic and dangerous and cruel and disgusting. And that's why one of the ways that I quite like engaging with them is to point out how obviously bullshit they are by laughing at them, because they are laughable and obviously bullshit. And all the time, I hear regularly from people who say that it's helpful for them to move on from their religious trauma by hearing people make fun and laugh of these silly ideas that people believe. So if you personally find that insulting, I understand it, and I'm sorry. And maybe don't hang out in atheist spaces if that's the case. If it's traumatizing for you to hear these things and you don't like it, I understand that. I'm not here to insult you.
You're very intelligent. You're very intelligent. You're very well spoken, and you have a lot of knowledge. Scientifically, in different, philosophically, I can tell. And you got a logical mind. But at the same time, You're trying to tell me there's no scientists that are Christian?
No, I would never dream of saying any such thing. I often talk about Francis Collins, who's a celebrated evangelical, who's the head of the Human Genome Project. There are lots of scientists who are religious. Of course there are. Why would anyone say such a silly thing as that?
So when you're saying that, oh, this Bible is just a fairy tale, is just silly stuff.
Yeah.
Or a donkey is silly. Like if there's a God that exists that created the laws of physics, you're trying to tell me they can't bend those laws? Come on, man.
You're the one arguing for magic. I just don't believe in magic because I'm an actual grown-up. Anyway, with that said, as we approach the top of the hour, I may have to shut things down because I don't have the room here for all day or night, rather. We'll probably move it along, but good to talk to you again.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye. There we go. Yeah, there are lots of scientists who somehow, and I don't understand exactly how they do it, they manage to compartmentalize their minds in some way. And during the day, they work in their labs, they put their white coats on and their critical thinking skills with it, and they work and they apply reason and rationality and sound epistemology and laws of evidence, and then they leave and they completely stop doing that when it comes to their religious beliefs. I don't understand how anyone manages to do it. I find it completely bizarre, but there are people who do it. It's a well-known thing, Michael Behe and Francis Collins and all of these other people who are scientifically trained and their heads are full of nonsense. I don't understand how they do it, but they do.
They are more likely not to accept the Genesis account of creation. They'll say it's allegory, or Noah's flood, again, allegory, that sort of thing.
Yeah. That's often the way. What you don't typically see is people who are scientifically literate, but hold to these, very, literal biblical views. So you won't find geologists who hold to the young Earth, for example.
Right.
Okay, let's get Alethea 1234 in next. I will do so just after reading a couple of messages so that we don't get too far behind on those. And then, theoretically, it's where I am right now on the west coast of the US. It's 4:45 p.m. Sean, it's unusual for me to be earlier than you, right? Doesn't normally work that way. But theoretically, I have this room. I have this room theoretically for another 15 minutes. So they did say if I go
Are
over.
you in California?
No, I'm further north, up in Washington State. So
okay,
yeah. So they did say if I need to, go over just a little bit, they won't throw me out at 5 on the dot. But we'll start, winding things down shortly. So M. Wiggy said, if God revealing himself takes away the free will to not believe, doesn't that invalidate the very concept of free will? Yeah, because it also invalidates the idea that God could make himself known, and by not making himself known, he's depriving everyone of the free will to love him freely or not. I've never heard a single satisfactory response to that. So for all you out there, if you ever have a believer say to you, God can't make himself known because he'd be taking away our free will, ask them, why is it okay for him to deprive us of the free will to love him freely by just appearing? He's depriving everyone of that instance to use their free will. It's a total inversion, that argument. And Coffee College, thank you for the super chat. Time to give a shout out to the mods. Mods are gods. I agree. I'm always giving shout outs to the mods, and I feel massively privileged to have such wonderful mods on both sites. The TikTok mods haven't changed, largely the same as have been with me since the start, and incredible, awesome people, and the YouTube mods are awesome as well. So I'm always happy to shout out the mods, and it's something we do at the end of every live stream. Will be the same today. And Godwin said, John, let me know if you're in Boston and have time. I'd love to meet for a drink. I messaged you in TikTok. Cheers. Godwin, I would love to meet people for a drink. Are you or anyone else? I'm sadly not going to be over on that side of the country this trip, but I am going to come back next year. At some point, definitely, I'm going to go to one or two of these meeting-y, convention-y things, definitely for sure, next year. So, yeah, keep on speaking about that. Okay, let's get Alethea in next. coming in right now. Hey, Alethea.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Good. What do you got?
Yeah, so a good guy cannot send anyone to hell for non-belief. So I feel like I guess it would be like the way you view non-belief. Do you look at it as a choice?
Definitely not. No, it's completely not a choice. We know this pretty much for a fact. If you're not convinced of something, then you can't believe it. And if you are convinced of something, you can't help but believe it.
Okay, so do you think faith is a choice?
I think that faith is a word that's thrown around a lot without accurately being defined. So some people say that faith is a type of belief. Some people would say faith is the reason or the excuse people give for believing things without evidence, because if you have evidence, you don't need faith. Like I believe that the floor is going to support me, not by faith, but because I know this building was well constructed, and so I've got lots of evidence for the fact that it's going to. But I think that faith in a religious context is more like a kind of role play. I think that faith is the thing that people do. It's the word we give to the behavior that people do when they are not really convinced of something, but they behave as if they are. They kind of act out the belief. And sometimes that acting out can actually lead to real belief, but quite often it doesn't.
Okay, so I want to stay on that point. For somebody that you say is quote unquote acting out a certain belief, do you think they have the ability to like not act it out and just
absolutely,
say,
yeah, because that's why I say I don't think it's really a belief. I think it's a kind of role play. It's like I'm going to act as if I really do believe this stuff, and maybe in time I will. And some people do that kind of faith acting. I'm not saying that it's insincere, by the way. It's just that it's not the same as genuinely being convinced that something's true. Because if that's the case, you don't need faith. You have a real belief in that case.
Okay, well, I don't mean to get into like my personal experience, but yeah, I still do battle. I battle with my belief every day, so I think it does mean something when somebody is acting it out. I think that'll be the choice from the believer or non-believer, because I believe that deep down, you do somebody that is acting it out, they do have some sort of, they have some sort of thought that it could be real.
Yeah, but having a thought that something could be real isn't the same as a belief.
Why would it be the difference?
Well, it could be real that it's going to rain next Thursday, but I don't believe it is. I don't have the belief that it's going to rain next Thursday, but it could be real that it is. It's a totally different position on the same proposition.
Okay. All right, so I'll try to move the goalpost a little bit. So when it comes to belief, you said that this would be like the actions one takes, I guess, in pursuit of, trying to appease that belief that they might have. So when it comes to, let's say, just a random blue collar worker, they just grew up and they just they decided, I got to get money, so this is how I do it. Don't you think that takes some type of belief for them choosing to go that path?
You're talking about actions, right? That they choose to do a certain job, or they choose to put their energy in a particular area. I'm not arguing with that. For the purposes of this argument and this discussion, I'm happy to grant that people can choose what they do in that way. There are very convincing arguments about the nature of the mind and whether free will really exists. They're fascinating, and they're also outside the scope of what we're talking about here. So for the purposes of this discussion, let's say that anything you do as an action, you can choose. Because even if you can't really choose it, you have the feeling that you're choosing it. So even though that feeling's an illusion, let's allow it for now. So a blue-collar worker chooses to work or chooses to do the things that they need to do to survive. That's got nothing to do with what they find convincing about the world.
I would like to disagree with that, because you you can say that it has nothing to do with it, but the work exists, so you could I would say that the fact that there was an open position there, they
they had evidence of that. They saw the listing, or someone told them, or they had an interview. They were persuaded by the evidence that there was an open position. It's not something that they didn't just imagine it out of thin air and decide I'm going to decide to believe a job exists today. That's not a thing that happens. What happens is that something in the world persuades them that a job exists, and then they go and get the job.
Okay, so that would be really the core of my debate, because I am a Christian, so I do take the Bible into account. I take all the words and the teachings into account. So I think that I would use the phrase belief in the world, or belief in your sight. I think that is what equates to non-belief. Because whether you believe it or not, okay, this is going to be facts. I think the eye could only see like maybe 1 or 2% of the electromagnetic, or what is it, the
spectrum.
The spectrum, so whether we can see it or not, or whether you believe it or not, there are things that impact the world that we can't see, excluding like weather, or temperature.
We can
gravity,
we can detect those things in other ways, though. So we don't believe, for example, in radio waves because we see them with our eyes. We believe in radio waves because we have technology to detect the presence of radio waves and create them and modulate them and detect them and broadcast them and receive them. So we're not limited to what we can see with our eyes, but we are persuaded of the existence of these things by the evidence for them. So there's no choosing involved. So let's try, as we wrap things up, let's try and really focus up here. What is the thing that you think is being punished by a God who sends someone like me to hell? If I get sent to hell because I'm an atheist, what exactly is being punished?
It'll be the thing being punished would be the exact the non-belief of the things that are presented to you, such as Jesus, the Bible Jesus,
right?
And I would say that his impact, though it can't be seen, though it can't be is nothing tangible, you would be denying, or you would be not believing in all the messages in which he was given.
But if having heard about all of that wonderful stuff about Jesus, I'm just not convinced by it, in exactly the same way that you're not convinced that Muhammad flew to the moon on a horse and split the moon in two. You don't believe that's true. You've heard the claims, you just don't find them persuasive. If I have exactly the same experience as that about Jesus, where I've heard all the claims, I've heard people telling me how wonderful Jesus is, and I'm just not convinced by it, why should I be punished for that? What could I do to avoid the punishment?
Yeah, so I'm the person that I do believe the gospel. So when I hear stories about Poseidon, I understand.
You're not answering John's question.
Oh.
Yeah. What could I do to avoid the punishment?
Yeah, so I'll just say believe, whether it be
but I can't.
that...
But I can't believe. This is the thing I'm trying to help you to see. I can't believe unless I'm persuaded, and I'm currently not persuaded. So given that I'm not persuaded, what can I do?
No, I mean, whether it be Muhammad splitting whether it be Muhammad splitting the moon, whether it be, whatever you would have to believe, like.
But I'm not persuaded. So if I'm not convinced, I can't believe. Impossible. You would agree with me, wouldn't
No,
you?
but if
That
you were
you can
no,
only but you can only believe something if you're persuaded by it. So at the moment,
no, I say you
I'm
could.
not persuaded by it.
Yeah, I would say you can't believe something if you're persuaded by it. If you're persuaded by it, then that means that you're persuaded by it. But if you believe something, I don't think it has anything to do with persuasion.
It's everything.
But it's just
It's
that.
everything.
Has everything
But
to do with
belief
yeah.
literally means the condition of being persuaded by something. That's literally what belief means. So if you're not persuaded, if you're not convinced it's true, if it doesn't feel true to you, what would it mean to believe it? Let's say I decide now, okay, now I'm going to start believing in Jesus. Okay, now I believe in Jesus, but in my mind, I'm still not persuaded it's true. Is that believing?
No, because belief, I believe, will have to start in the mind first.
Right.
Right.
So if it's not there, if my mind is not persuaded, if my mind is not convinced, if that belief doesn't exist in my mind, something needs to persuade me it's true in order to change that. And if nothing has persuaded me it's true, then belief is as impossible for me as flapping my arms and flying.
All right, so let me ask you this. When it comes to persuasion, are you saying that it's impossible for the knowledge of Jesus to persuade you?
I'm not saying anything's impossible. I'm just saying it hasn't persuaded me so far. The claims that I've heard have not persuaded me.
Yeah.
The appeals to a book haven't persuaded me. The promises the promises of if I look I'm going to find haven't persuaded me. All the apologetics arguments haven't persuaded me. The Philbros with their unnecessarily complicated language haven't persuaded me. The poor apologetics haven't persuaded me. The appeals to emotion haven't persuaded me. The utility arguments of how much better life would be under this stuff hasn't persuaded me. None of this stuff persuades me. So because that's the case, belief is impossible for me.
Okay, so all those don't really equate to the idea of the Jesus of the Bible. But if we were to stick to the Jesus of the Bible, then I guess you would do you have a choice to be persuaded or not?
No choice.
No.
You have no choice to be persuaded.
And neither do you,
So
by
you're
the way.
telling me-
And neither do you.
I'll give you that. But
Yeah.
so
It's just not how belief works.
when it comes to persuasion, do you think that's like you don't think let's say you are walking the strip with your friends and you walk past a store that you see something nice, you're feeling like you're gonna walk past it. Your friend says, hey, let's go in that store. You don't think that it could nudge you on the shoulder and persuade you to maybe pick something up?
That's being persuaded.
That's an
That's an action that you can choose to take. You can be persuaded into actions, and you can be convinced into beliefs as well. Like let's say you're someone who doesn't believe that life exists on any other planets, and then somebody starts to give you, and then someone starts to give you the statistical arguments for why it should be the case. You can change your mind. So I could have my mind changed, but if my mind changes, it won't about Jesus. It won't be because I just decided to. It would have to be because something persuaded me.
Okay, so I'm saying well, let's go back to the can I revisit the example I gave earlier?
Yeah.
All right, so when it comes to whether you have the choice, okay, nobody's looking. I can go ahead and pick this up or I could leave it. If you make that choice to pick it up and leave it, then you would say that your friend persuaded you to do so.
You're talking about actions
That's
again.
still an action.
All the examples you're giving, Alethea, all the examples you're giving are actions. Believing something isn't an action. It's a thing that happens to your mind. Like being afraid is a thing that happens to your mind. Being scared isn't an action. It's not a thing you do. It's something that happens to you. And believing something isn't a thing you do either. It's something that happens to you. It's really, really, really important to get this.
Okay, so if you were to pick up that whatever it is, a watch, do you think there's something
Action.
that you would have to believe in order for you to make that choice?
It's still an action you're talking about.
So you don't think that there's any type of belief that would be behind the action, or do you think that there's belief behind every action?
Beliefs can certainly influence actions, but what we're saying is not a choice, is the belief itself, not the action. So when we say believe, we're talking about being persuaded that a fact is true or false.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm saying, I would equate the friend nudging you to pick up the watch would be, it would be equivalent to Jesus saying, worship me via the churches or the.
You would have to, in order to pick up the watch, you would have to believe that the watch actually exists, right?
You could pick it up thinking that it's valuable, and it might make you look a little.
You would
flyer.
still see it, and like the point is, it's disanalogous because following Jesus would be a choice, but it requires me to believe Jesus actually exists, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying the persuasion of that would be the churches.
I would have to start by believing Jesus exists, right? That part's not a choice.
Oh wait, you have to start what?
I can't do anything involving Jesus if I do not believe Jesus actually exists. Like I can't follow him, I can't pray to him, I can't talk to him, I can't have a relationship with him if I do not believe Jesus exists. I can't do those things, correct?
You can hear if you do not believe that Jesus exists, what you can do is hear about him.
We've all done that. We've all done that, and for some people, hearing about him leads to belief because they're convinced by it, and for other people, hearing about him doesn't lead to belief.
Right, so that's what I would say. That's the difference between the believers and non-believers.
Correct, but there's no choice there. There's no choice there. That's the point that I think you might be struggling to grasp. But friend, we're gonna tie it up there because I've reached the end of my allowed time in the office that I'm hiring to do this today. So they're gonna have to get me out of here. But I'm planning to stream again on Thursday. So times TBC. But Alethea, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All the best. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay.
Thursday, do you have an approximate time?
I think it'll probably be similar today. So probably, probably kicking off similar kind of time to today. Let's just get that done there. Okay. A few super chats to just end the life for today. Bab said, free will, omniscient God are mutually exclusive. Absolutely agree. For exactly the reason we described before, God could create the universe in any way he wants, and he would know for any decision he made, any creative decision, he would know exactly how things were going to pan out infinitely into the future. So he would have all knowledge of all of that, and he would be able to decide which universe to create, knowing the set of all future actions, which would mean you're not free to deviate from that script. Otherwise, God would have been wrong, and you can't make him wrong. So I completely agree with you, Babs. Babs always nails it. Always. And Nilanka Gurr said, gonna get some sleep listening to another theist just screaming. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. And I hope you're sleeping well wherever you might be. And then also while Zozo was on, Space Lord said, anyone that tells you not to think is not your friend. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. All these thought-stopping verses and ideas and his ways are higher and lean not on your own understanding. This is all bad stuff. We should all instinctively react against anyone ever telling us not to think. It's a terrible thing to hear. And Bab said, to quote Homer and Freddie Mercury, another one bites the dust. This was while we were speaking to Alethea just now. I suspect that might have been the fairly obvious demise of the argument there, but thanks, Babs. I appreciate it. And Lost Goat said, no message, but thank you for the super chat. And then finally, David Burke, thank you, Dave. That's a very, very generous super chat. I appreciate it. Swap the lines. The serpent say God's lines and God says the serpent's lines, or change the names to A and B. Christians only believe Eve goofed because God is assumed to be the good guy. Without the names as a giveaway, I doubt they'd be so confident in the God dude to listen to. This is such a good comment. David always brings it with comments and original thinking. This is absolutely right. If you presented this stuff to someone and you kind of anonymized the characters and just said, character A A and B are in the garden, and C says this, and D comes in and says that. There's no one here that would paint the serpent as the evil one in this picture. If you just presented this story to someone naive to all the background, they would all conclude that God was some kind of crazy monster, making these arbitrary rules and then going away and then lying about what was going to happen and then cursing everyone because of what his creations did, even though they didn't have the knowledge that it was wrong. And the serpent tried to warn them. The serpent would be the hero of the story, I think. And Adam and Eve would be the victims, is how it looks to me. And all of us, of course, as well. So that's absolutely brilliant. David always delivers. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, I think that might be it for today. I'm really pleased. The equipment all seemed to work. The internet connection in the place worked. So I'm emboldened. I will come back on Thursday and do this again. We'll figure out what topic we'll do. And I will let you know in good time. And as always, thank you to the mods. Love you guys. We're all amazing, all of you. And Sean, thank you, my friend. Great to see you again.
Thank you, John. Great to see you too, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thanks, everyone. All the best, everyone. Take it easy.
Bye.
And we're going to end the TikTok, and now we're going to end the YouTube. So cheers all. Take it easy.